Ward by J.C. McCrae. A production by Parahuman Audio. Performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy. Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 1. I gripped until my fingernails threatened to penetrate the skin, squeezing, strangling, until my hand hurt and my bullet wound hurt more. The pain in the bullet wound intensified until the muscle started to cramp. Relax. Relaxing my grip was a thing I had to tell myself how to do, more than pushing on through the pain had been. I released the stress ball with the doofy character face on the front. Bloodshot eyes receded into sockets, and the mouth closed to settle into the infuriating little grin. My handprint remained as an indent on the ball's thin skin, slowly disappearing. Ah! I made a sound. The cramping feeling in my arm wasn't going away. It was like a Charlie horse, but more intense than any I'd had. Are you okay? Was it too much? She gingerly touched my arm, being shy of the wound, and felt out the muscle. Let me know if this hurts. I nodded because I couldn't really talk. The massage helped. It did hurt when the fingers pulled against skin closer to the bullet wound, but the massage soothed the cramp enough that the pain was worth enduring. I wasn't sure if you were using your super strength or if it was you, she said. Then ask, I thought, the pain-sharpening thoughts that might not have been so sharp 5 minutes ago or 5 minutes from now. Well, it seems like you have good strength in your hands. It doesn't feel strong, I said. Okay, not to worry. That's something we can work on. Anne Lynn was my physical therapist with a first and middle name that she'd insisted were to be used together because she was not an Anne and she definitely wasn't a Lynn. Okay, fine. Going by first impressions, she seemed to be a lovely, warm, caring person who was painfully new to what she was doing. She went to her mentor, who was in our mostly empty activity area, for things I didn't imagine really needed clarification or reassurance. She did much the same for me, double-checking what I said in a way that made me think she wasn't taking me at my word. It seemed she also didn't ask for clarification at times she needed it. She was a hard person to really dislike or resent, though. She was shorter than average, cute and bubbly, and her smile seemed persistent and genuine. That was a hard thing to find, given recent events. No super strength for the record, I said. I turned it off. It kind of defeats the point, doesn't it? We should make sure that works as you heal, she said. It's not a concern, I said. I could be the strongest or weakest person in the world, and it won't affect how my super strength works. Oh? Okay, got it. If you're sure. There it was. The vague impression she doubted me. Was I being unfair? If you keep me talking about this, I'm going to go full powers geek on you, I said. She snorted. That's convincing. Oh no, please don't tell me about your power or show me anything neat. Ah, I said. So she'd hoped to see something. I thought about how much she didn't want to see my uncontrolled force field in action, and I smiled anyway. Maybe sometime. Sometime, if you're comfortable doing it, but not today. Our session is just about over. How's your arm feeling? I tried moving it. The cramp had mostly subsided. Better. She smiled, reaching for the shelf under the bench I was sitting on. Papers and plastic bags rustled. She put a pile of stuff beside me. I have stuff for you. Homework. Some. Papers, This one has your instructions for your physiotherapy you can do at home. We want to keep up your hand, wrist, elbow, and shoulder strength while letting your arm recover. This paper here has some recommended tips for recovery and pain. On the back side, we have some things to watch out for. Neuromas, muscle cramps lasting for long periods of time, persistent fever, swelling that appears suddenly or doesn't let up. Got it. If any exercises are too painful for you to do, make a note. I'll see you in 2 days and you can tell me then. We'll figure out if there's something wrong, or if it's something we want you to work through. If I don't know for sure, then I'll talk to someone who does. We'll meet 2 days after that session, then scale down to twice a week after that, and once a week toward the end. My doctor told me I should expect 2 to 4 more weeks of recovery. That's for the muscle damage. Longer with the bone healing, but my notes say that was minor. I printed this out for you. Bone fracture healing is explained on this sheet. I included a copy of the list your doctor gave for the supplements to take. Okay, that's all the papers. We have some slings for you, various colors and styles. A sling? Ugh. Great. And finally, a bag of rubber bands for some of the hand exercises and... She paused, raising a bag filled with colorful stress balls. Stress helpers! We have a variety. There was a part of me that wanted to groan at the forced cheer, and at the even more forced use of helper. I went with it, maintaining a smile and peering at the bag. It wasn't worth making her an adversary. We have the faces, Grimace Gus, Dopey Dan, Pinhead Pam, and a few others. I have a few of these myself. You can pick one to represent someone you hate and channel that emotion into getting better. No blonde, smug Susans. Too bad. Hearing Anne Lynn get so excited over little toys helped me put my finger on her image and way of presenting herself. She made me think of a kindergarten teacher. I could imagine her hyping up a class of munchkins with the same attitude she'd shown around me. I poked the bag. It was a resealable bag, but it was old enough that it had crinkled and scuffed to the point it was foggy. You have a few of these, huh? Do you have a Grimace Gus in your life? I do, Anne Lynn said. But it's mostly the Dopey Dan and the Pinhead Pam that give me grief. Family. Ah, I hear you on that. I liked her a little more than I had, hearing that. I peered at the bag. We have other things, like the animal balls. Let's see. Beetle, ick. The bird, the snake, the lion. Lion, I said. Do you want to check the bag? There are others. The lion would be great, thank you, I said. I had a childhood toy that was a lion. Perfect, she proclaimed while retrieving the lion. It was just a head with 2 black dots for eyes, no mouth, and the mane taking up 3/4 of it, with ears poking out on top. Your therapy partner for when you're not with me. Treat each other well. There was a part of me that felt like she was treating me like a kid, but that might have been her usual demeanor. I could have rankled at it or said something, and I didn't. Another part of me that felt very tired, and that part of me welcomed having a stress doll that reminded me of the stuffed toy I'd loved to the point it had looked monstrous. That tired part of me almost welcomed the cheer and the being taken care of. Picking my sling was a little less interesting than picking the stress ball. I tried on 2 and went with the most comfortable, holding it instead of putting it on. I said my farewell to Anne Lynn and walked past others who were in the midst of their own exercises at parallel bars, benches, and weight machines. One woman with tan skin, black and gray exercise clothing, and her hair in a bun was at the weight machines. She gave me a nasty look. I had no idea who she might be. I dropped my stuff off at my locker, then made use of the shower that was adjacent to the therapy area. It wasn't that I'd worked up a serious sweat, but I hadn't slept well, and so I'd flown around before my appointment, checking that all was well. All wasn't well. Rinsing off gave me a chance to refresh myself, resetting to 0, and it allowed me to change my clothes. What I wore for a doctor's appointment and preliminary therapy session wasn't going to serve for the rest of the day. Once I'd dried off, I put on a top with a collar that had a fine gold zipper instead of buttons, chosen because it was easy to put on with an injured arm. I put on a pair of olive slacks that served as good all-purpose pants. The pants proved to be less of a stellar choice with 2 stubborn buttons that needed doing up, but they were business casual and they'd survive if a fight broke out, which I wasn't quite ruling out. I stopped at the mirror to braid my damp hair as best as I could with the one hand, taking my time to do it, and then put a bit of makeup on around my eyes. I was mid-application when the woman with the bun who'd given me a dirty look passed through the shower room, walking behind me and into the locker room, eyeing me as she passed. I almost said hi. Maybe I would in the future. I got my things, put them in a bag, took a minute to situate my arm in the sling, and situated my bag on my other arm. Leaving the building, I left the smell of sweat made muggy by showers behind me and ventured into the cool outdoors, closing my eyes against the cold sun. Opening those eyes, I saw the gold-tinted city and a mostly blue sky that would have been pleasant in any other circumstance. Pleasant if the horizon hadn't been shattered like a dropped mirror. The sky was divided, with vague shapes stabbing up into it, the sky on the far side taking on different tints and weather. The portals hadn't been flat doors that things could pass through, but 3-dimensional objects, transition points with rules that we'd simplified by driving trains straight through them. Nothing about it was simple now. 4 portals in this area of the city had been drawn out to a height taller than our tallest buildings, and expanded out to encompass multiple city blocks. The 4th had been a surprise by a parahuman that had used a power to hide until the heat had died down. The worst expansion covered 12 blocks, and it would have covered more if it hadn't been close to the water. At the edges of those portals, buildings and 1 bridge had collapsed. Within the areas encompassed, we still didn't know. The portals had expanded out, bled into one another to surround one of the more critical areas of the city, because that area had been centered to be symbolically near the largest cluster of portals, and they'd scrambled. They didn't point to where they once had. I checked the coast was clear enough that I wouldn't scare anyone, and I took flight. The bugs in the city were bad, stubborn even as the weather was cooling down. It had been that way for a while, but the spring and fall seemed worst. They hadn't gotten the message yet that the city was here and wildlife and insect life needed to move elsewhere. Now, though, we had wind. Different Earths had different weather, and we had gaping holes in our city with starkly different pressures on one side than we had on the other. Flying, I could feel it. I could feel it more as I flew over the portals, to the point that I was course-correcting more than I was flying forward. Crosswinds. If my hair hadn't been in a braid, it would have been all over me. In the center of the portals, 3 separate doors sloshed together. The warden's headquarters had been there. Key members and staff of 3 sub-teams and the wardens themselves had been stationed there when it had all gone to hell. Jessica had been working late. Option 1 suggested that they'd been torn to shreds, caught by 3 portals that were clashing together and switching what world they were connected to moment by moment until they finally stopped expanding and settled. Option 2 might have been worse. The warden's head office had been serving as a place to sequester dangerous capes. Slaughterhouse 9, ex-birdcage capes, international enemies, and Class S threats like Nilbog. Even the ones who had been cooperating had been kept under close guard because cooperation didn't necessarily equate trust. If Jessica and the other late-evening staff at the warden's HQ were out there, stranded somewhere after the portals swallowed the area up, then they weren't in good company. I imagined it ending up something like the Lord of the Flies, if the talking severed pig's head was the least fucked up around. It wasn't a good imagining. Construction crews were working to mend the damage. Building hadn't even begun on the structures that might contain the portal. It was a Herculean undertaking, even with powers helping. Even after I returned to the streets, the wind was something I noticed, a constant gust that was either coming or going from the direction of the disaster. Life moved on like normal, but the cold wind blew hard. People on the street kept their heads down and walked briskly, even less likely to make eye contact or offer a kind word than they had been before this. Businesses were the same when they were open. That was saying something, considering this area was the closest thing we had to New York. Brockton Bay, when I'd paid a visit, had been similar enough. It had been more of a slice, cutting the city and its industry in two, leaving one half without power or internet. The attitude shift had been felt there, too. All of the affected areas. The affected areas of the city felt like ghost towns that weren't empty, nor were they towns. The warmth wasn't there. There wasn't a soul or community, and everything felt eerie. Too new, too worn out for how new they were. Insects clustered on warm surfaces, and too many businesses were closed with all lights off, despite their posted hours. It was no surprise that I arrived early at the meeting place, and yet Kenzie had beaten me there. She was at the table with her laptop, hair immaculate, and what looked like a set of two individual hairpins that were each one part of a heart, the heart split down the middle by a crack. She wore both halves, the pins set in her hair so the cracks meshed. I wasn't sure if it was meant to be a BFF-style thing where each friend wore one, or if she was supposed to wear each pin on one side of her head. She wore a maroon dress with a pattern of black scribbled hearts and black tights. Her dad stood by. He wore a long peacoat, one side of the collar turned up against the wind. His hair had pulled away in strands that swayed with the wind. The patio area was otherwise empty. The business it served was closed. There weren't that many people on the street. "Victoria is here," he said. Kenzie sat up to peer over the top of the screen, her eyes large. "You're early," I said. I sat in the chair across from her, scooting it over so I could see past the laptop to her and see Julian standing behind her. Considering we were nearly as close as we could get to the city center without being able to see the base of the portals, there weren't many people around. "I like seeing people arrive places. When they arrive and where they sit tells you things." "Does it?" "Yep. People sit closer to people they have an affinity with. It's not always people they like, but it's usually people they relate to. And whether you're a boy or girl matters. Girls tend to sit next to others or across from others, but guys sit diagonally across. Once you start noticing it, you'll see it all over the place. It's a puzzle." "You like that kind of thing, huh?" She nodded. I leaned back into the back corner of my chair, the armrest and the wall beside me supporting me as much as the chair back did. "How's your arm?" she asked. She closed her laptop and turned it over, pressing her hands down on the warm underside. "Doctor said it's healing well. I'll spare you the gorier details. Physio started today." "What happened?" Julian asked. "I told you this stuff, Dad," Kenzie said. "When you tell me things, it comes in a stream. I pick out what I can." "I got shot," I said. "In and out. I had to have 2 fragments of bone removed." "I've been shot," Julian said. "Twice. Except I didn't get physio or doctor appointments afterwards." "I only know about the once," Kenzie said. "Both before she was born," Julian told me. "I grew up in a neighborhood where you either went to a gang or the gang came for you. I went to them when I was 12. They raised me. I got shot once while working for them, and once when I left and didn't keep it secret enough."
"I only heard about the second one," Kenzie said.
"Why did you leave?" I asked. "If you asked me then, I would have said there were different middle managers. Now, wasn't me."
"You said you were good at it," Kenzie said. "Sales."
"Mm-hmm," Julian said. "It wasn't good for me."
"I can respect that," I said. "Leaving, that can't have been easy."
"Thank you," he said. He looked down at Kenzie. "Was she at any risk?"
"Dad!"
"Minimal to no risk," I said. "Given how everything went last week, it might have been riskier for her to stay home." "My wife invited you over, but with everything that happened and the station exploding near our home, you'll need to give us a few days to get organized."
"It's a mess," I said.
Julian nodded. His hand rose to his chin as he stroked his beard. His eyes were on the distance, first on the shattered horizon and then on the street. "I can't tell which one that is." I turned to look, wincing as my elbow banged the chair back. I couldn't tell who it was either. He walked with confidence, head high, but his hair had no paint or dye, and it was combed neat. He wore a vest over a button-up top. A lot about that image seemed to convey Tristan, but the lack of color and the more serious expression didn't. He seemed to have Tristan's build, but the cut of the outfit could have created that illusion. It was a nice suit, minus the suit jacket. "Victoria, Kenzie, good to see you two. Mr. Martin," he said, as he arrived at the table. By voice and manner of speaking, that was Tristan. "Tristan," Julian Martin replied. He put a hand on Kenzie's chair back. "Kenzie, you wanted me to stay until people came?"
"You can go, Dad. Thank you for sticking around."
He gave us a nod, and with hands in the pockets of his coat, he walked to his car, which was in what should have been a heavily contested parking spot. Kenzie smiled, giving me a shrug.
"Sorry."
"Why sorry?" I asked.
"He's embarrassing."
"You pick the weirdest words," Tristan said.
"Embarrassing doesn't feel like the most accurate fit." "What do you think about him, then?" she asked. She leaned forward, hands still on her laptop. I started. "Is it undiplomatic to say he gives me a weird vibe?"
"No," Tristan said, settling into his chair.
"No,"
Kenzie said. The smile fell from her face.
"I give off a weird vibe, too. I had to get it from somewhere, so obviously I overachieved and got a full share from each of my parents."
"Speaking of overachieving and casual segues away from uncomfortable topics," Tristan said, "I like the saintly laying on hands you're doing for your laptop there. That's a new thing."
"It's warm and my hands are cold, duh."
"Of course. Too bad. I liked the image of you as technology Jesus." She closed her eyes, leaning back, and hummed. She kept her eyes closed as she stopped humming and said,
"I wish I actually got to go to church enough that I could know something fancy to say."
"I'm not much of a memorizer," Tristan said. "Most of what I could tell you is what I remember from choir. I could give you Byron, but I don't know how he'd feel about that."
"No, it's okay. Not a big deal," Kenzie said.
Chris was making his way down the street. Where Tristan had been confident and well-dressed, Chris wore a sweatshirt and ducked his head. He had the headphones on, but not the braces. He looked very much like a 13-year-old boy, down to the sullen look in his eyes. "What the hell, Tristan? I feel underdressed," Chris said.
"You dressed up a little," Kenzie said. "No braces. It's nice."
"No braces because I have back-to-back dentist appointments," Chris said. He put one finger at the corner of his mouth, yanking it back to show his teeth. The mounts for the braces were still on the teeth, and 2 of the teeth were missing. A canine and a molar behind it, at the top. "You changed too much." Tristan made it a statement and not a question. "And I got dry socket. I'm fucking miserable." "You shouldn't change too much." "Oh yes, thank you, Tristan. I completely forgot. I need and want to change, in case you forgot. Like right now, I want to get back home and change into a puddle of flesh with no nerve endings or teeth. But we're doing this instead." "We're just missing Sveta," I said. "The only person without a phone. Great," Chris said. "The trains are down, so getting here is tough. I know it sucks, but stick it out," I said. "Do you have any fun painkillers your doctor prescribed you?" "I have some. I'm not going to give them to a minor who didn't have them prescribed to him. Do you want a boring over-the-counter painkiller instead?" Chris nodded, and I got a bottle from my bag, passing it across the table to him. He tipped 4 or 5 pills into his hand, and before I could get an accurate count or realize what he was doing, tossed them back into his mouth, swallowing them dry. "Chris!" "Fuck off," he said. "I know my physiology and I know what I'm doing." "You keep saying that," I said. "It sounds less convincing each time."
"Chris," Kenzie said, "do you know any good prayers I could say over my laptop? It's a thing we were talking about."
"Do I strike you as the church-going type?"
"Nothing?"
"Some random Latin. Ex nihilo nihil fit.
I think it's a good phrase for you." "Why do I feel like you just insulted me?" Kenzie asked.
"It's not insulting, Nimrod. It's actually a compliment."
"Aww."
"Which I'm regretting now." "I'm struck between the fact that you know that, first of all," I said. "I spend a lot of time reading when I'm waiting out a form. And the fact you're doubling down on the moody teenage boy thing. Most just get into nihilism, but you fit 2 nihil in one sentence there. What is that? Word, nothing, nothing, word?"
"Why do I even talk?"
Chris asked, leaning back. He pulled his hood down over his eyes. Sveta arrived, spotting us before jogging to us in an ungainly way that made me worry she might fall. She didn't crash to the ground, but she did teeter, and stopped, her hand resting against a window to catch her balance. She wore long sleeves, a new wig, and her body was scrubbed of paint. Her dress was long, layered in stages of darkening green from layer to layer, with shapes cut out of each lower portion. Fish or leaves, it looked like.
"I love the dress," I said.
"Oh, this? It was a gift from Chief Armstrong," she said. "I'm sorry I'm late." "It's fine," I said. "I don't think we're all late." She smiled. "I'm weirdly nervous." "It's a weird thing," Tristan said. It was a weird thing. In timing and place, in atmosphere, and in aim and objective. The wind whipped around us as the 5 of us walked as a group. There weren't any crowds, and the building was largely empty as we made our way inside. The interior of the building was dim, but it was mostly because the lights were off and illumination came from the windows to the outside. "No word on Mrs. Yamada?" Tristan asked. "No," Sveta said. "Not according to Weld." "And we don't know who was behind it?" "Not yet," I said. There were some simple folding chairs lined up down the wide hallway. Either end of the building had large windows, which let the light come in, casting its long, vague shadows. Some people were already in the hallway, clustered in groups. There was a man sitting alone who gave me a curious look as we looked for a spot to situate the 5 of us. He was the kind of guy I might have imagined as a kid's baseball coach, with a bit of a belly, short hair, and a soft expression with lines in the forehead. As easygoing as he looked in the moment, I could imagine him getting really intense in the right occasion. He stood when he saw me, and that got my attention. I left the group to approach him. Do I know you? Not yet, he said. Before he continued, I was already placing his voice from the phone. We had an appointment today. I'm Dr. Darnell. Oh, I said. I felt momentarily awkward and weirded out both. I'm sorry to reschedule on you. It's fine, he said. Both reschedules were for very good reasons. Outpatient surgery and this. You're here, though. I was asked to consult, he said. When you rescheduled to attend, I realized the connection to this. I thought I'd look in and see how we made out, and get our first meeting out of the way, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm not worried, I said. I'm just trying to work out a lot of things, and timing gets awkward. Absolutely, he said. He had an easygoing tone. Is that the team you're looking after? Kind of. They're not so much a team anymore, but I do want to look after them. The group was all together, talking, with Sveta being the one to look momentarily exasperated. Each one of them was glancing my way now and again, checking on me. When the door opened, they would look, waiting to see if we'd see Rain or Ashley. Understood, he said. They're catching up after a week of everyone going their own way. You don't need to justify or explain, Victoria. These things are complicated. If you want to talk about it someday, we can. If you don't want to talk, that's fine too. I'd rather they had therapists than I had one, I said. I'd like it if they had therapists too, but I didn't have the room in my schedule. When the plane is going down, it's important to put your own oxygen mask on first. If we can't address all of their issues, we can at least help you enough that you can help them, if you want. Mrs. Yamada, you know her, right? I do. We were friends. I attended her cousin's wedding with her, as a friend of hers. Weird to think about. I'd never heard mention of a cousin. She thought something really bad was going on with this group. It could be really serious. Yeah, he said. He glanced at the window, where the shattered skyline was visible in the distance. A damaged building still stood, but with a chunk missing. The girders and beams stabbed out into the gap left by the missing chunk. Black bones and a tinted yellow exterior. She seemed very worried about something. She didn't confide in me about it. I can't think of many others she would have talked to. It's on my mind, I said. The door opened. I glanced at it, checking to see if it was Rain or Ashley. It wasn't. It was a middle-aged woman with glasses. Rain Fraser, she said. People began filing in. The others made way for others to pass while looking in my direction. I won't get in your way, he said. I'll be in the back, seeing how I'll have to leave. I have an appointment with a patient in 10 minutes. It was nice to meet you, I said. Sorry for rescheduling. I work with superheroes and supervillains. Some stay up all night. Others run off to manage crises partway through most sessions. A couple of reschedules isn't a blip on my radar. You still came to find me. He shrugged. My clients rub off on me. Sometimes you can't limit yourself to chasing after or staking out and waiting. Getting out ahead of the problem, I said. If you want to put it that way, he said. I nodded. The others were waiting for me, so I ducked my head in a quick farewell and went to join them. It wasn't a courtroom, but there was a layout that echoed one. A series of tables had people behind them. A woman from the wardens that had been there when we'd pitched our response to the Fallen hit, and others I didn't know. An old man, another. Ashley was sitting in one of the chairs off to one side, and so we all joined her, filing in to sit around her. Rain sat past the divider, facing down the tribunal. He'd cut his hair. With us, Ashley looked the same. Kenzie sat beside her, her head leaning on Ashley's shoulder. What did it say when I had no idea what outcome we wanted? He wanted consequence. Whether he was found responsible or somehow allowed to go free, the resolutions felt right and wrong both. Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 2. Rain, would you please stand? Rain stood, his chair scraping. The man beside him remained seated, attention and pen on a pad of lined paper in front of him. 2 women and 3 men sat at the end of the room. It was a fairly handsome, clean-shaven 20-something-year-old man in a suit and tie who was doing the formal stuff, it seemed. The guy put more attention into his grooming and styling his longer blonde hair than anyone else at the table had put into theirs, the woman from the Wardens possibly excepted. Today we'll be addressing the case of Rain F. That's R-A-I-N, full name redacted, case number 77112, to pass our desks here at the Meadows Corona office. Rain is a minor at 17 years of age, and his middle and last names will be redacted and abbreviated respectively. Fat lot of good it would do to trim his name when it was as unique as it was. Our intention today is not to sentence, but to assess if the case is worthy of the court's attention. Spoiler, there are charges of manslaughter, so it probably is. Our secondary duty today is to decide what we'll do with the person or people in question in the time between now and when the courts can see them. Have you sought or been provided with counsel, Rain? I was provided with counsel, yes. There was a pause. The stenographer shifted her keyboard on her desk at the side of the table, and it squeaked as it moved. To summarize, Rain was one of many to submit himself to the custody of the patrol block when the independent farming settlement outside of New Haven was raided. Both heroes and villains were on the scene, with members of the patrol block supporting the heroes. Rain hesitated, then bent down to whisper to the lawyer that sat beside him. The men and women at the table at the far end of the room waited until Rain straightened and raised his hand. Yes. The response came from a man with a gruff voice, a nice suit and white facial hair and hair in need of a bit of a trim. Can I clarify something? Yes. If we're summarizing, I think it's important to note that the compound was run by the Fallen. It was a cult. Your statement will be noted, Rain, was the gruff response. Yes, sir. There were 2 women at the table. One was from the Wardens. The woman that wasn't was Hispanic, slightly overweight, and dressed a little more casually than I'd expected for a court proctor. She offered a more gentle elaboration. This office has more than 100 people from that settlement to process. To avoid bias and to be as fair as possible, we're not going to make any early conclusions about what it was or wasn't. As we address you and your situation, we'll hold to this idea, but we won't hold you to it. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. I can say things as I saw it. Exactly, she said. The second of the men went on with the formalities. On that note, to continue the summary, Rain is one of many that this office will be sorting through in the coming days and weeks. For easier processing, most are being addressed as groups, where the circumstances are similar. Rain is a unique case. Hard to deny. Rain is unique because, point 1, he has turned himself in to the authorities with respect to a case of multiple manslaughters. He expressed the intention of pleading guilty. Some of those affected are here at the office today and will provide testimony. As Rain looked over his shoulder to glance at the people in the room, I followed his gaze. There were others seated, and any number of them could have been people from the mall. Point 2. Rain admitted to the authorities that he killed a costumed villain with his own hands, known to this office as Jonathan Sater, in what Rain states was self-defense. Snag. How that particular thing was addressed would impact Ashley quite a bit. Ashley wasn't conveying much. She sat with Kenzie. Point 3. Rain admitted to the authorities that he committed, quote, More crimes than he could count, with crimes including theft, grand theft, auto theft, vandalism, and arson. Much of this occurred before the end of the last calendar era, at what the individual claims was the behest of a villainous group. He'd done stuff with the Fallen between the time he was a child and the incident at the mall. Point 4. Rain provided information and assistance during the attack on the farming settlement outside New Haven, and this information and assistance was instrumental in mitigating damage and saving lives. That was our contribution, in part. I'd spent the better part of a day trying to figure out how to word my letter to the court proctors. It had been a distraction from the surgery I'd had looming. Point 5, not unique to Rain himself, but necessary to state for the record, is the fact that he and others were under varying degrees of... How did you put it, Kimberly? We didn't write it down in the notes.
Soft mental compulsion, the woman from the Wardens said. Those affected weren't controlled like a puppet, but they were under threat, much as if there was a gun to their heads or the heads of a loved one.
Thank you. The Wardens, corroborating witnesses, and others have given us their input on this. It's a thing, this compulsion, but it's not a thing we can prove was in place.
Rain raised his hand again. Rain? The woman with the frumpier clothes asked.
I don't want her power to be a mitigating factor. I do want to make sure that woman goes to jail and stays there for a long time. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Have a seat, Rain, the woman said. Let's have a conversation.
A conversation?
He asked. He took his seat. I do think we want to talk about that, but let me start off by saying what our goal is here. When a case crosses our desk, it's our job to decide if it's worth the time of a proper court. If we say yes or no, that doesn't mean it's a for sure yes or no. Rain nodded. My personal view is to imagine 4 cases. If I put yours with them, is yours going to be the standout case? Manslaughter, murder, arson, and grand theft are serious things. I think yours might stand out.
Yes, ma'am.
You're turning yourself in. I imagine your lawyer advised you that if you kept to yourself, you might fly under the radar. It's a lot easier to recommend your case to the courts for processing if it's a plea.
He did tell me that.
Why turn yourself in? She asked.
Because,
Rain started.
Before that thing at the mall happened, I was a kid. It felt like a long, unpleasant dream. I was raised with these people. They chose what I read and what I watched for most of my life, and I was raised in compounds like the one that was attacked last week, or in small towns or cabins. Nobody really questioned. Nobody said any different. But then the mall happened, and for the first time, I had to make a choice.
Elaborate, the man with the nice hair said.
I was told to guard the door of the mall. It was left so I could open it if I had to. I knew it was a trap. I was threatened, told not to open it no matter what, but I realized that if I didn't open it, then I'd be in trouble too. I still didn't open it, even when I realized people were hurt and scared. That's not okay, and I deserve to be punished.
Were you compelled? Kimberly asked.
By Mama Mathers, you mean?
The soft compulsion, she said. Mama Mathers, yes.
She was there in the back of my head. You see visions of her if you think about her, and I thought about her and what she'd do. She was there then.
She can make people lose their minds if they don't do what she wants, Kimberly said. Someone in the back stood up.
Sit, the gruff man said, annoyed.
You can't go easy on him, a man said.
Sit. We will ask you to speak when your turn comes. If you do not take your seat and remain silent, you will be removed.
There was a pause as people got settled. There was murmuring,
and a bald man at the end of the court proctor's table banged his cup against the table a few times in lieu of a gavel. When all had nearly settled, Rain said, "I don't want you to go easy on me." "We want a full understanding of the situation," Kimberly said. "She could have made you lose your mind, yes?" "Not as much as some did back at the attack on the camp. I hadn't talked to her recently, so it wouldn't have been as strong." "Still, she could have." "Yes," Rain said. "But people died and were hurt. I see and hear them every night in my dreams. I should have made the call and opened that door." "Do you think turning yourself in will make that better?" the frumpy woman asked. "Seeing them in your dreams?" "No," Rain said. "I don't see how that matters." In the back, Dr. Darnall stood and left the room. I sat down on the rooftop as Dr. Darnall erected a blue patio umbrella. "That was quick," he remarked. "I thought it would take you a few minutes to spot it." "There aren't that many rooftops that are that easy to lounge on," I said. "A lot of them are in pretty scary shape, actually. Flying over, I see cracks and water that's been there long enough to have algae or something form." "That would explain the mosquito-like flies we've been getting," he said. "I'm glad to have you here. Is Victoria okay, or do you prefer a Cape name?" "Victoria," I said. "Victoria," he said. He reached over for a handshake, and I shook his hand. It was cool, probably from the recent work with the umbrella. "I'm Dr. Darnall. You can call me Dr. Wayne or whatever you prefer." It was hard to imagine calling him Wayne and taking him seriously. "Doctor," I said. "Very well," he replied. He worked with the umbrella for a bit, and I offered my assistance with my one good hand, pulling the fabric of the patio umbrella around one of the prongs. We each settled into chairs. The metal was cold, even though it was only September. The weather was turning. There was a gravity to the seasonal change that I couldn't remember ever experiencing back home on Bet. "Did your friends have their turns in front of the tribunal?" "No. Rain had his. Ashley will have hers soon. I'm helping her pack up her apartment tomorrow." "With one arm?" "It's for emotional support, as much as anything." "Drink?" he asked. He reached down and pulled a small cooler out from beneath his chair. "Please," I said. "Whatever you have would be great." He had an assortment of sodas, water, lemonade, and iced tea. I took the iced tea, set it down, and got the papers out of my bag. "The stuff you asked me to fill out." He took it, leaning back in his seat. It was disconcerting to deal with the silence, when I was used to one person guiding and leading the conversation, steering things and making the most out of the hour and a half or however much time was set aside. That had been back at the hospital, though, and maybe the need to fill the silence had been because I'd been something less human. He read through the paperwork and put it down on the table with the last page on top. My homework. I'd submitted the critical information back when I'd made my first appointment, which I'd had to cancel for surgery. I'd walked away with some information on therapy and what to expect, and this: questions. The page he'd left on top had been the unusual exercise in the batch. The bottom half of the page had been left empty, but for a circle with a thick, bold line. The instruction had been to draw, not write, how I was feeling, and to leave the paper and pen in arm's reach for a while before and after using the space. I'd settled on a face, drawing it like I might a sighing emoji, eyebrows slightly turned up in worry. I wasn't much of an artist. In letting it sit, though, I'd drawn around the perimeter of the face, lines circling the bold circle that framed the face. I felt self-conscious about it. Now it sat on the table, between the two of us, the page facing nobody in particular. "Anything you want to get off your chest before we start?" he asked. "Some people come to a session with something in mind." I said. I leaned back, holding my iced tea. "No, I guess not. This feels pretty different from what I've experienced in the past." "The therapy you got at the hospital?" "And what I saw of the session with the group," I said. "With Jessica." The rooftop seat gave me a view of the broken skyline and the place where Jessica might have died. It made me uneasy. Powers had taken my body from me. They'd briefly taken my heart, and they'd almost taken my mind. They'd taken my force field and strength and given it over to something else. Now they'd taken the sky, and with it, they'd taken the one person that I'd known in my life who could make things better without betraying me. Maybe that was unfair to Crystal and Gilpatrick, to give them the unfair label of people who had helped me but who didn't help in that way that I couldn't put words to. "Thinking of Jessica?" he asked. "Yeah. I don't want to dwell on it too much," I said. I put my iced tea down. "I'm here for therapy." "The therapy I provide is going to be different because I'm new to working with capes. My background is in cognitive behavioral therapy, and in the past I worked with police officers, paramedics, firemen, doctors, and other rescue personnel." "It seems pretty relevant," I said. "I think so," he said. "But powers are complicated, and you might have to talk me through some things you take for granted. If you can be patient with me, I'd like to work with you on identifying problems and goals, then addressing your patterns of thought and action to change your emotional landscape, fix the problems, and then reach the goals." "You might have a bit of an uphill battle, Doctor." "Which part?" he asked. "Thought, action, emotional landscape, problems and goals. All of the fucking above." "Do you want to try explaining it?" he asked. "A big part of what we would be doing is setting goals. A starting point in figuring out what to address or explaining yourself in totality could be starting off with where you're coming from, where you are currently, and where you're going." I started. It was hard to put things into words. Currently I'm bothered, because I feel like ambushing me at the courthouse, having me draw the image instead of writing out my feelings, leaving that image out where I can see it, and having this meeting on the rooftop, it's confrontational. "Confrontational?" he said. His eyebrows went up briefly. "Can you elaborate?" "Pushing me or testing my boundaries, trying to catch me off balance. It feels like little plays I've had to deal with for a long time. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally because you want to get past my guard, or if it's unintentional and you're doing it because you're insecure. Because I have experience dealing with people who do that." "Okay," he said. "Let's get back to that in a minute." "Fine. Where am I from? I was raised by capes to be a cape, and after finally getting powers, I lived a lifetime in 3 years. I was reborn. I rushed through my education. I made mistakes. I started working. I found someone who I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. I started losing people. I went to the funerals. I gave my dad showers because he needed the care. Then it was my turn, except worse than death. I ended up in a hospital and a care center, broken and kind of forgotten or ignored. I can't leave that hospital room or that feeling." "I've heard the general story. We will touch on that. I think I can help you if you want that help. I've dealt with a lot of people who had rooms or scenes they couldn't put behind them." I shrugged. "I don't think it's that easy. It was 2 years that I was like that. Every moment was a scene unto itself." "Understood. Just do me a favor and don't dismiss the idea of it being fixable right away." "Okay," I said. That's where you're coming from, then. A lifetime of crisis is hard enough to deal with, and you didn't have the tools to deal with it. I had some, I said, annoyed. Annoyed because he wasn't jumping to the right conclusion and because he wasn't Jessica. There couldn't be a Jessica because Jessica was gone. I was raised to be a heroine. I didn't do it all right. I cringe at who I used to be and how I used to hurt people. But I was given more tools than most people my age, I think. Okay, he said. Yeah, I'm getting sidetracked. Where am I now? I'm trying to make sure that a whole lot of people, some of Jessica's old patients foremost among them, don't end up like I did, because there's nothing I'm willing to do to undo that or unlive those years, but I can at least save other people from it. I stabbed the table a few times with my finger to punctuate the last few words. You feel what you had to deal with could have been averted, and you want to avert it for others. 1,000%, I said with emotion. 1,000% It could have been averted. By an outsider or by someone close to the situation? Both. By any of us paying more attention or communicating more, or paying more attention to powers and how powers work, or being a little bit more of an actual family. It could have been better if I'd fought better or harder and torn through some mutant dogs and gotten home sooner, if I'd dodged that one acid spittle or follow-up hit and avoided being taken out of commission, or if one less person had died. Maybe those of us who were grieving might have had clearer heads, and we could have steered things away. He gave me a sympathetic look. When he answered me, I couldn't hear him that well in the physical feeling of how agitated I was and how uncomfortable I was in my own skin. I hadn't nosedived into panic or feeling off, but I'd walked here and gotten out of breath walking. Now I couldn't get back into breathing regularly. I wasn't making sense, because he didn't have the context for all of that. I didn't want to make sense. I wanted to put him off balance, to shake him and get more of a sign than a sorry look and a kind, quiet assurance that he could put me on the right track. I wanted to gut him, not to impale him or tear his stomach out, but to make him feel a fraction of what I felt emotionally. Breathe, he said. I've become pretty... I started. I stumbled on the word. Breathe. Pretty accustomed to the breathing, thank you very much. Okay, he said. Good. Come back to here, this rooftop. Cool weather, your drink. Have a taste. I'm not here, I said. Okay? Got it, he said. Do you want to take a minute to catch your breath? What works for you? I don't, I said. I stopped. I'm fine. Do you want to carry on with that thread of conversation, or would you like to change topics? I don't see the point in carrying on, I guess, I said. I don't want to sound like I'm resistant to therapy or anything, but I'm kind of frustrated. Okay, he said. You don't see the point. Are you frustrated because you think this is insurmountable? Or is it because you don't feel heard? Both, I said. No, actually, neither. He nodded slowly. Neither, then. I think there are skills I can learn and ways I can deal better. I think this is doable. But I think the way we're going about it is wrong. Because you hear a good bit of what I'm saying, not all, and you don't understand. Fair, he said. I can't know your experience. I do think I can come to understand it. That feels like a canned answer, I said. Like the kind of thing someone says when they can't come up with a good response. Victoria, he said, I am on your side here. I know, I said. Absolutely. Okay, he asked. Yes, maybe the response was a little trite, but I don't think it's wrong. I can't know where you're coming from. From what you describe, that could be a good thing. From what you describe and from what I was told, the experience was legitimately horrifying. Sometimes when you're in a bad place, you need someone who isn't in that place to lead the way out. I drew in a breath. He held up a hand. Canned, I know. Bear with me, please. Bearing, I said. If it reassures you, I have a lot of experience helping people through trauma. I've spent 12 years with people, with heroes, who were traumatized on and off the job. I've dealt with people who were scarred head to toe, and their experiences after were not too dissimilar to what you most likely experienced in that hospital room. Others have been through what you've been through, and they found their way through it. I have confidence that I can help you do the same. I drew in a deep breath. You are not alone, he said. You've spent a lot of time with heroes, you say, but you don't mean capes when you say hero. You're new to helping caped heroes, you said. Yes, he responded. I get it. You came from a background that celebrates capes. That puts a lot of importance on costumed heroics. You value that, and it matters that I admitted that I'm not that experienced. I celebrated capes, yeah, but you know my aura is all about awe and fear, right? I put my awe of capes behind me a good while ago, I said. So that background, it's not that I'm elitist, it's that I'm worried. I'm worried you don't understand because the normal rules do not apply. Every cape you deal with is alone and unique. They have their own rules and neuroses. They have their unique personal powers and challenges. Everyone's unique, Victoria. I don't think that's exclusive to capes. We can look to common ground. I shook my head. I was getting annoyed again. I couldn't put words to what I was trying to encapsulate for him. Something I felt Jessica Yamada got. The consequences. Capes magnify, okay? They exaggerate. The personalities, the issues, the disorders, everything gets bigger or more distorted. It's why, if you really, truly understood what I'm trying to convey, you'd hear what I said back at the courthouse, and you'd find those kids someone. Because Jessica was worried, and Jessica got it. If you understood, you wouldn't be here with me. You'd be running to get these kids some attention. There aren't resources, I'm sorry. I drew in a breath, then huffed it out, because I couldn't quite get enough oxygen. I was too agitated to be still, even to the point of keeping my lungs in a state of equilibrium. I hadn't responded, so he carried on. If you were to work with me, we'd work on outlining goals. What I would work on with you would be fundamentals. Fundamentals work because they apply whether you're a 5-year-old, a police officer, a surgeon, or a person with powers. You are human. Most of the rules still apply. Hosting this first meeting on a rooftop was a mistake, because I felt the very real impulse to just stand from my chair, put down my iced tea, and fly away. I felt other impulses too, to break the table, to try to drive some point home by scaring him through a display of power. The warrior monk wouldn't have approved of that, though. My voice was small. I don't know if I'm human. I beg your pardon? Is this a case of arguing the idea of parahuman? No, I said. My voice sounded very automatic as I found the words. When the incident happened, I was mutated, changed into a tangle of limbs, heads, torsos, pelvises, and connecting tissue. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't eat without assistance. I could barely move under my own power. That was outlined for me, he said. I can't even imagine. I had my emotions twisted around. To make me fall in love with the person who did that to me, and to experience unending heartbreak over the fact that she couldn't be with me and I couldn't be with her. She was family.
I always saw her as family. I didn't exactly leave that behind or stop seeing her that way, so it felt wrong, twisted, even as I felt it in full.
You would argue, then, that this is beyond the usual human experience.
I don't think I'm human, Doctor, because when Gold Morning happened, she put me back together. She fixed the feelings and she stripped away the excess flesh. She made me the way I had been on the day I'd been when I turned into a monster. People came and wrapped blankets around me, and I was numb from shock and trying to remember how to move again when she talked to me.
She talked to you?
She rambled. She was never good in a crisis, and me being fixed was a crisis, I guess. She told me, I scratched at my arm, then stopped myself.
There's no rush, Dr. Wayne said.
I met his eyes. She told me that when she made that body, larger than mine, the sprawling, broken, wretched thing, raw materials were harvested from stray cats, dogs, and rodents. Birds, bugs, other things. People's household pets that were left behind after Leviathan attacked. She said... I felt like I'd get caught up in a loop of ums if I let myself continue talking. I stopped to drink some of the iced tea I'd barely touched. I said, defeating the point of the pause. Just so you know, I should be careful about giving or getting transplants. There's a chance it wouldn't be compatible with humans. Understand? He didn't respond. Good. Because she didn't want to get carried away, she wanted to get me as close to normal as she could get me and stop herself there. Then she said she'd ask if I wanted more fixes, and I couldn't talk, so I shook my head no. She asked if I wanted my memories of things erased, and I couldn't let myself have that because there's nobody left in the world I trust enough to protect me from her, except me. So I told her no, and I told her never to show her face in front of me again, so I blinked away tears. I am very alone, Doctor, I said. My maybe not 100% human self is going to fight like hell to save people from that. I indicated the horizon. The portals speared and lurched up into the sky, frozen where they were. The sky on the far side a different shade. And from other horrors. I'm not going to win every fight. I would really appreciate some help to keep me in the fight, because we have a brief moment of calm, and history suggests the periods of calm before the crises get shorter and shorter. Again, there wasn't an immediate response. He fixed his gaze on the broken horizon because it meant he didn't have to make eye contact with me. I'd gutted him. It was wholly satisfying and far from being a good feeling. He'd felt something, been shaken. He was forced to reassess his perspective, and now maybe there was a chance he'd understand. These things weren't easy. They required a little baring of the naked and vulnerable soul, revealing who and what we were.
Freak! Monster!
Enough, thank you. Please.
The formalities of a courtroom were looking pretty darn sweet now that things had reached this point. Rain's accusers were noisy, and the officers in the room were fighting an uphill battle to keep the peace. They'd been given a chance to speak and make their arguments, and every one was as angry and vicious as the last. I felt uncomfortable. I was only on the periphery of it. I couldn't imagine what Rain felt, being the focus.
That should be enough, thank you. Your feelings have been made abundantly clear, and I and the other court proctors, I'm sure, agree that the pain and loss are real, profound, and very much present.
There were more noises from that part of the room.
May I speak?
Someone asked.
If you have something to add that hasn't already been stated.
I do, sir.
It was a young girl,
12 or so. She had thick, straight dark hair with severe bangs and an ankle-length dress.
"Hi, Rain," she said.
Her voice was steady, but she held a paper or a letter and it fluttered in her hands.
"Hi,"
Rain said, his voice faint.
"My name is Stacy. I was at the mall the day the Fallen attacked it, but I was not inside when the attack happened. I really do not hope that people get upset because they think I have no place to speak. 2 of my friends died that day, and I think because I saw the aftermath and how the school and the families dealt with it, my perspective is valid."
Her speaking style was stilted as she read from the page.
2 people died and 3 families were left devastated. Many of their friends were anguished to hear about what had happened. School has not felt the same.
"I'm so sorry," Rain said. The girl nodded, an intense motion that betrayed nervousness.
"I cannot imagine what it was like to come from where you did. I wrote another letter that I planned to read here or give to you, and I changed my mind while I sat here listening. I wrote this down over the last hour. I don't think you should blame yourself. You were a teenager, and teenagers don't always make the best decisions. I have a big sister, so I know."
It was an attempt at a joke as she turned to her sister in the seat beside her. Nobody really laughed, though, and the silent disapproval of the people sitting around her seemed to drive things home, because her nervousness amplified tenfold. Her mom reached over to rub at her arm and shoulder.
"I don't speak for everyone. I definitely don't. But I've hurt and cried a lot over the past year, and I'm glad you came here and you did this. Thank you. I don't expect others to, but I forgive you."
There were noises of discontent. People couldn't shout down a child, but they could make it clear they didn't agree. "Thank you," the court proctor said.
"Everly?" Rain asked. "That was your friend? With the red hair?"
"Yes, and Sarah was the other. How do you know that?"
"I see and hear them every night in my dreams," he said. "Sarah had the blonde hair then."
"Yes."
"I've memorized the faces," Rain said. "I'm so sorry."
"I don't blame you for them dying," Stacy said. "The people who set the fires were the ones to blame."
"I didn't save them."
"You were scared."
Rain had wet eyes.
"I was so stupid."
"You didn't have a chance to know better."
The noises from Rain's detractors grew louder. Things dissolved from there, with the officers trying to keep order. Stacy ducked out, her parents providing a bit of a shield. They left through the door. The man with the nice hair announced, "The court would like to take a brief recess. We'll give Stacy and her family a minute, and then we'll leave. There are refreshments out in the hall. Rain's acquaintances can stay, as they wanted to provide their testimony regarding his character in private, without giving up identifying details." The room emptied. The court personnel, minus some guards that went to the hall, Rain's lawyer, and our group remained. "This is hard," the gruff man with the white, messy hair and beard said. "We're short on heroes."
"I know,"
Rain said. He wiped at his eyes.
"I'm not much of a hero, but I'll be one in the future, given a chance."
"But you've expressed a desire to go to prison," the gruff man said.
"This kind of thing can't be something where nothing happens," Rain said. Sveta's sentiment.
"Prison isn't there solely for your absolution, Rain," the frumpy woman said.
"I know."
"You reported one attempt on your life. Do you think you'll be safer if you're in custody?"
"No," Rain said. "Probably the opposite."
"We'll do what we can. You're friends. We will have some questions for the record, but to start us off, do we have any arguments against a stay in the juvenile prison while we wait for the courts to process the young man?" "Yes,"
Kenzie said. Heads turned her way.
No, I just think it isn't right. These things rarely are,
Kimberly, the woman from the wardens, said.
Then, to get this out of the way, we note no strong arguments against a stay in our custody. The crimes are severe enough to warrant one. You have a few months of wait before the courts will even begin to address your case, but it should be quick once you reach that point. Time served will count against any sentence. There will be no remuneration if no sentence is doled out.
I understand, Rain said.
Then, when the recess concludes, we'll note the verdict and seal the paperwork. Until then, if my colleagues don't mind, I'd like to get as much information as possible from you and your group for the court record and the wardens.
I'll help however I can, Rain said.
Then, to go back to the timing of when you provided information about the Mathers, why the time provided?
I was sedated for a surgery, swapping my eyes and ears out. I started to provide information as soon as I was able. Before then, Mama Mathers was in effect.
Tell us about the timing of your interactions with her. We would welcome input from the rest of the group as well.
Rain continued, and I added my own comment. In the moment, though, I was mostly just taking in how Rain seemed to be. He sat straighter, and he spoke with more conviction. Something in him that had been bound up was free. In the face of his sentence, and an interrogation from a staff member of the wardens, Rain looked at ease for the first time I'd ever seen him. He still wasn't one to smile, but I imagined he could come close. If only we could all have a Stacy. Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 3. Chris cackled as we jerked to an abrupt stop.
Ease up, Chris,
Tristan said. Ignore him, I suggested.
Look, Tristan said, leaning forward to peer over the steering wheel. I can admit it when I'm not good at something. It's different when you have someone looking over your shoulder and acting as your laugh track.
You're doing fine, Kenzie said. Compliments are a supply and demand thing, Chris said. If you give them out for nothing, they aren't worth anything.
Thanks, Chris, Tristan said, sarcastic.
Traffic started moving again. He started the van moving again, then made another abrupt stop. My head smacked back against the headrest. How do you not know how to drive? Chris asked.
I know how to drive, Chris. I got my license before the raid on the Fallen, in case we needed to drive a bus or something. I needed something to do when I wasn't at the hideout.
I can imagine how that would have gone. Not to worry, fellow heroes. I learned how to drive just in case this happened. Then you drive us straight into a ditch.
I can drive straight, Chris, in case you haven't noticed.
I did notice, but it was easier to word it that way than to try to describe what you're doing now with the stop, start thing.
Traffic is stop, start.
Traffic is stop, coast, and start. I was thinking you were wearing the boots from your costume because your foot is so heavy.
He's new, Chris. Ease up, I said.
Okay, Chris said, before immediately betraying his word by saying, Isn't it a rule that every self-respecting teenager has to be in line to get their license the moment the DMV opens on their 16th birthday?
The DMV wasn't open the day I turned 16, Tristan said, on account of the world having ended the year before.
Excuses, Chris said.
I didn't get my license when I turned 16, Sveta said. But I don't have hands, feet, or a definitive birthday.
Excuses, Chris said again. I offered my own input. I can fly, so it was never a priority. I can drive, I had my license, but the only practice I really got in the last 4 or 5 years was driving the patrol buses from parking space to parking space so we could shovel the whole lot. Tristan is a better driver than I am. Why are you guys so lame? Chris groaned. Not being able to drive sucks, and I've got to wait 3 years.
The road was fairly busy. The timing of our trip meant we were traveling down the main east-west highway that ran through the city, and it seemed like a lot of the farming settlements were transporting stock out to the east, traveling in the direction of the Brockton Bay and Boston areas of the sprawl. That procession was compounded by the stream of construction vehicles heading toward the city center. In the van, we had Tristan in the driver's seat, me in the passenger seat, and Kenzie wedged between Sveta and Chris in the back. Tristan stopped again, but there was more than enough clearance between himself and the car ahead of him, and the stop was premature. A car behind us honked, long and loud.
"Why did you stop just now?" Chris asked.
"I saw a movement out of the corner of my eye."
"There wasn't any movement," I said. Tristan crept forward until he could stop at a more reasonable distance behind the car ahead of us.
"I know that now. It was a shadow. I'm in battle mentality, I think. I've spent years as a cape, and I've only been behind the wheel for a few hours now. I'm stressed, and my brain is going for what it knows."
"That might make sense," I said, "but that doesn't mean you shouldn't work on fixing it."
I know. I can get past this," he said.
He was frowning, staring at the road, even though the van wasn't moving.
"If I'm reactive and defensive, I need to make that work with something that's either stop or go."
"It's a pretty crummy battle mode if you're reacting to things that aren't there," Chris said.
"Hey, Kenzie," Tristan said. "Do me a favor?"
"Anytime."
"Get him. Shut him up by any means necessary."
Chris was directly behind me, so I couldn't see anything more than the periodic glimpse of a flailing limb I got in the window's reflection. Tristan continued driving, a little more confident now that he wasn't being heckled and cackled at. He seemed oblivious to Chris's noises and curses of protest. No, not oblivious. He smiled wide without looking back as Chris protested with, "No tinker tech!" Outside the van, the city was in a weird place. There were a lot of businesses with signs left dark, and a lot of people out on the sidewalks and stairs. People weren't going to work, or they couldn't. Something was simmering. I could understand it. The sky had been taken from us. There might have been an undercurrent of hope, the idea that if we tried hard enough and waited long enough, we could do things right this time. Every last person had lost someone or something they cared about. We'd all had to work hard to get through the first winter and contribute. There had been an implicit hope, I imagined, that if we made those sacrifices and threw ourselves at the problem, we'd be rewarded with a city that had learned from the mistakes of the past. We'd experienced a paralysis in terms of leadership and even the name we gave the city, and the conflicting desires from the various groups who had very different ideas of what that perfection looked like might have played a role. That hope had been leveled. There wasn't a point in the city where one of the portals wasn't visible at the horizon. There were several points in the city where the portals loomed overhead, dense areas where the main infrastructure of the city had been positioned close to the portals. "Tristan," Sveta said, "there's something I wanted to bring up, but it's awkward too, and I don't know if it's going to be any easier to fit things in when we get to Ashley's."
"Oh, geez. You've got to drop this on me today?" Tristan groaned.
"Sorry."
"My friend goes to jail. We're anticipating another friend doing the same, and I have to drive through this mess, and now you're bracing me for something."
"Sorry. It's not a huge thing, but I thought you'd want to know."
"Is it the sort of thing where I'm wearing my pants backwards and nobody's had the courage to tell me, or—"
Kenzie snorted.
"Help," Chris eked out the word. "Yeah, yuck, Kens," Tristan said. "Or is it bad news, Sveta?"
"It's bad news, I guess."
"Great."
"I know you have issues with Moonsong.
The Shepherds lost some members, and she impressed people enough that she's getting promoted.
Tristan didn't immediately reply.
Sorry again. I thought you should know before you ran into them,
Sveta said. A promotion. She wasn't my favorite person, but I always respected her talent. Reach, we had a lot of good capes. It doesn't surprise me.
What kind of promotion, do you know? I asked Sveta.
I could see her over my shoulder.
To a specific function, like team liaison or a captain of a sub-team? Second in command of their first team, which Weld said puts her third in command overall somehow.
Damn it, Tristan muttered.
That's because the Shepherds folded into the Attendant, bringing their name and logo, I said. The people who worked together stayed together as they merged, making them two teams under one name. If something happens to the leader of their A team, the leader of the B team takes over the leadership of the whole group. I know Weld is busy, Sveta said. I barely saw him before, but now I only see him for an hour a day sometimes. Maybe Moonsong will be too busy to pay attention to you.
I don't know, Tristan said. Damn it. Thank you for telling me. That really does help.
Are you sure?
Sveta asked. Yeah. I've got to figure out what I'm doing. Now I know to stay a solid distance away from them.
I hope I'm not prying, I said. You never really told me what happened.
I lost it, Tristan said, his eyes fixed on the road even though traffic crawled. I'm not trying to deflect blame or anything, but I was dealing with the C-70 bullcrap, 3.4 GPA, kicking ass as a hero on a kick-ass team, made friends and hung out with those friends. I did it while living half a life, and something gave.
That happens, I said, trying to sound neutral.
It happens, yeah. I got desperate and I stopped thinking straight. I did some impulsive stuff, dug myself into a hole, and then kept digging. I look back and I don't even recognize the person I became.
We all deal with that to some degree, I said. It comes with powers.
Yeah. Dug myself into a hole and kept digging down, and the power situation didn't help. I've always been good at what I do. Sometimes it takes time to learn, but if I have the chance to practice, I'll practice like hell, and I'll be kicking ass in no time. It's why I'm grinding my teeth over the driving. Nobody's around to teach me, and I don't have a car I can use to practice. I'm really worried I'm going to break Kenzie's parents' van here.
It's okay, Kenzie said. It's not a big deal. The van was kind of a present to me to help move my tinker stuff around. I really appreciate you taking us.
It's your family's van, Tristan said. You're the one that's being a big help.
What about your parents? They can't help with the driving? Kenzie asked.
It goes back to what happened with Reach. I tried to do it all, and when I couldn't do it anymore, I let something slip. I became a villain and didn't even realize it. I got arrested. I lost most of my friends from back then, my team, my academic record, and I lost my family. My dad doesn't want to do dad things with me. My mom is really careful around me, like it's all forced. They don't call me, it's always me calling them.
You go to church with them, Sveta said.
It's bittersweet, Tristan said. They're almost normal when we're at the church, but I think it's because they think I need redemption.
Rain and Ashley are looking for their redemption by turning themselves in, I said. Would you do the same thing, or am I missing something?
Rain is, Tristan said. You're right on that one. Ashley?
He made a creaky sound, moving his hand. Not redemption? I asked.
I don't think that's so on the nose for her. I could be...
Traffic was moving, and Tristan was going a decent speed, and this time, as something moved across the road, it was real and not a phantom shadow. Tristan hit the brakes, and I could immediately tell it wasn't going to be enough. I flew, rising up in my seat, and activated my defenses for a moment, pushing back against my seat. I could hear the metal where it attached to the rest of the car protesting, and the entire van lurched.
A sharp sound to my right marked the wretch whacking at the door. We stopped with a few inches to spare. A group of people were running across the road. Many had masks on, of the mundane sort.
"Thanks, Vic," Tristan said. "Good move."
I checked the coast was clear, opened my car door, and flew out, closing it below me before giving chase. With a higher vantage point, I could see the line of traffic stretching out down the road, avoiding the area where a portal's expansion cut through the highway, forcing a detour onto smaller streets. I could see the stores and the people clustered around broken windows. Cause and effect. People couldn't get around, which meant they couldn't get to work easily, and they couldn't go to stores to make their purchases. Power, water, and the delivery of other resources had been interrupted in places. Stores, restaurants, and services closed or reduced their hours because they lacked employees, customers, and resources. More people were dicking around with no or temporarily interrupted employment, frustrated at the backslide in progress and the overall hopelessness of things. People wanted what they were owed, maybe. Or they wanted to feel like they were making some headway in things when it felt so hard to obtain. They saw the unmanned stores, and they noted the lack of proper law enforcement. Looters. These weren't the first I'd seen, and they weren't the only symptom of the city's current ails. Will these unpowered people look back and think they can't recognize who they were? Or is it easier to justify and massage past events and past wrongs committed if you don't have powers to punctuate, exaggerate, and highlight it? I didn't have my costume, and I still had my jacket threaded through the triangle of upper arm, forearm, and sling strap, so it rested across my forearm. Their getaway vehicle was on the other side of the highway, and there was less traffic going toward the city center. They'd drive off and disappear into the side roads somewhere. The ones at the front of the pack were loading up the trucks with bags of stuff on the road just beyond the highway. The middle of the pack was already over the concrete barrier that separated the westbound traffic from the eastbound, and the stragglers were just behind them, hesitating because traffic was incoming. I intercepted the people who were climbing into the first of the trucks. I used my aura to spook the first guy and to try to get his grip to ease up where he was holding onto the door and the side grip at the chair back. He twisted around, hands up to defend himself, and I simply tugged him back, letting him fall to the ground. No strength needed. I used my toe to nudge the keys from his grip to the ground, and he didn't fight me. Then I stomped on them, force field up, with enough force to drive the metal into the concrete. I pointed at him and I ordered him, "Stay." He nodded. I believed him. Marching toward the other truck, where people were rushing to load electronics into the back, I spotted orange lights at the base of the truck. No need to bother then. I ignored them, walking casually, and the fact I ignored them seemed to throw them off. I chose the largest group that had assembled off to the side, 6 individuals altogether. I let my aura burn, and I watched the effect it had on them. My eyes searched for weapons and saw none. This wasn't a planned thing, a raid or a rush. It was impulse. I could even imagine it was desperation, like how people stole for a loaf of bread. The difference was that this wasn't to fulfill such a basic need. Probably, anyhow. The cold season was sneaking up on us, and they might have felt they weren't ready. Maybe this was born of that. Except I felt they'd probably be more organized if they were thinking that far ahead. There were bags of what looked like clothes, and they weren't winter clothes. Not needs in the sense that those clothes would help survive the winter. "Bad luck, guys," I said. "You pulled this just as my friends and I happened to pass by. Let's make this easy. Surrender." A woman hucked a brick-sized package of batteries at my head. My force field caught it, knocking it aside. Heads turned to look at her. I could remember the movie scenes where the mob of criminals went after the cape or hero, shot,
saw they were invincible, and then kept shooting despite the futility of it. I was suspicious the PRT had used leverage over the media to encourage those scenes, with the follow-up of the mob getting taken to pieces. A way of affecting the public's approach to capes and the willingness to go all out.
"Oh, I am really, really sorry," she said.
There it was. "Get on the ground," I said. "Hands on your heads." Some started to obey, the woman foremost among them. A group of others at the periphery and around the first truck dropped their stuff and bolted. They all ran as a group at first, and then, as I took off and one saw me on the approach, the idea went out. They scattered. The car door behind me slammed. The driver had climbed into the second truck, and others were piling into the back with the stolen merchandise. The truck peeled out, making it about half a foot before the spike of stone that Tristan had made popped the tires. "Stay," I told the ones who were already on the ground or partway there. "The way things are now, if you cooperate and own up, you'll get off with a slap on the wrist, okay?" I saw a few nods. I went after the ones who were running. I started at the far left. No force field, no super strength. I flew to catch up, and I caught the first one mid-run. Because I could maneuver in the air at the same time I caught up, it was relatively trivial to get in a position to stick my leg between his knees and trip him. I left him behind, relatively sure I could catch a second one before he picked himself up and got far enough away. The second went roughly the same way. The third one I caught up to had a knife that was made for the kitchen, not for fighting. She disarmed herself, swiping at my force field, and promptly surrendered. By the time I checked on the first and caught him limping away, Sveta had rounded up the others, including the second and third I'd stopped. She was fast, she had reach, and she was mobile. This was very much her thing. She hadn't left any marks more serious than a palm with road rash. We herded the ones who had bolted in the direction of the disabled getaway vehicles. The ones I'd told to stay had stayed. The van had pulled off the highway, and Looksee was standing on the top, watching over things. She'd have projected her costume. Capricorn had his costume on with no armor but the helmet, and was standing guard by the store with the broken windows. I flew closer to them to get a status update, and as I passed the van, I could see Chris still in the back seat, gagged and ensnared by Looksee's eye hook, the prehensile tendril with the camera and claw at the end.
"Lucky that we happened to be passing by,"
Looksee said. I smiled. I didn't have the heart to tell her. This kind of low-level descent was happening all over the megalopolis. I could see it whenever I flew over. When I'd told Ashley that we intended to arrive at 2:30, I'd plotted for a detour like this, because it was next to inevitable. It would get worse. The shock was wearing off. An armed patrol soldier greeted us at the door. He was a face I'd seen from the Stratford Patrol, not far from Bridgeport. "We sent our information ahead," I said. "You did? You're the girl from the community center thing, right?" "Yeah," I confirmed. "Okay." It wasn't a smiling, accepting okay. "She's inside. Be good." Sveta raised her eyebrows at me the moment we were past the guard and inside the apartment. Some things were already set aside, lining one side of the hallway, making the fit through fairly tight. Sveta had once described the apartment as being an unusual mix. I could see it in place now. Cardboard boxes and plastic totes in places, and then furniture in other places that definitely hadn't come from a box store. The table by the kitchen door was wrought iron with curled-up feet, meeting and melding at knee height and then separating out to grip the edges of dark-tinted glass top. There were some bills on top, unopened. A mirror with a wrought iron frame loomed ominously above the table. I really hoped the mirror was fastened securely,
because it had to weigh 50 pounds with all the iron curls and thorns, and the tinted glass below it would not survive the impact. The kitchen had a similar theme, but the appliances were red, and the clear glass electric kettle, table, and stool were glass with a red tint. There wasn't much wall space, and narrow scroll-like strips of cloth ran down the available spaces between cabinets. Calligraphy-like strokes of red paint suggested a male's head, broad shoulders and buttocks, and the woman standing in profile. A flick of the brush suggested the nipple for the woman, and a knot-like flourish indicated that which was visible between his legs. The electric kettle was on, burbling. The dining room was the most conventional of the rooms, with dark, stately furniture, a rug, and an ornate, gold-painted picture frame behind the head of the table. A massive brown horse, with the whites of its eyes showing, had its teeth around a man's head, while its hoof held the man's body down. It was part way through tearing the man's head off, ribbons of gory flesh still connecting the head and neck, and the man's fingers were slipping from the horse's reins. It was such an odd thing to see that I paused mid-stride to confirm it wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. Had she found it or commissioned it? If it was the former, who painted that kind of work and put it out into the world? If it was the latter, why that specifically? I glanced at the candlesticks without candles, and an empty picture frame on the wall behind the length of the dining table, just as ornate as the horse one. There were boxes in the corner, too. The apartment was narrow, and it looked like sets of stairs allowed what I assumed were the bathroom and bedroom to be right above the living room. The living room had a reclining couch and a series of chairs, none of which matched, but all of which seemed to follow a theme. There were bookcases along the wall, all of the same make, with a unique design element that really came into its own with the bookcase closest to the window. Starting with the middle of the 5 bookshelves, getting progressively more intense, the wood had been burned, and clear resin had been molded in a shape to emulate the unburned bookshelves. Flakes of something red and metallic had been set into the burned parts of the wood, so they caught the light from the window and made it look like the wood was still hot from recent fire. Ashley was perched in a narrow chair with long legs and a high seat, hands clasped together. Jester was there too, reclining on the couch. A large black and white picture of a lithe, bare-chested or naked man was on the wall above Jester, the head and lower body out of frame, his arms twisted up behind his back in a tortured position, with ribbons loosely binding them. "Hi, Ashley," I said. Others offered their greetings. "Hi, Jester." Jester smiled. "Why'd you come?" "The others either didn't want to or didn't care, and I wanted to. I still probably owe you something from when you carried the slack back at work." "Nothing's owed," I said. He just shrugged in response. "This place really came along since my last visit," Sveta said. "I would hope so," Ashley said. "It's been a little while." "It's a shame to pack it up," Kenzie said. She hopped into a chair. "Yes," Ashley said. "Yes, it is." "I love the bookshelves, especially the one at the end," I said. Ashley smiled. "I do too." "There were 3 the last time I came," Sveta said. "The one at the end had to have taken the longest to put together." "It did," Ashley said. "It came out well. I'm pleased." "I'd be worried about the resin refracting light at the wrong angle and starting a fire," Chris said. "You're just dead set on being a stick in the mud today, aren't you?" Tristan asked. "It's fine," Ashley said. "I was warned about that, and I was careful." "If we're admiring decor, I like this ribbon dancer dude," Tristan said, indicating the picture above the couch. Chris snorted. "I wish I had the artistic sense to figure out what it's saying," Tristan added. "If you have theories, keep them to yourself," Ashley said. "I'd hate to have it ruined."
Lips sealed,
Sveta said.
We got in a fight on the way here, Kenzie said. I barely got to do anything. There were looters, and they raided a store, so I got most of their pictures before they could run, so I could track them down later if I had to. Then I did a sweep of the crowd to see if any looters were trying to hide among the bystanders, but I didn't find anything. That's too bad. It would have been a nice little victory. I wish I knew if it didn't find anything because there wasn't anything, or if it was because it didn't work. You'll figure it out. You're clever, Ashley said. How are you doing, Ashley? Sveta asked. Is there anything we can do? I've committed a cardinal sin, Ashley said. I asked you to help me move, and I don't have things packed. I put most of my books away and some of my clothes, but... She moved her hand in her lap. Her fingers moved slowly, and they seemed to hit a limit where they wouldn't go completely straight. Have you had that looked at? I asked. Rain did. He did what he could to fix things, but my usual tinker is gone. If these hands fail, then I won't have hands unless they allow me to meet with Rain again, Ashley said. I haven't been able to pack, as I said, and I'm being a poor hostess, because I have food but can't serve it. I can grab it, Jester said. The water for tea should be boiled. Pour it in the pot and bring it straight down. There's a shutter by the stove. Inside you'll find nuts, chocolate, and cookies. The serving tray and sugar bowl are above the shutter. There are cold drinks in the door of the fridge for those who don't want tea, and a little pitcher of milk. That sounds like a lot, Tristan said. I'll come with. I normally allow myself one treat a day, with the same for any guests. I don't have many, Ashley said. But we should treat ourselves. Are you okay? Sveta asked again. In the heat of everything last week, I said some harsh things. I feel guilty now that we're here. If I'd refused, or if I had tried to get away with it, you would have resented me for it. Most of you would have. You were right, Ashley said. Don't feel guilty. If you changed your mind, I'd have your back, Kenzie said. Chris swatted her over the head. No, bad. Kenzie stuck her elbow out toward his middle, digging it into softer flesh. He grunted. What would be the point, Kenzie? Ashley asked. She brought her hand up to her hair to tuck it behind her ear. It looked harder than it should have been, with her fingers not cooperating. What would motivate me to stay? I like some of you. I wouldn't be able to stay with you. I like my place. I'd have to leave it behind and run. If the tables were turned and I had to choose between going to jail or staying, getting in trouble, and spending 10% of the time I do with you guys, I'd stay, Kenzie said. I know, Ashley said. That's who you are. I think there's a better chance that you guys can stay in some form of communication if she sticks to the rules than if she runs and periodically makes contact, I told Kenzie. We can ask them to make sure something's allowed. Kenzie smiled a little. I will make it up to you someday, Ashley said. I promise that. Okay, Kenzie said. She offered more of a smile. Ashley dropped her eyes to her hands, flexing her fingers. You're going to miss out on a lot, Chris said. Shit is slowly and steadily going down, and after this stuff with the portal, it's pretty clear the major players are starting to act. We still don't know who did it. The birdcage was emptied for Gold Morning, Ashley said. If something serious happens, I hope they'll release us. I could join you then, even prove myself. You might not go to prison, you know, Kenzie said. I felt so sorry for that kid. She didn't deserve this. They gave me a short leash, given my history and the people I'm connected to, and they told me what to expect, Ashley said. Jasper and Tristan appeared, each carrying a tray. The chocolate looked like shards of dark chocolate with chunks of salt embedded in it. The cookies were wafers partially dipped in more dark chocolate. We're going to end up eating and not doing any packing, Tristan remarked. You don't need to worry about the furniture. If the girls could look after my clothes, and if you could put away my books and pictures, that would be enough for today. I'll help where I can. You sure?
Tristan asked.
Ashley said the van would be enough,
Kenzie said.
I did.
The tea was doled out to those who were drinking tea. Others poured their drinks. There weren't enough chairs for everyone present, so I sat on the ground around the crates that were gathered together to act as an impromptu coffee table. Ashley, Tristan said, I talked to Rain about this. It might be worth talking to you. Do you have a plan of action if anyone comes after you?
You were thinking Love Lost might go for Rain where he is, Ashley said. And the past allies of Beast of Burden might come for me.
It's not out of the question.
I won't be alone, Ashley said. I have friends waiting for me.
Still,
she replied.
Okay. As people finished their drinks or got restless, they stepped away to start investigating what needed to be put away. I licked chocolate from my fingers and cleaned them off with a damp napkin. Ashley stood, stretching as she walked to the window. The unnamed patrol member who stood at the top of the stairwell cleared his throat loudly.
I'm not doing anything, Ashley said.
Away from the window, he said. You're on paper as a low-rated mover.
Harry, Jester said, I think we're okay.
Away from the window, Harry said.
I tensed, seeing Ashley bristle, standing a little taller, her pupils disappearing. I thought about intervening, and I had no idea how I was supposed to go about it. Maybe getting Harry to safety. Ashley stepped away from the window. I'm going to have to get used to this, I think. It's going to be hard. You promised me there'd be a someday we'd meet again, Kenzie said, and you've already broken one promise. I know, Ashley said. I'd been told to do the clothes, but it felt weird to go through Ashley's bedroom and things without her there, so I started on the bookshelf. The team wasn't technically a team anymore, but we couldn't break away clean. The moment Ashley was on her own, retreating to the stairs to look down at the rest of us, it was Chris who went straight to her. The two of them walked into the dining room. Ashley rubbed at her arm as the two of them talked, and the patrol officer stood a ways back, watching them closely. That was interesting. Were there commonalities in the physical breakdown? I noticed Kenzie was off on her own, fidgeting, and made a concerted effort to rope her into helping me. I made it something of a game, filling the box as quickly as I could with one hand while being kind to the books, with Kenzie holding the box and then taking turns as she pulled books off the lower shelves. Victoria, Ashley said, can we talk? The moment Ashley had been free, Chris had gone to her. The moment she was free, she chose me? I was caught off guard, but I nodded. She led me up to her bedroom. There were pictures by the wall that hadn't yet been hung up, judging by the lack of marks on the walls. The bed was a 4-poster with black silk cloth. Who are you keeping an eye on? She asked. Everyone, I said. I'm making plans to check on members of the team. Don't neglect Sveta, Ashley said. Her teams are her families. She's not so different from Kenzie. The only people who stuck by her are the same kinds of people who get caught up in helping other people. It's a very lonely thing when you're not anybody's first priority. There's Weld, I said. Make sure he remembers then. These feel like the final instructions of someone who expects to die soon, I said. Do I need to worry? Do we need to worry? If death comes for me, I'll shred him with my power, Ashley said. I beat him once, and I hardly expect to kneel before him now. You're sure? She shrugged. Death doesn't worry me. Destruction does. Destruction of? Of me, she said. I glanced around the room, then indicated the wardrobe. She nodded. I began packing up the clothes as best as I could, when I couldn't fold very effectively. She didn't seem to mind. Destruction of you? How is that different from death? Before you all came, I nearly destroyed those bookcases and the artwork. I almost destroyed that man, Harry, from the patrol. I could have shredded him, and it would have been easy."
She said it so casually. "The girl from the train, Presley, she looks up to you in a way, I think. She thinks you're awesome."
"I am awe-inspiring in my own right. It's not a surprise, Victoria. I don't need a gimmick to do it."
"Hey," I said. She smiled. "All right, but does that not give you a reason to hold back from those impulses? For this girl who really wants to know how to get her hair as white as you have yours because she wants to emulate you? For Kenzie?"
"It's hard to explain. Today, I knew you were all coming, and your friend Jester was there, talking to me about nothing. I don't know what the reasons for holding myself back will be next time, or if I'll look for reasons and find nothing there."
I nodded. I focused on folding a dress. She went on.
"I've been told a sentence is inevitable. I'll be confined, and people will bark orders at me and expect me to comply. I'll be destroyed, or I'll come through it with a better idea of what I need to do to manage it."
"You made a promise to Kenzie," I said. "You can't betray that. Don't give yourself any other choice except to manage it."
"You look after her in the meantime, then?" she asked.
I nodded.
"Then that leaves only 3 more things," she said.
3 things?
"The clothes. Pack them up, please, but keep anything you like."
The clothes were black, and more black. More to the point, she was a different build than I was, almost narrow, while I considered myself more of an athletic slim. There might be issues with fit. "Thank you," I said.
"The 2 other things, I could offer it as a trade."
"A trade of what?"
"I'm stealing Rain's thunder, maybe, but a haircut?"
"I'm working with one hand. I can use the other some, but how much of a haircut?"
"The haircut we thought would work for Swan Song,"
Ashley said. I paused. I think I could manage something.
"In exchange, take my keys. Take over the rent for the apartment."
My eyebrows went up.
"You're staying with your cousin, you said. If you haven't found a place, then stay here instead. Keep the things you like and store the things you don't."
"You planned this."
"I never had a place, Victoria. My life is vague dreams and clear destruction. Again and again, life tells me I can't do this, I can't do that. It goes wrong, or I can't think of it as being right. And I'm not talking about right as good. The thoughts loop through my head that nobody can be trusted, everyone is out to get me, and dying is a really good reality check. I'm trying to take that to heart. I was trying."
"What happened? There were so many moments that seemed so cool. The photo on the train, Swan Song, seeing how you were in the sparring."
"All punctuated by fits of peak madness. It's not something that goes away or gets better."
Those words were uncomfortable. There were already some parallels. The idea that there could never be a fix to this side of me that I couldn't control. She continued.
"Some things are starting to make sense about the group members, my memories, and how this all works, and I can't even figure those things out because getting to tomorrow is already so hard. It's been hard for too many days."
"It doesn't get easier when you're in prison. I'm not saying you shouldn't go, but—"
"When I make a mistake now, I kill beast of burden. If they incarcerate me, I can let myself be someone else's concern. I think I know what it's going to be like, and I'm ready for it."
I nodded. I struggled to voice a response because I was pretty sure she was wrong. She was trying to build a new self like someone built a house of cards. It was a precarious thing, and if she slipped up once, destruction of the self. Something completely different from death. If she had a last chance, then this would be it. She tried to sound confident in tone, and she wasn't convincing me. It was a long, long walk along a razor's edge.
Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 4. Powers had a way of impacting the individual in general terms beyond the way the wretch affected me or Kenzie's situation affected her. In the classes I'd taken and watched about parahumans, it had been painted out in broad strokes, partially but not wholly based on PRT classifications. The generalized thinker mindset, masters and sociology, changers and identity. When one could fly, it was easy to feel disconnected. Movers in general had issues when it came to feeling or being rooted in things. Being someone who had to run, walk, drive, and navigate the city on a day-to-day basis meant being in the city. It meant being on the roads and cooperating with others, watching out for them, and paying attention. To fly was to be like the celebrity that was chauffeured everywhere. It meant not getting that daily dose of social give and take, good and bad. When I'd caught a ride to Ashley's just a day ago, I'd suggested flying while everyone else rode. I'd told myself I could do stuff to help out while waiting for them, like we'd done with our detour. In the end, though, Kenzie was probably the only person in the world who would have been so happy to sit wedged between Sveta's hard prosthetic body and Chris, and I'd sided with the option that helped me stay connected and in tune with the group. Now, I felt the disconnect as profoundly as I had since flying over a flooded Brockton Bay. I navigated the air above a gridlock, a sea of red brake lights on a gloomy morning muting the color of much of the city. I couldn't stop for every incident I saw. More disconnection, that I had to see wrongs in progress and ignore them because there were other priorities or because I needed to look after myself and things immediate to me. Once upon a time, in a land a universe away, I'd told Amy that she couldn't be Scion. I'd had to tell myself much the same in those hectic days after Dad's head injury and the devastation of my hometown. Traffic being outright stopped for 10 minutes of me flying was a bad sign. Normally I would take my time, zigzagging, looking for fire and even mundane situations where I could touch down and ask a question or two before taking off again. With this and the unrest it was causing, I wanted to get wherever the source was. People had headlights on in the fog, and it made for a stark image, with a crowd of people that had abandoned running vehicles now collecting in a mass. Some cars were pulling away, driving across fields to circumvent the situation, but they were mired, stopping because I had to fly closer to get a look. A group of people were blocking the road. Students. It reminded me of the situation we'd expected with the construction workers planning the demonstration, but it was a little more insane. The students were blocking the highway and interrupting movement across the city, and people were pissed. Capes were already on scene, guarding the narrow no-man's land between the groups. The shouting between the two groups drowned even the howling of car horns as I got closer to the scene. I chose one place where the divide was especially narrow to set down. No cape-erected barriers here to keep the peace, no master pets, no effects. The mob was held at bay by people in costume who couldn't or wouldn't use their power on civilians, and by police who were stretched too thin. Stretched thinner, I could see, because they were trying to get the student protesters to break up. Too few, and the students too stubborn. Some cars had left the road and were trying to drive around, but students were putting themselves in front of the vehicles. Some of those vehicles inched forward, students sitting or sprawling on the hoods, and others had been stopped from running through the crowd by Capes. Capes, combative already, flinched as I descended, even though I'd cut my speed to a crawl. They relaxed slightly as I raised my good hand. It was a dangerous position, because the gap between the students and the mob was only a matter of 10 or so feet. The wretch could extend out far enough that I was liable to clip one side or the other. I couldn't keep my force field up, and I was wearing nice clothes. It was hard to breathe here, between the thin line of students, roughly 3 deep, locked elbow to elbow, and the mob of over 100 people that I couldn't see around or past. I couldn't see everything of importance at the same time, and I couldn't hear because protester and irate bystanders shouted at each other with neither group showing any inclination to listen. In a lot of places, here in particular, it was only costume and uniform that kept people at bay. Fear and the threat of the unknown, just about every cape present serving as that unknown, with powers or capabilities the crowd couldn't know. Some of the ex-drivers were close enough for me to touch with my fingertips had I extended my arm fully. I stood with my body twisted, injured arm turned away from them, my arm half raised, and they backed off some, men and women studying me and figuring out if they could get past me to get what they wanted. Fog meant humidity, and humidity meant I could smell the chemicals of shampoos, mouthwashes, and soaps, the sweat and the breath of people pressed in close to one another. There was a faint warmth, even, as if they were so heated that it had become manifest. Through it all was the noise of them. I was pretty sure a megaphone was blaring, but I couldn't make out words in the chaos. Someone pushed in close to the cape nearest me, a guy with a costume I didn't recognize. That gave others the courage to join in. Every cape had been ready to act, and powers flared out. Some people stopped, and some pressed on. I was young, I was wearing nice clothes rather than a costume, and I had my arm in a sling. People weighed their options, and they pressed on, pushing in close, one grabbing my good arm. Someone else reached past me, arm brushing past my chest so they could grab the strap of my sling, which was a dickish move. I didn't flinch, using flight to stay upright. I made eye contact with the guy, someone with glasses, a mustache, and a khaki jacket, and saw the moment of hesitation. I set off my aura and drove that moment home. Both he and the other guy let go, backing off, and others reacted as well. It got the attention of people who were trying to squeeze past a cape who had his cape draping down from wrists to ground, transformed into a fence-like barrier, and past a self-duplicator with a luminescent filament webbing connecting each copy of themselves that they'd made. It bought a moment, and a moment mattered. People continued to struggle and deal, but nobody tried to grab me or press past me again. A cape sent their minion trotting between capes and road ragers. People backed off, seeing it coming, and in its wake the 5 to 10 feet of gap remained. The crowd was cowed by the failure to push through, and with that came a lowering of volume, just enough that the megaphone could be heard. A new voice. "The situation is resolving. Return to your cars or they will be rolled off the roads." Some people left right away. Others lingered. They wanted to stay for the same reason the students were here, I imagined. It was for the same reasons the construction union had wanted to act. "You okay?" someone asked me. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and narrow-waisted, with white armor that seemed to exaggerate the facts, his shoulders flaring out into sweeping points. His helmet had the same sweep worked into the top, a man's face worked into the front, hyper-realistic but for the lack of eyebrows and lashes, the eyes closed. The costume served to exaggerate proportions and joints in a way that made him look like he was put together wrong. Nice quality, though. Ornate, with an artistry that suggested a craftsman had helped to put it together. "I'm fine," I said. I brushed at my outfit. "Thank you." "Emotion powers are volatile," the cape said. "I'm well aware," I said. "You have to be careful with them in situations like that. Even if the effect is something you think you understand, it isn't always simple. 2 people can have different reactions to the same feeling." "Yes, I do know that. I assessed the moment." "She's aware, Ambrosius," I heard a woman say. Ah. I turned to look at my mother. She'd been no more than 50 feet away from me, and I hadn't even seen her. She was wearing her costume, modified since I'd last seen it. There was some shoulder decoration around the gloves, and the emblem at her chest, brass tracery decorating and elaborating on the seams and the divisions between colors. Light from car headlights flickered as it found gaps in the retreating crowd to dart through, illuminating diagonal lines and the X marks that broke up the plain white of the costume.
"She's been a cape for 3 times as long as you," Brandish said. "She's a good cape."
3 times? He asked.
"Well, not really," she said. She smiled. "It's something I tell myself, that she was a born heroine. The powers and the costume came later."
"That's your daughter, Brandish?" the filament duplicator asked.
"One of them," she replied.
The duplicator turned to the big guy in armor. "Ambro, her group helped save some of the stations from the portal fuckery." The big guy in armor turned his molded face with the closed eyes my way. There was a pause, and then he said, "Thanks."
"Yeah, I wish we could have done more," I said.
"I know that feeling," he said. He turned to Brandish. "I'm gonna go. Watch things?"
"Yeah, of course," she replied, smiling like there was a joke in there. Maybe the decade or 2 of seniority. "You look nice," Brandish said. "Not in costume?" "I've got somewhere to be," I said. "Your friend's appointment at the court?" she asked. When I raised my eyebrows, she said, "I do pay attention, Victoria." "I'm running late," I said. "She needs backup, and if this traffic thing keeps anyone, she might not have many people on her side." "Don't run," she said. She reached out to touch my arm. "Talk for a minute. We can talk about little things that don't matter if you want. I miss my daughter." I sighed. I took in the scene. A field of weeds had been turned into mud and uprooted plants by the passage of a few hundred road ragers. Behind us, students were resisting the ones who were telling them that it was time to pack up, that they'd gotten their message across and there was no reason to stay. "You're in costume," I noted. "An updated costume." "I dabble," she said. "A little while after I started working, I saw an article about the refugees and how children were getting lost in transition. It struck a chord with me. Because of what happened to your Aunt Sarah and me, and because I'd lost my own children, in a way, in transition." I shifted my stance, giving her a warning look. "I'll be good, don't fret. I haven't joined a team, but I have connections. I get out and do what I can when I'm not working, and right now I'm only working half days, 4 days a week." "What happened to the missing refugee kids?" "That's not the kind of cape work I excel at, I'm afraid. I relieve some capes and watch their neighborhoods so they can investigate it more. They give me updates and I try to keep track and collect information." "Which is what you're good at." She smiled. She touched my sling. "You got hurt?" "Power nullifier in the mix." "Of course," she replied, in conjunction with the same smile she'd given Ambrosius earlier. She seemed so much more like herself here, in costume. "You did good work, Victoria, doing what you did at Fenway Station and tipping people off about the other stations. We've been so stunned in the wake of it all that I think we're all still processing it. Still, as people come to grips with it, I've tried to let them know about the role you and your team played in controlling the damage." "Thank you," I said, quiet. "You made it out okay?" "Some of my coworkers were working late. It's part of the reason for me working half days. We'll put pieces together and find a way forward, but it's going to take a week or 2 at a minimum." I nodded. "Did you make it out okay, Victoria?" she asked. "Your team?" "More or less. We're not really a team. We're mostly going our separate ways." "You're 2 friends with the court appointments. The others are attending court, sitting together again?" "Yes, probably. Are your colleagues going to be the ones prosecuting them down the road?" I'm a lawmaker more than a prosecutor these days. But no, nobody I know directly, I'm fairly sure. That wasn't what I was driving at. For a team that's going its separate ways, you seem to be traveling in the same direction with regularity.
I raised my hand, my thumb hooking on my sling in my best folded arms posture. I gave her a frown to match.
I don't know the reasons for the group breaking up, Victoria, and I'm not going to pry, but I get the impression you want to stay together. We need heroes, and we need heroes that work together, really.
Great, the mom lecture.
Don't roll your eyes at me, Victoria.
I wasn't, I said.
You wanted to, am I right? Does the group have gravity that pulls you all together?
To some extent, I said.
Most groups naturally fall apart despite the work they put in to stay together. To some extent, your group wants to stay together despite the work it's putting in to fall apart. It's rare to have ties or bonds like that, and that's something I've missed every day for the past 4 years.
I nodded.
I can tell you that the Victoria I had a heated conversation with a few weeks ago wouldn't have held her own in that crowd just now.
It's not really progress, I said.
I've noticed it, she said. 2 steps forward and 1 step back is infinitely better than standing still. I know you, and I think you know deep down what you need to do to truly take off.
Speaking of, I said. I saw her smile change. I should go. I don't want everyone to be late for her. The motherly pep talk was nice.
I'll settle for nice. I'm working with limited information, you know.
It was nice, I said, stressing the was, and I actually meant it. It's just hard to find the words for it. Hard to articulate, really, when we walked a razor's edge. She'd towed or tested the waters. I had no idea whether it was inadvertent or not. I didn't feel like I could have another conversation with her and know it could be this inoffensive.
You are strong, brilliant, capable, and beautiful, Victoria. You know what you need and want to do. For reasons you haven't shared with me, or for reasons you have shared that I've apparently failed to understand, you're holding yourself back from that.
This is getting out of the territory of the pep talk and into the realm of criticism.
Take care of your team, Victoria. Just take care of yourself, too. You deserve it. Work to make sure it carries on being a positive thing, and don't make the mistakes I did.
My mom admitting to mistakes?
Don't let this stuff interrupt or override you and what you need to be focusing on. I can tell you that leads to disaster and regret, okay? Don't ignore what you need and want, like this team of yours, and don't lose sight of what matters, of you. Promise me that?
I raised up off the ground because I really did need to be going.
It's not a team, really. If you insist, still, take care of yourself. Prioritize yourself. Promise?
Her tone was pointed.
Sure, I promise,
I said. This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Evan Witt. Find out more at wittynotes.com. Editing by Samurai Buko. Narration by Robert Rain Ramsey. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening. by J.C. McCrae. A production by Parahuman Audio. Performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy.
Eclipse, Chapter 1. She saw her own expression in the mirror, her hair freshly cut, pupils absent and white eyes with modest amounts of mascara and shadow around them. Something in the image startled her, and the pill slipped between her stubborn fingers, falling into the sink with the running water. She watched the little pill circle precariously around the spiral of the drain, never slipping down. Years of lessons taught her to be still and not to act on reflex, that it would be futile and make things worse. Before, the wrong movement of her hands would make her power flicker to life, and then there would be no pill, no sink, no adjoining section of wall. It had been the case for so long that it had been ingrained into her, a new instinct that pressed on past death and resurrection. Now, it was pointless for different reasons. Her hands wouldn't listen to her. From one set of shackles to another, with more waiting to overlap and compound the current set. It was frustrating, and frustration was dangerous. The wrong thing threatened to push her over the edge. She could hear a song that she remembered from back in the day. Someone could say the wrong thing, or a thought could cross her mind, and her mood would careen away from her. Like a car losing its brakes while parked on a hill, it would gain momentum and either end in a crash or a collision with others. Failure, harm, or death would result. She watched the pill swirl and dance in the tumult of water, and she did what she could to keep focused. She touched base by reaching for the reassuring. She was going to be locked up, and this precarious her was going to be someone else's problem. Partially. Reassuring. She could kill everyone here if she wanted. Reassuring. She didn't want to, but it was an option of last resort. The others were going to be here. Kenzie would be here early, because she was always early. Reassuring. My hair looks good, she thought. She used the fingers of her more functional left hand to adjust it at the brow. Reassuring. It helped to center her. All of those things helped. All of those things terrified her in very different ways. It was enough that she took what scraps she could from it and turned her mind away, her eyes focusing on the little white pill that still circled the drain, defying the plunge. She wanted to see it somehow survive despite odds. She wanted to see it fall at the same time, to see if she could spot what finally doomed it. "Hey," a man said, behind her. Ashley stared at the pill, watching it circle, dipping, rising. Would it disintegrate before it fell? "Don't make me draw my weapon." Ashley turned away from the sink. The man in the patrol uniform stood in the doorway of the women's restroom, one hand on the pistol at his hip, the other at his belt, thumb reaching up to scratch at his belly. He was 25 or so. Brutish. He was big, with a combination of height, fat, and muscle that would have intimidated her if she didn't already know how little big mattered. "I can't let you have that." She had to check to see what the man was referring to. The bottle of pills with the prescription? No. The glass bottle with the wire that flipped around to lock the rubber cork in the neck. The outside had black rubber bands around it, making it easier to grip and hold. "That's a weapon if you had a mind to use it as one." Ashley was nettled. She gave the officer her best cold smile. "I'm a weapon if I wanted to be one." "Not funny." "No," Ashley replied, holding the smile. He took the hand off his weapon to point, as if he somehow believed it was more threatening. "Lose the bottle." Ashley backhanded the bottle, sending it off the edge of the sink into a plastic bucket with a toilet brush that lay beneath. It rattled violently within its new confines, threatening to tip the bucket over. "That wasn't necessary," the officer said. A woman standing in the hallway behind him said something, and he held up a finger, saying something back that Ashley didn't care to hear. I don't like people who try to throw their weight around, Ashley thought. It wasn't the wrong piece of music. the wrong phrase, and it wasn't a thought crossing her mind, but it was a similar sort of thing. It was as if an invisible hand was flipping a coin. Heads, good to go. Statement made. Tails, she would say something like what she had intended, except it would be wrong in a way that only seemed clear to her in the aftermath. There would be another invisible coin flip after that, to see if she could stop herself there. The invisible coin flipped over through the air, as her head moved, and agitation made the movement stiff, her neck and jaw tense. The pill in the sink was gone. She'd missed its descent. The pills were supposed to help with these things, with the flipping of coins, but it was only a negative thing now, altering the coin's trajectory in a bad way. She heard Kenzie out in the hallway, talking someone's ear off, and she smiled. The coin settled. The officer finished his statement to the woman who wanted into the bathroom. The tap shuddered as she forced the lever down, stopping the water. Her jaw was so tense it clicked as she worked it open into a yawn-like movement. She raised the bottle of prescription pills to her mouth and tipped it back. "Hey!" The officer at the door barked the word. She lowered the jar, turning back his way. She'd caught one pill between her lips and held it there. The remainder settled back in the bottle. "No games," he said. She shook her head. "Hurry it up!" She nodded, her tongue catching the pill. She worked saliva into her mouth and then swallowed it dry. Easier than using her hands. She replaced the cap and dropped the pills into a pocket. "I'll need a bottle of water," she said, running the back of one hand along the front of her dress. "That's fine, isn't it? I would have to be very creative to kill someone with a plastic bottle." "You're acting like you think this is funny. You can do without. Come on. Out." She made her way out of the washroom. The officer in charge of her made sure that people gave her a very wide berth, 15 feet of clearance. She clasped her hands in front of her as she walked. Back straight, she entered the hallway. Kenzie was sitting on a bench by the wall, next to the lawyer that had been assigned to Ashley. Ashley hadn't bothered to learn the man's name. The other members of the team weren't present. The conversation between the lawyer and Kenzie stopped as they saw Ashley. "Ash," Kenzie greeted her. "I still love the hair. I love the dress, too. You went with black? You didn't take Victoria up on her offer to wear something of hers?" It seems it's easier to handle moments like this when I'm my usual self." The statement could have served as a response to both the question about her dress and the statement about her hair. "You look awesome, don't worry," Kenzie said. "And I think you'll do great. I have a good feeling." She said it without a smile on her face, eyes large and wide with sincerity. Ashley reached out to put her hand on Kenzie's head. Stiff as it was, more like a doll's hand than like her own, only the fingertips and heel of her hand touched. "Hey," the officer said. He stood a distance away. "No contact." "Hey yourself," Kenzie said. "It's fine and we're fine. There's no rules and I've seen a bunch of people have their turns here and none of them had to wait anywhere." The officer frowned. "Prisoner Stillins, move. That's enough socializing, and we should wait somewhere away from any people." Ashley's lawyer started. He glanced at Ashley. "I would like a moment with my client and her character witness." The officer drew in a breath, puffing up. Big men could be so small. "Please," the lawyer said. The officer turned his back, walking to the other side of the hallway. He was probably still close enough to overhear if he had a mind to. Kenzie put her hand on Ashley's, which was still on her head. The weight and pressure of Kenzie's hand helped Ashley's to go flat. Ashley looked at the lawyer, and he broke eye contact. She didn't look away as she spoke. "Kenz, help me out with something." "Whatever you need," Kenzie said, her head moving under Ashley's hand as she looked up. "Can you get me a bottle of water from the vending machine?" "Dry mouth?" Kenzie asked, hopping up. "I'll have it later. I want something for while I'm in court." "No problem," Kenzie said, eyes lighting up. She turned to go. "Here," the lawyer said, change jingling in his pocket as he fished it out. Kenzie was already 3 paces away and had to reverse course to get the change, then reverse course again. "Get yourself a treat," the man said. Kenzie didn't turn around, but bounced mid-stride instead. Ashley took a seat on the bench. "Any questions before we go in?" her lawyer asked. "We've got 5 minutes. We can cover whatever you need." "Did she say something or give you something?" The lawyer looked shocked, and he didn't give an immediate answer. "Show me. Tell me." "I don't know." "Now, there isn't much time before she gets back." The man reached beside him, and he pulled out a tablet computer. The video was already up, having been the last thing viewed. The view was slanted, like the ones that had been projected onto the walls of their apartment headquarters. Beast of Burden, Damsel, Nailbiter, Love Lost. The scene with all the same characters at the edge of the fallen compound. When the events diverged, even though she expected them to, Beast of Burden pressing the attack, being more aggressive, the blast happening midway through an assault, she found herself doubting her own experiences first, logic and expectations settling a moment later. It didn't help that she'd been off when the event had happened. Reality was so ephemeral. Delete it. It's not the events as they happened. She said you'd say that you'd want to go to prison for some reason, but it's not in your best interests. I don't want to, she said. But I might need to, and it might be in my best interests. We'll see. Delete it, or I'm going to take that tablet from you, and then you won't have a tablet anymore. And don't let her show the copy she has on her computer. I'll delete it. Ashley let her head go back until it rested against the wall. Kenzie was audible before she was visible. She returned with Victoria walking beside her, both of the girls carrying something from the vending machine in each free hand. Victoria had dressed up more than she had for Rain's event. More care given to her hair, which was left unbraided, a top with a band of lace that covered the breasts, black pants without any side pockets, and nice boots. The same boots Victoria wore with her costume, the gold bits left off. Who would I have been if I'd never had powers? If I was born into a different situation? Would I have resembled Victoria? There was a situation with traffic. A staged event stalled all traffic across the city for a half-hour, Victoria said. The others are on their way, but they're going to have to duck in when things are already in session. Thank you for letting me know, Ashley said. She took the bottle that Kenzie offered her. I loosened the cap, Kenzie said. The door opened. Armstrong is coming, but he has other obligations he couldn't avoid. He'll show up around or after the recess partway through. The court knows. The brute in uniform approached, looking smug. Ashley clenched stiff fingers around the plastic water bottle, and plastic crackled. Ashley's hands gripped her upper arms. There were no good days anymore. There were the bad days, and there were the days she dreaded the bad days. This was a bad day. Bitch, making me look stupid in front of my friends? His fist went out. He grabbed Ashley's mother by the hair, and she quailed, hands curling up at her chest. Come on, say it again. Aren't you brave enough now that we're alone? Say it. Please, Ashley's mother said. I'm sorry. Come on, he shouted the words in Ashley's mom's ear, twisting hair in his hands. Ashley's own hands twisted around her upper arms, gripping. Okay, Ashley's mother said. We'll put Ashley to bed, okay? She doesn't need to be here. She's scared. Then we can talk, okay? We can talk about anything you want. I'll say anything you want. Anything you want, okay. Ashley's dad mocked, still so loud that Ashley winced with every utterance. It had to be worse for her mom. His mouth was almost pressed against her ear. Please, her mom said. Please, You can't even sound normal. You sit there and act like you're smart. You sat there as they laughed at me, smiling that stupid fucking constipated cow smile of yours. Her dad pushed her mom, and she fell against the bookshelf. There were more papers and folders on the shelf than books, and everything went flying into the air. Stop, Ashley said, quiet. I've got to go into work tomorrow, you know that? You know they're going to bring it up. Ashley's mother stood, swayed, then went straight to Ashley. Her dad's back was turned. She ushered Ashley toward the back door, and with the way she shielded Ashley with her body, Ashley could only feel what was coming, not see. More violence, more hits, more things knocked over in the dining room now. Ashley made a noise of the sort that little kids made. She was 13. She wasn't supposed to make that kind of sound. Shut up, her dad said, pointing at her. Don't move. You need to know this too. Respect matters. He kicked her mom. Once. Twice. Again. Over the name of a fucking book, he said. He aimed a fourth kick for the face. He didn't usually hit the face. Stop, Ashley said, without realizing she was saying it. You can be quiet, he said. He kicked again. You don't get a say until you bring something to this household. I go to work. I earn. I do most things around this house because this twit... Kick. Ashley flinched as her mom did. Is too incompetent to do any of it properly. The kicks kept coming, and Ashley felt a feeling of horror creep over her. Ashley looked, then scrambled off to the side. She reached the fireplace in the living room, where things had been scattered everywhere, and grabbed the first handle she could. It was the shovel for the ashes. She pushed it aside, heard her dad coming, and grabbed the poker, an L-shaped bit of metal with a spike on the end. She spun around, holding it up and ready. She set her jaw, trying to sound tough, and sounding anything but. Stop it! He approached, stopping just out of reach of the poker. Don't be stupid! He took a step forward, and she was reactive enough that she swung. But he'd faked her out, stopping mid-motion. She tried to swing back the other way, but it was too slow, too late. She hit him, but it didn't do anything. Then he had his hands on the poker. He tore it out of her hands. His hands gripped her by the hair. She fought, scratching, kicking, pulling away until it felt like her hair would tear free of her scalp. She did everything, and it felt like doing nothing at all. She punched, and he caught her hand, squeezing her fist inside his hand until her knees buckled. He was taller. All the people on his side of the family were. He was stronger. Ashley had nothing. He moved her head into position, and then let go of her hand to strike her across the face. She made another little kid sound as she fell against the couch, and she hated it. She hated it that she wanted to curl up into a ball and make only those sounds. She hated that it wouldn't do anything either way. He bent down and picked up the poker. She watched, trying to swallow, and find the breath to speak. First time I've had to lay a hand on you, Ash, he said, and he sounded so sad. You pissed me off scratching me like this. She clenched her teeth. She tried to stand, and she wobbled. You pissed me off! Again, with the painful shout, she dropped back to the ground. Are you going to smarten up, make this a one-time thing? He asked. Answer me. Don't go mute on me like she does. I don't know, she said. Her head hurt where he'd pulled at her hair. Her mom wasn't moving much, and seeing that hurt more. That's not an answer, Ash, he said. Come on. If I'm going to hit someone with this, is it going to be you, or is it going to be her? The poker smacked against his palm. She hadn't made things better. Come on, he shouted. She squeezed her eyes shut, and everything went cold. She opened her eyes, and they opened beyond the edges of her eyes, and they kept going. She saw emptiness, desolation, destruction, a bowl of cereal floating in milk without any milk. The cereal was shapes she couldn't wrap her head around because they seemed to go on forever. She could pull back, and she realized she was thinking on too small a scale. She was thinking like a person, and to wrap her head around this, she needed to look down on something far larger. A sphere, cracked like an egg, and cracking further, all in slow motion, with energy glowing through the cracks. Her awareness loomed above it all. As slow as it had been, the moment she realized it was a planet, time caught up, and everything moved in fast motion. The planet became dust and debris, and there was nothing left behind. She closed her eyes until they fit inside her eye sockets again. All went away, except for that energy she'd seen and felt. Ashley could almost hold it in her hands. She raised her head, and she faced him much as she had with the poker. He had the weapon now, and he approached. He said something, and she didn't hear anything at all. He shouted something, and, before she could register it, she lashed out, hand going out, the energy releasing from her arms, traveling down to her hands. The hand he'd crushed spasmed as the energy ran through every damaged part, until she thought her hand might come apart in pieces. The darkness escaped, loud and chaotic, and with the pain in her hand, some went wide, striking the fireplace. The force of it knocked her off her feet, into the table beside the couch. But enough struck him. It caught her father's lowered chest, his pelvis, his legs, the floor, the hand that held the poker and the poker. It twisted away everything that it touched, and flecks of her father were scattered across the living room and into the dining room. Bits of her dad splattered her mother. Bits splattered herself. His upper body fell. His jaw moved, but the eyes didn't. She stared over at him. She felt so cold inside. None of it seemed real. Meaty bits of her dad were flowing out of his chest cavity. Floorboards had been ripped up and splintered, and lots of the bloody bits were sloughing off into the holes. Bloody bits were sloughing off of her. She wiped at one with her hand, and something snapped across her hand, pinky to thumb. The energy slapped her across the head, loud and blinding. Hair whipped around and settled. A white lock lay across her face, and she didn't dare touch it in case it happened again. "Ashley," her mother said. "Don't look. Please. Don't look. Just come to me, okay, honey?" Ashley felt like she was going to pee herself. She had a moment where she felt horribly off balance, like she couldn't stand straight. In the following moments, she had to convince herself she was sprawled against the table by the couch. Not even standing. "I'm hurt, honey. Help me, and we'll help you." Ashley started to move. She felt tension in her arms with every movement of her hands, like rubber bands being drawn tight. She stopped. "Ashlet," her mother said. Something she'd called Ashley when Ashley had been little. With renewed effort, Ashley worked her way to a standing position. She felt the pain in the side of her face, her hand, her scalp. She moved as best as she could without moving her hands a lot, balling them up into fists. Her forearm rested against the arm of the couch. She had to navigate the long way around as she circled the hole in the floor and the pieces of Dad. She nearly slipped on a bloody smear, and the feeling of that underfoot made everything feel very real. Her knees went out under her, and she fell to the ground. Tension danced across her arms and through her arms as her hands pressed against the ground. "It's okay," her mother said. Ashley nodded, mute. She was grateful for those 2.5 words. "Come here," her mother said. "Look at you." Ashley crawled to get nearer. Her mother's face was barely recognizable, but the expression on it was very much her mom. "How special is that?" her mother said, touching Ashley's hair where it was white. "Mom," Ashley said. She sounded like a little kid again, and she didn't even care now. "Shh, Ashlet. It's okay, okay?" Her dad's mockery from earlier rang in her ears, so vivid she had to check to see that he was there. Seeing the mess was... It wasn't better than seeing him looming behind her would have been. "Shh," her mom said. "You're going to get a phone, okay? We're going to call for help." Ashley shook her head. "We're going to call me an ambulance, okay? Because I don't think I can stand up. My leg hurts. Then we're going to call the police and we're going to explain—" "No!" Ashley said. "No!" "It's okay, Ashlet. This is not your fault. We'll explain and we'll get everything figured out." "No," Ashley said, plaintive. "Cops only mean trouble. They're out to get you, Dad says." "Ashlet, Ashley, shh, it's okay," her mother said, reaching for Ashley's hands. Her mom's fingers worked their way into Ashley's palms. One of her fingers moved, and she felt the snapping. The flood of twisting nothingness came out with enough force that Ashley was flung backward. She landed in an awkward position, her hurt hand under her, and her power came out again, brushing against her body like a breeze and tearing up the floor under her. Minutes passed where she was afraid to move, afraid to look. A car passed on the road outside. Then there was silence. One breath after another, she used elbows and forearms to work her way up the part of the floor that had broken under her. She kept her back to the dining room. The only noises in the house was of broken things breaking down more, and the noises she made herself. Her room was in the back corner of the house. It felt like it wasn't really her room, everything a fake replica of things she'd owned. Carefully, slowly, and insistently, she gathered the things she'd need. Clothes for warm and cold weather, an extra set of shoes, socks, personal things. Everything went into her school bag. Here and there, darkness crackled around and through her fingers. Sometimes it danced back to her elbow. Other times it gathered in shapes in front of her fingers, inches away or arcing out to 10 feet away. Here and there, parts of her room were grazed and destroyed. It only made it feel more false. She went to the bathroom. Soap, acne cream, tampon, toothbrush, hair... Her power ripped out as her hand closed around the hairbrush. It cut into the medicine cabinet, the wall, and into part of her bedroom. It annihilated a segment of pipe that ran through the wall, and it tore into wiring. Water flowed out, and electricity flashed, and the two made for a scary combination. The electricity wasn't visibly going for long, but she wasn't sure. She wasn't sure about anything. Everything was scary. Some of the collected toiletries had fallen into the basin of the sink. She didn't dare go after it. She would find another way to get a toothbrush and soap. She went back to her room. Her bag. Favorite clothes. Essentials. As she brought the strap around her shoulder, the power flickered. The strap broke. She stared down at it, where it lay on the ground, her heart pounding. She tried again, putting the one remaining strap over her shoulder. She couldn't go out the front door. That was dangerous. People would see her. Ashley could smell smoke as she passed through the house, into the back room, past the dining room where the remains of the dining room table had been cast away, past what was left of Mom, and into the grass behind the house. She didn't dare try shoes, so she ran barefoot. The further she got from the house, the less light there was to go by. The room was dark as she opened her eyes. "How are you doing?" Jessica asked. Ashley's mouth was dry. She reached for her water bottle, initially moving her hands in a careful way, then realizing she didn't have to. She drank before answering. Jessica stood and attended to the light switch and the blinds. "Do you want more water?" Ashley nodded. Jessica took the water bottle and went to the sink in the corner of the office. Is the thirst because of what you experienced in the dream? Stress?
The medication.
Of course. It's only been a short while, so we'll give it time. Jessica returned with the bottle. Ashley drank more, then put the bottle aside. I'm out of order, Ashley answered the question from earlier. Right now, everything feels incoherent and it's hard to get it sorted in my head. Memory and present day. What came when and what's... She trailed off. She felt tired, and she didn't like feeling and acting tired in front of someone. Jessica didn't finish the sentence or prod her. She took her time, instead, to sit up, to fix her hair, and to compose her thoughts. What came when and what's mine and what isn't mine, Ashley said. This was an experiment. Some people with powers report success, some struggle with it. It's unique to the individual and the powers, and does not reflect on you. I thought it was worth a try. Ashley nodded. Jessica went on. This is not my field of expertise, and if you wanted to pursue it further, I would recommend we turn to someone else as a resource. If you weren't comfortable doing anything further, that would be wholly understandable. Disorientation doesn't sound positive. It felt more real than this room, here. Parahumans have unusual relationships with things like drugs, legitimate or otherwise, which we talked about before starting you on your regimen.
Yes.
And they also have unusual reactions to dreams and things like dreams. In this case, walking you through a near-sleep state where your mind can wander, it's possible you're tapping into the kind of thing others have experienced.
Who are these others?
I can't name names, of course, but in scientific literature, there are people with powers who don't sleep, ever, but they dream while awake, because the mind still wants to sort things out. That sorting is important. People with perception powers sometimes need to dream to refresh themselves and to get what they see separated from what their power sees. Occasionally, tinkers sometimes need to tap into dreams to get inspiration. Virtually every parahuman reports dreams that are different than what they experienced before their triggers, if they can remember their dreams at all. Dreams are often reported as clearer, more exciting, having meanings, or, commonly, having a strong emphasis on memories.
Ashley leaned back. This is something people know about?
In some circles, yes. It's hotly contested, and it isn't made easier by the pseudoscience and just how complicated and different parahumans can be.
Complicated, Ashley said. That's the kindest way I can think of phrasing it.
Jessica smiled before going on. Dreams are something the unpowered use to sort out the unconscious mind, and we believe it's a space and a tool that the powered use, sometimes, to sort out the unconscious end of powers. I personally wonder if the emphasis on life and memory are a way for people with both a parahuman and civilian identity to sort out the identity they're neglecting.
I've talked to too many imbeciles over the years. Why does the world have to end before I can find anyone who makes any sense?
If that's a compliment, then I'm flattered. I could tell you that the PRT wanted to bring you on board for a long time, and had you accepted, you might have found more discussions like this. Answers, company, things like your hands.
Your hands, Ashley thought. They weren't her hands.
I do want to point out, however, you need to be careful of that wording, bringing up the end of the world. It's only been a year, Ashley, and people are still hurting.
It's awfully hard to ignore that it happened.
People are going to try, Jessica said. And it's okay that they're trying and finding ways to deal with it, however flimsy those reasons might seem on the surface. People would lose their minds if they took it at face value.
Because they're weak.
Let's not get caught up in retreads of things we discussed our first and second sessions, Jessica said.
Ashley shrugged. Fair.
Going back to the topic of this approach, you can decide if you want to explore this, in part or in full, even choosing key things to focus on, saving it for a rainy day when you're not up for a regular session. Ashley looked at the pad of paper beside Jessica. Jessica turned it around to make it easier to read. Shorthand, but it was the scene. The house, Dad, her mother, running away. Ashley looked away. I want to keep doing it. It clarifies things, Ashley said. You do? Okay. I'll look deeper into this, do reading myself, or see if I can find someone who specializes in it. I can't make promises in either area. Please, Ashley said. The words sounded alien, uncomfortably echoing memories that were too sharp in her head. Is there anything particular you wanted to focus on moving forward? You talked about clarity. Ashley reached beneath long hair to rub at her neck. That. I also want to dig out the moments I was proud of. The successes. That's a good direction to take. Happy memories? Not happy, no. Not unhappy. When Riley put me together, she chose a time and place to go back to. She did, yes. Ashley stood, pacing. Jessica was faintly wary, sitting back for a wider view of Ashley's field of movement as Ashley moved in front of, then behind the couch. Articulate what you're thinking, Jessica said. We can outline the goals you want to set, and if it's constructive, we can pursue those goals. Not me, as I was when I died, but me when I was at my best. Too much of it's lost in the fog for something that's supposed to be my starting point. Ashley held her tongue on the rest of it. There was more to it, but if she told Jessica, then Jessica wouldn't help. Edict knocked on glass and gave a small wave to Chandra, who sat at the reception desk, nose in paperwork. Chandra smiled and waved back before mouthing words, complaining about the lack of coffee or donuts. It was her turn. Edict walked backward, tapping her wrist where her watch would normally be. She walked past men and women, aged 25 to 60. People glanced at her. Some smiled. There were some who liked to joke or poke fun, but she might have looked serious because they were quiet today. She really hoped they weren't being quiet because they knew what was happening. It was uncomfortable, being in costume in a place like this, where just about everyone else was a mundane government employee. She'd argued for toning down her costume when everything had been under revision, but the PRT had balked at just how much she'd aimed to tone it down. They'd struck an uneasy compromise, with her wearing a costume with a hooded jacket, a visor, and a top with her icon on it, a stylized exclamation point. The same icon marked the shoulders and back of her jacket. This wasn't a place that welcomed capes, but she was still here every morning. It was the routine, but none of it felt routine. Edict dropped off Shiloh at daycare, changed to her costume, then headed to the town hall with treats and coffee to share with Chandra every second day. Half the time, Licit would be around. The other half of the time, he would already be out, doing his thing so he could take more of the afternoon off. They'd get their marching orders, usually they would trade with one another to favor the kinds of jobs they preferred, and then they'd go on their separate ways. No time this morning. She walked at a brisk pace, double-checking her phone. No new replies. One-handed, she typed out a message to the neighbor's daughter. In case of trouble, the girl could pick up Shiloh on the way home from school and babysit after. In the worst-case scenario, she'd tap her aunt for an overnight babysit. She winced at the idea, and the thought of the questions that might invite. One day, her aunt would put two and two together. Licit was standing in the hallway outside the office. The city had 25,000 people and 3 capes. The PRT had a presence, but that presence could be summed up with 2 of the 3 capes in the city having the winged shield of the PRT on their sleeves, alongside their own icons, a similar icon on the glass of the door, and a lone employee in a one-desk office that worked to coordinate with them. Aaron. Licit pressed a finger to his lips as Edict drew closer. Edict drew her phone from her belt, and she texted him. Edict. What is it? The reply came back. Licit. Boston on the phone. Not too surprising. Boston had been cracking down on things. A lot of arrests. They'd anticipated a call with the request to go into the city and help with any of the tougher jobs. Aaron wasn't acting like this was that. He sounded stressed. Lisette typed more. Lisette. Shit is going down. Outsiders, itinerants, new players, old players, Blasto and Rotten, Orchid, some mastermind asshole, that militant villain group. Almost everyone. Edict's eyebrows went up over her visor. Lisette paused, frowning. He checked on Aaron, then led Edict a distance away. You checked on our local troublemaker last night? He whispered. Last thing, Edict said. I put in a suggestion. We could do another wrong address grocery delivery. Make sure she has something to eat. Get her in a better mood. She's been restless. I saw that note. Yeah, Lisette said. He paused. We gotta get her somewhere better. Armstrong was making noises about wanting to make overtures again. Seeing if she's receptive? Armstrong is way too fucking busy with Boston turning itself upside down right now. Whatever they were doing backfired hard. Shit. I really don't want to get pulled into Boston to relieve their capes. What do I do with my kid? You'll figure it out. Reason I asked about Damsel is because it'd be real nice to know where she is. She disappeared? I patrolled last night, trying to do the polyphasic sleep schedule. She wasn't at home. I couldn't find her. Shit. Who would even tell her, though? The office door opened. Aaron emerged. We're going to Boston? Lisette asked. Afraid so, Aaron said. Edict, what was the last time you saw Damsel? Last night, 9:30, 10. It's in my notes. That's the last sighting, Aaron said. Someone of her likeness was seen on a bus. It means the station wasn't paying attention. We don't know for sure. Who would tell her? Edict asked, again. I spotted Kidney Stan, Fappy, and the rest of that group not at all that far from her neighborhood, Lisette said. I grilled them, didn't get anything. Are those the meth heads or the stoner teens? Aaron asked. Lisette was all business, as he explained. He'd always been better at the Cape stuff, the mission. These are the stoners. The only meth head around here that has a fun name is scared shitless of Damsel. Kidney Stan and Fappy are the same idiot kids who thought they could hire themselves out to our local villain as henchmen. They realized they bit off a bit more than they could chew when she tried to rob a bank. You were there for that. I was, Aaron said. I was more focused on the bank and the coordination with Boston than I was on the inciting factors. We told them to steer clear because they're enablers, Edict added. They might have told her. It's looking more and more like she found out somehow, Aaron said. Edict, figure out your babysitting. The office will cover the cost, so pick someone you're comfortable with. Thank you. Lisette, you'll have a chaperone for the next bit. Sure. But get yourselves to Boston. Get in touch with the PRT team there, and keep an eye out for our local would-be warlord. Whatever she gets up to over there, it's not going to help things. Eclipse, Chapter 2. Ashley stepped off the bus, and the first thing she saw were the officers at the door. Every time she left home, they were on her. Usually they stopped her before she even got on the bus. She'd planned ahead. When her supplies ran out, she usually hit a store after hours. She'd pulled a run through a pharmacy a month ago, and on impulse, she'd grabbed some hair dye. On her last failed excursion, she'd overheard the cop giving her appearance. This time around, with the stakes being what they were, she had kept that in mind and changed up her look. Her hair was gross now, 2 days without washing, but it was a yellowy sort of blonde. Instead of her usual clothes, she wore a red sweatshirt and a pre-faded shirt with an American flag on it, faded jeans, and sneakers without socks. Sunglasses she'd grabbed from one of the racks in the drugstore were on her nose, another thing to change up her look. The creases of her pits and her eyes stung with fresh sweat, and the clothes had a chemical feel, like some brands got when fresh from the factory. The bus ride had been so uncomfortable she'd nearly lost her mind. She hadn't been able to move her hands, she couldn't sleep, and she'd been so restless she could have paced up and down the aisle 1,000 times before she got here. She'd said something out loud. A few somethings, and she couldn't even remember now, but the bus driver had told her to shut it. Now, some passengers glared at her. She smiled. If only they knew. She loved this, the game of it. She took her time waiting for people to get their bags from the compartment at the side of the bus, one of her legs jiggling. The cops were there, and they hadn't reacted to her yet. All around her were people, tourists, and people going to work. A gaggle of college twits with matching outfits were talking about school. At the end of the station, a group of teens with spray-painted scrolls on dark clothes were pushing and shoving some others. The others included kids as young as 10 or so, and the oldest looked maybe 18. The group didn't match like the ones in the spray-painted clothes did. The scuffle drew the attention of some of the police officers who were watching things. As they departed, she reached down to hook her arm around the bag, reaching over her head to let the strap slide down to her shoulder. She walked past the lone remaining cop as he stood up straighter, looking over the heads of people to see that things were going okay. In this game of hers, her against all the local law enforcement and PRT, with their annoying as shit capes that they sicked on her, she could count this as a win. 1 point for me. How long had those police been working there? How much money were they paid for that amount of time? How much coordination had gone into it? They would be frustrated, realizing that for all their vast resources, they had been trumped by a 16-year-old girl. It would ruin their days, like they had tried to ruin hers so many times. The restlessness of the bus fled her as she picked up her pace. She walked everywhere, so she was good at it. Brisk. She could have chosen another exit, but she chose the one the officers had gone to. They were busy herding the kids out of the station, directing them to different ends of the parking lot. There were more spray-painted teenagers outside, with a makeshift booth, and that booth got one of the officers' attention. Ashley took a bit of pleasure in walking past the oblivious officers. Another point for me. No, she wouldn't be greedy. Half a point. She stretched as she walked out into the parking lot. She thought about where to go and who to ask, and she flirted with the idea of trying to talk to an officer. How many points would that be to pass right under their noses? No, it didn't make sense. She was sorely tempted, but there were more wins to be had later. Bigger risks to take. Bigger dragons to slay. Not the spray-painted teens. The clothes reeked of a uniform, and conformity disgusted her. If they belonged to a group, or if they were serving a gang, then there would be people at the top who weren't so beholden to a uniform. It made them subservient, and it made them already bought and paid for. She couldn't use that. They were already packing up their table as she walked away, as if they'd been expecting to be shut down. She had a glimpse of the contents of the table. Shitty art of the city on a third of the table, and another 2/3 had shitty art of the heroes and villains of the area. She'd get her information elsewhere. The other group didn't have stuff, so they'd moved under a tree in the shade. The older ones were sitting on the backs of cars or leaning against the bumpers. The youngest were at the noses of the parked cars, picking at the grass and dirt by the concrete separator. One had an ant running up his arm. The oldest was liable to be the leader, and he looked fit. "Hey," she said, making eye contact with him. "What's up?" another asked. Skinny, Hispanic, with an earring. She could remember a rule she'd heard in school. That guy with an earring in their left ear meant they were gay. Or was it the right? It had been 3 years since she'd been in school, now that she thought about it. Grade 7 felt so long ago. Whatever. If that was his thing, that was his thing. "What was that?" she asked, her head jerking in the direction of the other group. "Shit, I don't know," the earring guy said. "Randoms have been showing up all over. This used to be a hangout spot. There's an ice cream place inside, but since they showed up and started causing trouble and trying to make money off tourists, it's different. They were locals then. And the teens with the spray-painted clothes were visitors or recruits of the newbies. Good to know. Only 2 kids allowed in the ice cream place at a time, one of the younger members in the group said. So fucking stupid. I heard something's going down, Ashley said. Has been for the last few weeks, a girl said. Her hair was plaited into a braid that ran from the center front of her hairline over her head. 2 more plaits were at the side of her head. Ashley liked the makeup. They went after the criminals, but they didn't do anything about the gangs. They went after the ones with powers. The guy with the earring added, the local gangs are running scared. New gangs are showing up. Cops are cracking down. You can't even keep track of it all, the oldest boy said. He was the one she'd first talked to, and he was answering for the first time. The first thing he said was to admit a weakness like that? She was less interested in him now. Not so useful. What places are trouble? She asked. First time in Boston? You alone? Not my first time, she said. She ignored the second question. I know neighborhoods, but not where to go or not to go. Dorchester, Mattapan, Mission Hill, the guy with the earring said. Places to stay away from. The girl standing next to him said, Deathchester, Murderpan, Mission Hill. Ashley smiled. The guy with the earring said, I hear Hyde Park is a war zone, and there's a dead stop near Boylston. You can't go there without someone starting shit. The girl said, You only hear bad things about East Boston, but only from people who think brown or black skin is a reason to be scared. I don't scare easily, Ashley said. If you're looking for a place to stay, you're going to be shit out of luck. Most places are booked, the girl said. I'll manage, she said. You don't scare easily, you'll manage, the guy with the earring said. You're tough, huh? Been on my own for 3 years now. Ran away. Fending for myself, she said, smiling. That's so sad, the girl with the braids said. The smile fell from Ashley's face, another member of the group who hadn't won her over now. I manage, Ashley said. I like the sound of Deathchester. It rubs me the right way. Huh? The oldest boy almost grunted the word. You want to go to these places? One of them, she said. She raised her foot without bending over, and reached for her shoe, being careful with how she moved her hand. Some movements were safer than others, and some minimized movement. In a similar way, she was careful with how she stowed her money. Some in every pocket, some in between her sneaker and her foot. It made it harder to destroy too much of it if her power was in a mood. She caught a bill between index and middle finger, then held it out. For the info. Buy some ice cream, I guess. Yes! One of the younger kids hooted. Earring Boy reached out. Ashley pulled her hand back at the last second. He kept his hand out. Can any of you drive? I'll give you this, and what I'd pay a cab driver. A few glanced at the oldest boy. Ed, Earring Boy said. When Ed looked at him, Earring Boy gave a little nod. Sure, Ed said. Doesn't seem smart getting in cars with boys you don't know. I'm smarter than most, Ashley said. The negative comments were annoying her now. They didn't know anything. Things were going right so far, and she didn't need people dragging her down. Which car? It's parked across the street. You pay to park here. She didn't tend to make a point of learning the names of people without powers, but there was a chance she could keep these people on. Earring Boy was Matthias, Braid Girl was C, short for Sumanna, and Ed was Ed. This was going to be the time it all came together. Ashley smiled as the door was held for her, happy she didn't have to open it. She settled in, bag at her feet, and stared out the window, studying the city. There were times she struggled, her power worked against her, and nothing went right. Those were the times she worked on surviving. She took up residence in abandoned apartments or vacant apartments that were looking for rent, and she waited out the days, keeping an ear out for the radio and an eye on the news. The overlapping sounds of each were constant from the time she woke up until the time she fell asleep, playing throughout any nap she took. The radio she'd been using for the last few months had a stiff set of knobs, and it was dangerous to try to work them and risk destroying the thing. The television was an old style that she could turn off and on with her toes, but she tended to leave it on. When she got tired of being cooped up, she went for walks, usually at night, or she raided stores for things. Then there were these times. She was in the zone. It was so rare she'd be both in the zone and have an actual opportunity. Just about every time, she was thwarted. Thwarted. It was such a good word. Heroes got in the way, something critical went wrong at the last moment, and it all went to pieces. They tried to watch her. The cops at the bus were only one instance. Each time, though, she learned. This time would be something special. Her eyes scanned the city, looking at stores, at the houses, at the bigger buildings of obscure purpose. She studied the people, who acted like nothing was happening, and she looked at the graffiti, reading it like the zigzagging letters and scrawls were the guts of a bird splayed out for augury. She'd always liked that image. The Romans had done a lot of really neat things. The documentary channel was one of the only interesting things that were on between 1 and 2 in the afternoon, and she'd seen the 3 parts of the Roman documentary 6 times each. The one about myth and the one about Caligula had been the drop-everything, skip-nothing sorts. "Ashley?" C asked, from the front seat. Ashley was stirred from her thoughts. She turned her eyes away from the window. Matthias was at the other end of the back seat, watching her. "You want to come over for dinner? My mama always makes too much, and she loves it when people like her food. It wouldn't take much convincing for me to have you over, and we're not far from Dorchester." "I'm busy tonight," Ashley said. "Sure," Z said. "I thought I'd ask." Ashley shrugged. She looked at the city, trying to strategize. Run-down buildings were good. Areas without cars. There were stores she could target, too, if she needed to raid some place at night. If she got hungry, or if she wound up with no clothes. Things disappeared so easily, when the wrong movement of her hands could destroy it all. The thought was dark, and it darkened further when she thought. No, not even thought. The idea that she could destroy the car and everyone in it in an instant passed through her mind. The idea of the oppressive family and a dinner table with a lot of food bothered her. She didn't know how to handle that sort of thing anymore. "What are you doing for food?" Matthias asked. She was annoyed at the question. Annoyed that her observation of the city was being interrupted, and annoyed that she hadn't been observing the city and that she'd been thinking about useless stuff. It was this kind of thing that dragged her down when she was in the zone. "I've got stuff to do," she said. "I don't waste time with sleep or food until I'm set." "Sure," he said. Spidery red scrawls covered surfaces on a couple of blocks with some paint on a door. A little while after, she saw a group of people that weren't wearing any red, but who were all sitting outside, trying to be intimidating. The houses in the area they passed into were more and more run down here. It reminded her of home. Not the home she'd been born into, but the home she had now. Stafford. The apartment with the radio and television, with the holes in the walls, her clothes hanging up to dry, and the little modifications she'd made to make life easier. The thoughts bothered her. She wanted to slap her cheeks, wake herself up. This was the sort of thinking that had gnawed on her on the bus. It dragged her down, and she wanted out of the car now so she could do something, haul herself up, salvage her focus, and stay in the zone. She would thrive here. She would succeed, gather allies, make and defeat enemies, and she would make a new home. She had to. Stafford would be a dim memory. "This is Dorchester," Ed said. Her focus narrowed, her eyes tracking the surroundings. Red brick buildings. Not a lot of grass. A bridge with a wooden bottom and rusty rails on the sides, only wide enough for one car to cross over. There were row houses in one area. Past the buildings to the east, she could see the water. Deathchester, he called it. Yeah, C said. It doesn't feel right dropping you off here. She had an idea, lifting her mood. I'll be fine. Come with and I'll show you. C made eye contact with Matthias. They tried to communicate without speaking, with one or two gestures. Ashley didn't care enough to follow. She looked out the window and said, "Anywhere near here is good." Ed pulled to a stop. Ashley felt tension in her hands as she pulled on the door handle, but nothing broke. She dragged her bag behind her, jerking her arm to bounce the strap to her shoulder. "Do I just go to Jack a place?" Matthias asked. "A place for now, where I can put my things. I don't need much, but running water is good. Power." There were places with boarded-up windows. A last resort. She walked down the block until she saw a sign in a window. Black, with orange letters spelling out, "For rent." There was another sign for an open house the next weekend. Good. Her pace quickened as she circled the property. The others lagged behind, talking among one another. She used her power to destroy the doorknob. "What was that?" Matthias asked. The three hadn't rounded the corner. Ashley smiled, pushing her way inside. Everything was clean, swept. There was a fridge, appliances, shitty cheap things, but they would do. She opened the fridge and found it dark and warm. She went to the tap, opening it with her wrist, and turned on the water. Running water, at least. "Changing," she said, dropping her bag and kicking it across the floor as she entered the bathroom that was adjacent to the kitchen. It skidded to a stop at the base of the toilet. She still smiled. "I'll be back." "You said you'd pay us for the ride?" C asked. Ashley leaned around the door and saw C standing with her back to the kitchen. Ashley pulled off her sweatshirt, glad her power hadn't destroyed it. She dropped it and kicked it across the floor. "In the pockets. You can come in if you want. We're both girls." C said. She picked up the sweatshirt and looked up just in time to see Ashley with her back to her, undoing her jeans. She turned around again. "How do I put it? That doesn't rule anything out." Ashley scoffed. "You've got like $40 in change in the pockets?" "The last of the pharmacy raid." "Take it all. I'll make way more than that tonight." "Oh, you have other options," C said. "I don't want other options," Ashley said. "Believe me." She pulled her gritty American flag shirt up, and her power flickered. It tore apart the shirt, the noise of it joining Z's yelp of surprise. A loss. It had been a nice shirt, and it felt wrong to destroy a depiction of the flag, but Ashley ripped the remains off her upper body. If such a time came that she had a flag of her own, she would want it to be treated with respect. Still, the damage had been done. She used her power, aiming at her own body. The shirt, still in her hand, was destroyed in the curls and waves of energy as her power buckled and kicked, hurling her arm one way and then the other. She was jerked into the sink. She didn't have much padding, so the impact was sharp. She hid the pain, which wasn't hard, because she was caught up in the moment. Her power washed over her body, destroying everything that wasn't her. Sweat, dirt, lint, dust. It washed over her face and her head, and she thought and saw white. The hair that fell across her face was no longer dyed. The hair had been preserved, and the dye hadn't. The boys had come, and Z kept them from entering or rounding the corner. The girl's eyes were wide, and she clutched the sweatshirt with both hands, and then she was gone, out the room, and around behind the door. To preserve the moment, Ashley reached for black fabric near the top of her bag. A dress. She pulled it over her head. There were other things in the bag. Twisted bits of black matter, not dissimilar to charcoal. Her power twisted, it annihilated. There was more to it, though. It made things swell and burst into nothing, and it made them wither. It decayed by making paint peel and wood fade and splinter. The passage of time. Halting time. Her mask was a twist of what had been part of an engine block. She'd used her power on it, to erase it from existence, and all her power had done was to kick it around and warp it slightly. The leftovers were rare to show up, needing a good combination of condensing of already dense material, and some time warping to make them work, but she collected them every time she spotted one. Many were so small she could close her hand around them, and now they littered the bottom of her bag. 2 more were like stakes or knives without edges. A third find had been used and twisted around her mask to actually make it fit around her eyes, instead of leaving one eyebrow uncovered. A triple loop of wire served as a belt, with the 2 spikes dangling off of Ashley's left hip. Ashley stepped out of the room, facing the 3 teenagers. She liked the looks on their faces, the realization. They looked down on her, and now they knew. "Like I said," she told them, "I manage. Now, tell me, are you interested in making more money?" Wide eyes. Ed offered a shake of his head. With wide eyes and a shaken head, Kenzie smiled. Ashley felt uncomfortable. She didn't have much experience with people, and her experiences with the kinds of people who could be around someone like her and smile like that hadn't been good ones. Kenzie looked between the members of the group. "No response. I hope I didn't overshare." She looked at Jessica. Jessica answered the look. "That's not for me to say. I'd encourage the group to share its feelings on oversharing, sharing, or how you feel about Kenzie's background. I think it's partially up to you to define whether you overshared," Sveta said. "Don't feel like you have to share if you don't want to." "Oh, if you're talking about boundaries, I don't think I have any," Kenzie said. "I'm broken. Tell me to stop when I feel like it. I'm gonna put my foot on the gas and That's my thing. It's what I'm working on." Byron and I have a similar background, actually, but kind of not. That was your life. Okay, I had one incident, and that was my trigger, Tristan said. It wasn't an easy story to hear. Kenzie nodded. "Sorry. I like to put myself out there 100%. If people like me, then they can have me." "Wording?" Chris said. He leaned back. One of his eyes was black from corner to corner, and he had a set of medieval braces on, wire and clamps. The eye patch he'd worn on his way to the session dangled from his fingers, swinging as his hand moved. He was interesting. Ashley was paying close attention to him. She'd almost marked him as the only person of interest in this group, but now she was paying attention to Kenzie. She could understand Kenzie. She already had suspicions about what was going on there. "Keep in mind, being too forward will scare people off," Sveta said. "Oh, shucks," Kenzie said. She smiled and joked. "Guess I'm gonna die alone." "Don't say that," Sveta said. "I found someone, and I never thought that would be possible." "Even the worst scumbags have someone who gravitates toward them," Ashley said. "If they have any decency, they turn those people away and stay alone." "Gee, awesome," Kenzie said. "I don't like how close that statement was to me saying how I'd found someone," Sveta said. "I didn't mean you," Ashley said, to Sveta. And to Kenzie, she said, "And I don't think you're a scumbag. I'm saying, people find people. Sometimes they shouldn't, but I don't think you shouldn't. You should find someone. A lot of someones, from what I've seen and heard." Kenzie digested that. Then she smiled and said, "Thanks, but I've done some scumbag stuff. I wasn't considerate. I hurt a lot of people along the way." Ashley nodded. "You're 11, Chris said. Hate to break it to you, but you get a pass." "Actually, no," Kenzie said. "I don't think the people who I hurt would look me in the eye or give me a hug or let me into their homes if I showed up in front of them. They don't give me any pass." "The amnesty is supposed to give everyone a pass," Tristan said. "It doesn't work that way in practice," Ashley said. She looked down at her hands. There were people being kept on short leashes, staying in places that are prisons in everything but name. "Do you want a pass, Kenzie?" Jessica asked. Do you want the past to be the past? Do you want forgiveness? A good question, Tristan said. I do, for sure. Yeah, Rain said. Yeah. Our inaugural session is winding down, Jessica said. I've talked to each of you about goals. We outlined some goals and expectations before and after you decided to try this group. It would be good to think about where you stand on that. Ashley thought of all the people she had killed. The idea of asking, begging for absolution. It bothered her. When we discuss goals, Jessica said, we think about change. What do we need or want to change? Very commonly, in my experience, it's something we raise during first sessions or something we leave as homework. Let me build on that, though. Change. Do you want to change? That's not such a hard question, Rain said. Ashley was silent. Do you want change, or do you want to change? Tristan said. Those are very different things. But, yeah, I do want to change. It's part of wanting to move past my past mistakes. My power makes me change, Chris said. Super easy question. I get it whether I want to or not. I answer with an N/A. Ha ha, Tristan said. I want to change, Kenzie said. That's pretty obvious, I guess. I'm in a good place, Sveta said. Change isn't what I'm after exactly. I want to make sure I don't lose this place I'm at. Okay, Jessica said. These are all good answers. It's interesting to hear the immediate responses. Think on it. Come back to the next session with your thoughts. If you find the answer is easy, then explain it. Think of a way to say what that change looks like. The group session wrapped up. Ashley stood from her seat. Tristan talked to Sveta. They were both familiar with Weld, and Weld had dropped Sveta off. Kenzie talked to Chris. Ashley remained lost in thought. She couldn't begin to answer the second question. What the change might look like, when the first was so far beyond her. She had no recruits from among the locals. Matthias, Ximena, and Ed weren't the kind to be henchmen. She was alone as she made her approach to the moot. A bonfire blazed on the beach, with some pieces of furniture as part of the wood stack. Villains ringed it, divided into their individual groups. Everything was painted in reds and oranges, and the effect, she loved the effect. Fire, smoke, the dark sky. The assembled factions. This was only the groups from the South End, South Boston, Roxbury, and part of the Dorchester area. She'd asked the 3 teenagers, offering future payment. They had named some of the players here, declining the payment when payment would have meant interactions at a later date. The 4. 2 men and 2 women with light clothes trimmed in black. Their clothes had odd cuts, like a shirt that cut from the left hip to the right shoulder, where it became a collar so wide and draping it was almost a cape, folding over one shoulder. Their masks were horizontal white bars at the eyebrow, across their eyeline, and across the cheekbones. One of the men was displaying his power, holding onto a weapon that had the general shape of a rifle, if the pieces were formed of bits from a coral reef. The barrel was flexible and floppy. The entire thing was covered in brightly covered pustules, with the densest concentration hiding his hands. A woman had similar pustules across the side of her face, neck, and ear. There were 3 capes with a plant theme. A guy with frizzy brown hair sticking out over the top, and sides of a mask that looked like it was made of the softest rubber, all in oval-shaped nodules. More mushroom-like nodules stood out diagonally from his shoulders. A man sat on a rock beside him, foot propped up on a creature that looked like it was made of driftwood, a snake with 2 forearms and no rear legs. A woman stood in the shadows behind them. She had no name for them. There were the Mullen brothers. Both wore armor that looked like it had been made from scrap metal. They weren't tinkers. They were just strong, tough, and tenacious enough that they could make really shitty armor that any ordinary man would have struggled with, razor edges cutting in flesh, ungainly and heavy, and they endured it. Each had a glow that emanated from their chest and heated up the metal closest to their hearts. In the dark, the metal was a faint pink-orange. The Clockwork Dogs were a partnership. Masterminds, apparently. The pair were a man of average height, skinny but for a protruding belly, and a short man, both with fine masks that looked tinker-made, glinting as they moved and adjusted in the firelight. Men and women that looked anywhere from 15 to 25 stood behind them. 4 people in clothes that looked more suited for a cocktail party with the rich and famous. There were bikers, obvious enough. There were others who stood too far into shadow to be seen, and they probably stood in the shadow because they weren't tough enough to stand among those in the light. Orchard was one named group, but they seemed to be absent. Slave peddlers. They were a pair who used the ability to mutate others and the ability to alter others' minds to turn mundane slaves into custom orders. They're fruit. Ashley surmised they stayed away because that kind of behavior drew the attention of the authorities in an unforgiving way. There were others who walked finer lines. Heroes were out there, their teams flocking to the city. There would be other meetings like this in the center-north area, and there would be more to the south and southwest. They would happen at villain bars, or where trucks and cars pulled together into a ring, the massed individuals gathering in the center. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't stop smiling as she walked on the beach, sand worming its way between her toes. She paced around the perimeter, taking stock. If the heroes came for her, she would make them regret it. She wouldn't concern herself with other areas. She liked the sound of Deathchester. She wanted it. It meant she needed allies. There were lone villains at the periphery. There would be others. She would have her henchmen within a day or 2. She kept an eye out for anyone who might serve. People who looked strong or put together. For now, she wasn't so insane as to step into the light. Better to stay with the faceless, the nondescript, so she could surprise her enemies, to put herself on the map and to take her place at that inner ring where she had that respect. She would have to unseat one of the major players. She would remove them from the picture. A flicker of power crackled at her hand at the thought. Eclipse, Chapter 3. Would be the terms of war. Boilerplate. That's only if we go to war, the Clockwork Dog with the pot-belly said. We have a proposal. We have heard your proposals before, Détente, Digger said. Hear us out one more time. We calculated how much of the city we need. We want an area of the city with a total population of 30,000. We have a few areas noted down that we would take. We would not interfere with your business. We would not upset the heroes. And all we would want in return was for you to respect our territory borders. No, Digger said. We're being very reasonable, Accord said, the second leader of the Clockwork Dogs. I don't care, no, Digger said. The biker dug fingers into his beard, scratching. Why not? Accord asked. Because fuck you. You two think you're so smart, and you probably are. It's a trap. We could do this in a civilized way, Détente said. We choose the areas we want. We know what kind of business we each want to do. Let's divide up the city. If you want to run drugs, take some of the harbor. Take the roads. Blastgerm wants to sell drugs, and they want some space. You could enter into a business relationship with them. They would take their slice of the city and set up shop. The brothers can have a headquarters, and our alliance would pay them to be enforcers for the area. They get a big area to run around in, they can go after the PRT, they get money. The last sound was an inquiry. Could do, one of the Mullen brothers said. As for 4, Détente said, trailing off. Do you know what we want, Détente? The question came from the woman with the cysts all down one side of her face. "We know," Détente said. Accord nodded. "We need more than a slice of the city. Whatever path you choose, whatever location, you'll end up fighting. You need more than a slice of the city, or part of a neighborhood to raise an army. What we offer is help. We form an alliance across 4 districts, 7 teams. You give up on these areas here, we give you another area." The woman frowned. Damsel could see the shadows deepen as creases formed around the mouth, the eyebrows drawing together. "Not saying yes, but what area are you thinking?" "Hyde Park is the biggest problem in Warzone right now. We don't like the groups fighting for it. Most of you don't, either." "We were vying for Hyde Park," Rotten Apple said. "You're here and not there," Accord said. "You're willing to walk away and consider other options. You're messy, but you're a mess we can live with." "We're messy?" Blasto asked. "You lost control of one of your creations. It caused a stir." "My dog ran away," Blaster said. "It was only part dog, and it caused a stir. You deal drugs, and people who are under the influence create messes." "He's only willing to tolerate us until everything else is out of the way," Rotten Apple said. The cape that was sitting on the rock in front of her nodded. "If one were to assume that was true, isn't that better than us deciding we want you out of the way in the next 12 hours? Accord asked. "Is that a threat?" Rotten Apple asked. "Put your feelings aside and look at this logically," Accord said. "Do you cooperate or not? If you cooperate, we either leave you alone, or we eliminate you from consideration. If you don't—" "Eliminate? So, it's a threat." "Please don't interrupt me. All of this could devolve into petty squabbling so very easily. Let's keep this civilized. Cooperate, and you have a way forward. Be stubborn and refuse me, and you will have nothing. It's common sense." "Common sense?" Rotten Apple asked. "I have a tattoo on my asshole." "She does," Blaster said. "You're using the wrong argument," Rotten Apple said. Accord stepped closer to the fire. Détente put a hand on his arm, and Accord stopped. "We'll pay," Détente said. "Clean money, not forged. Give us 6 hours to talk to some people. You can walk away from this moot and go to sleep, and we can hand you cold hard money within 15 minutes of you waking up. We'll buy your alliance." "And the rest of us," Danzel's voice carried. Détente had to pause to consider before answering. He looked at Accord for input, then decided. "Same idea we proposed for the 4. We'll give you money, resources, and assistance to match the impact you could make, if you respect our claim to territory and the alliance." They hadn't even considered the ones who were in the background. They didn't think she was a threat. She smiled, and Détente seemed to take the smile in the wrong way, because his mechanical mask shifted to create a smile to match. He addressed others in the back. "If you're unknown, then make yourself known, or band together. If you want to come straight to us, we will give you a job for pay and a chance to prove yourselves." "What are your credentials? Have you proven yourselves?" Rotten Apple asked. "We have money, and we have powered soldiers," Détente said. "I bet we have more capes than you do," Rotten said. "They posted online," the leader of the 4 said, reaching out to anyone with a fondness for green. They didn't clarify. "Vague," Détente said. "Thieves work. We've got capes who like gardening, and we've got stoners. We've got hero-ish types who want to save the planet, and we've got mercenaries." "It's thin," Détente said. "Your group will implode." "It'll be messy, I'm sure," Rotten said. "What do you think, Blasto?" "I think we say no." "No," Rotten said, to the clockwork dogs. "No from me too. Fuck your alliance," Digger said. Détente nodded. 4. What do you think about Orchard? "We have a tenuous business relationship with them. Nothing that can't be broken." "Break it. Give us Hyde Park." "Yes, we'll talk," Détente said. "Brothers?" We'll get back to you. He turned to the people at the fringes, to Damsel. He even looked at her. The rest of you know where to find us. He thought that it was a good thing that he'd been reminded they existed. With 2 of the major groups that were vying for the area saying no, another giving a maybe, and only one sounding interested, he must have been disappointed. Damsel was now the salvation of the Clockwork Dogs. She'd helped them, and she had given them a path that kept this from being a complete loss. She would give them a helping hand, lifting them up from the cliff they were holding onto, and then she would cast them out and away for the dramatic fall and her own triumph. The meeting was wrapping up. It wasn't the first of its kind. It wouldn't be the last. The same things had to be covered now and again as new players showed up. Terms of war, the formation of alliances, and agreements on who and what couldn't be tolerated. If someone was designated as a problem that threatened everyone, then that someone was, how had he put it? Eliminated from consideration. A villain reached into the bonfire, grabbing the remnants of a drawer that had been near the top of the pile. He held the burning wood with one hand, and walked off to one side, where he unceremoniously dropped it in a ring of stones that had been dragged from the base of the hill. The major players were leaving. They were major because they'd done something, and that meant they had other things to do. Damsel, too, had things to do. Others were staying. The second meeting. "The big dogs have finished barking," she said as she approached the fire. "You're new," someone said. He was older, and he had prison tattoos, a wispy goatee, and greasy hair. "To Boston, yes," she said. "You've been active elsewhere?" "My last job was a bank robbery. Single-handed, more or less. I've been active for 3 years. "I'm Marrow. I'm here with some boys." "You don't have a mask. No powers?" "No powers. We come here to keep an eye on things. Sometimes people are hiring." There was a quirk of the eyebrow as he said it. An invitation. "Who did you work for last?" she asked. "Soldat. They're still around, North End." "They left you behind?" "They're hiring outsiders. Professional soldiers or some shit. They're trying for quality. But you miss out something when you hire from a catalog. Hire me and my boys, you get a close-knit group where we know how the rest of us operate." "Uh-huh," she said, considering. She studied Marrow. "Close-knit, which means if I try hiring someone else, you're going to complain." "If you want to try hiring someone else, I can make recommendations," he said. She paced around the fire. She glanced at the people who'd hung back. Mostly white, they ranged from teenagers to 30. Older ones had left. Others were setting up around the other, larger bonfire. "I've run into that before," she said. "I hire 4 people, and they twist it around, trying to make it so it's their group and I'm tacked on. Then they come to realize that I'm a lot more dangerous than 4 people put together." "You do you, I guess," Marrow said. "How much did they pay you?" she asked. "Depended on the job. What are you thinking?" "Break into a place, rough some people up, loot." "A raid? 2,000 each or 5% each, whichever's more." "Bullshit," Damsel said. "Don't try to pull one on me." "That kind of thing? We're risking our lives. People pull guns." "Don't look down on me," she said. 2,000? No." "Your loss," he said. Did he sound sullen? He'd tried to fake her out, and now he couldn't lower his price without sounding like an idiot. Stupid. Not the kind of person she wanted. She was in a good place. Things were going well. She just needed the right people, the right information, and opportunity. There were younger people following her with more interest. She was one of 4, maybe, who wore costumes and who'd stuck behind. The guy who was now tending the fire was one. The other 2 were at the larger bonfire. "What are you here for?" she asked one of the teenagers. "I'm an innocent bystander," he said, sarcastic. "I went for a run and I ended up here." "What do you do?" she asked. "I run," he said, with emphasis. "If you're looking to buy anything, I know some people who had stock they wanted to sell that they couldn't. what with how key people got arrested or scared off in the first raids. But we want fair market value. Market's oversaturated, dumbass, another teenager said. Fair market value. We can sit on it forever. There's other stuff to do in the meantime. Drug runner. Usually, that meant running drugs into the country, but she supposed it could mean getting drugs across the city, or making deliveries. Drugs didn't interest her. That was a slow play, and she needed wins, now. If I offer the kind of money Merrow was asking for, who would jump? She asked. You have something in mind? Another boy from the group asked. He had freckles across his face, and his brown hair was styled. She didn't. Instead of answering, she asked, yes or no? I might, he said. A taller boy asked, are you looking to get into that alliance thing? She shook her head. She started to reply, and her hands sparked. People jumped, some stumbling or reaching for weapons. Her power crackled again, as she stood bent over with one hand on her knee. No, 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 no. This was how it went wrong. This was how it all started spiraling down. One little failure, entirely out of her control, and she lost everything she was working toward. She needed this. She couldn't bring herself to talk at first, as she found her balance and straightened. As she raised her head so they could see her face again, she put a smile on, teeth bared. Not the Alliance. She moved her fingers slowly, and her power crackled audibly around her hand. Her heart was pounding. Her jaw hurt because she'd been clenching it so much, and her stomach was a knot. She hadn't eaten since yesterday, was it? Now, she felt it catching up with her. A feeling like falling. Join me now, she said. You'll be in a good position when I rise to the top. Stiff competition, the boy with the freckles said. The taller boy off to the side that had been more interested in joining was staring her down now. She couldn't read him. I'll show you, she said. How are you managing that? I can never follow your trains of thought, Ashley said. Try harder to make sense. You get snippy when you're insecure. I'm asking about the apartment. You're making some money from talking about what you remember? Now Ashley understood the train of thought. She opened her eyes and saw only darkness. Yes, Ashley said. They think it's relevant. You mentioned those talks last week. It's good if they're paying attention. Ashley made a sound. She sat up, and plastic crinkled. Mask off. We've still got more work to do. These hands aren't going to be as intricate for using the power, but they'll be consistent. Consistent is good. Take my mask off, Ashley said. And something to drink. My mouth is dry. The sleep mask was lifted up to her forehead. Long strands of hair still fell down around the front of her face. A thin plastic sheet was draped across her lap now, with blood settling into the creases. Her arms were short, ending in stumps with raw flesh at the ends. Instead of bones of the forearm, there were metal tubes extending a few inches past the flesh. She studied it all before blinking a few times. It really bothered her how the sleep mask had folded back her eyelashes, making them feel sticky and weird. Riley practically hummed as she moved across the room, moving things as she searched. A heart in a jar here, a jar marked bile there. I don't think I have any cups I'm not using for something already. Figure something out. So bossy. Your disorganization shouldn't be my problem. You pledged to give me working hands. Don't move those arms so much. You'll bleed more, and they get weird if I ask for too much blood. Oh, I have an idea. Ashley waited as patiently as she could as Riley reached into a glass jar, pulling out a sphere the size of a softball, pale and crusty. She pressed her thumbs into one side until it caved in, then worked it with her hands to mold it. It ended up as a shallow bowl. She practically skipped in her momentary jog to the sink, where she filled it with water. She reached into the cupboard, and came out with a neon pink bendy straw. Ashley drank as the straw was placed into her mouth. More? No. This is fine for now. The bowl was dropped unceremoniously in the solution it had been in just 2 minutes prior. I'm jealous of the apartment. I don't have much, and they don't let me out to shop unchaperoned. I have to list all the places I want to go, they vet it before I can go in, making sure people are clear, and having chaperones means there's a schedule. I can't be spontaneous. You didn't have your fill of spontaneousness before Gold Morning? Ashley asked. Apparently not, Riley said. She picked up Ashley's dismembered arm, bringing it over to Ashley, and holding it against her upper arm, comparing skin. Oh, that's the feeling that keeps waking me up from my naps, Ashley said. Stick your lip out? Pouty-like? Ashley stared at Riley, lips pressed in a firm line. I'm not trying to poke fun. I want to color match some tissue to the inside of your mouth. You don't need other tissue. It's skin wrapped around machine hands. There's living matter worked in there, and the flesh immediately under the skin will affect the color of the skin over it. Ashley stared Riley down. Indulge me, Riley said. So few do nowadays. Let me get the data I need to make your arms the best I can give you. Ashley reached up with her stump, stuck the metal tube into the side of her mouth, and pulled her cheek back. Don't cut yourself. The ends of the tubes are sharp, Riley said, leaning in. Okay. Why are they sharp? Riley stopped in her tracks. The sink dripped, not completely turned off, after the water had been placed in the bowl. The silence that followed was uncomfortable, so Ashley moved, the plastic rustling. Blood escaped folds to drip to the floor below, not nearly as loud as the sink. Why sharp? I want to know what you're doing with my hands. I'm not keeping secrets from you, Riley said. She turned around. I didn't think about it. Old habits die hard, you know? You weaponized me? Ashley asked. Only a little. Don't get upset. I left it so that if something went wrong, you could tear off your arm and stab someone with the tube. Small, tiny weapon. Ashley raised her arm, studying the blood-slick metal tube. She used the cleaner part of her arm to wipe at the corner of her mouth. It's the equivalent of putting a rifle bayonet on a tank barrel, Riley said. Ashley didn't respond. Her mouth wasn't dry, but her throat was locked up. Riley continued her work, using a variety of tools to stretch the skin away from the metal arms. Strands of muscle and tubes of fluid ran through the machinery. Ashley felt a panicky feeling settling into her chest, threatening to paralyze her. Before it could, she slid her legs around, the plastic sheet rustling, and dropped down to the floor. A rubber mat with ridges made it easier to walk without slipping. Don't move too much or you'll lose blood, Riley said, sounding as happy as she ever did. Her back was to Ashley. Ashley reached out. The sharp edge of the tube grazed Riley's neck. Riley reacted, twisting, hands slapping out onto the top of the cart with wheels. Ashley kicked it, but not before the girl could grab a scalpel. Riley backed away from the contact with the tube and its sharp edge. She stuck the scalpel out towards Ashley's stomach, and the two of them stopped there. The amused look dropped away from Riley's face. A drop of water smacked against the metal bottom of the sink once again. I was going to ask you if you wanted tea after, Riley said. I don't like you enough to have tea with you, Ashley responded. Do you remember having tea before? Is that one of your memories? Ashley nodded. I wasn't thinking we'd have a tea party. I was thinking just tea. I have cake from a shop. Ashley shook her head slowly. The water in the sink dripped again. I remember after the tea party we had. Oh, yeah. We're not friends. Give me working hands and powers, and maybe we can get there. That won't be soon. Something about this standoff tells me we're not moving in that direction. We're not. Riley said. Slowly, she pulled her hand back, still holding the scalpel. She held her hand off to the side, and let the scalpel fall, I won't know what I did wrong until you tell me. Some people can put those pieces together, but I can't. Pay more attention to what you're doing to my body and why. That. I'm not your weapon, Ashley said. She pulled the tube away. You're a weapon. We all are. I'm a weapon, but I belong to me. My triumphs are my own. Wonderful, Riley said. She paused. More water? Yes. The door opened. Amy Dallin. The woman had her hair tied back, and she wore a sleeveless tee that showed the tattoos that ran down her arms. She studied the room, reached out for the wheeled cart, and moved it back into position. You're up, Ashley, she said. That's not usual. I wanted water, Ashley said. Sit. Minimize activity, or have Riley do more to control the bleeding if you're going to be up. Ashley hopped back onto the table. Riley fished out the bowl. Amy watched her go to the sink, followed her, and took the bowl from her. She found a glass and set to washing it, her fingers swishing in the water to help with the cleaning. Work on the hands, and I'll get the water. I'll check your work in a second. If this works, it's a point for me. A win in the game of capes. If I don't do this, I won't be able to take Boston. If I can't take Boston, there's no point. It was only a question of timing. She had to use her power right. Her power was unpredictable whenever she used it. Using the blasts was easy when she could push out. The power would rip out, and it would kink and twist through the air, a mix of overlapping effects that worked very well together when it came to destroying whatever they touched. They didn't, however, work well with her. There were ways to shape the effect, but that was less easy. Every movement of her fingers threatened to make her power erupt, and over time, she learned that many common movements would lead to an eruption of power, unless she was very careful. Using her hands was slow, with any number of movements or variations of pressure threatening to make her power spill out. There had been a time, sitting in her apartment for days on end, that she had worked to try and figure out the patterns. Before she fabricated a costumed identity for herself, she had fancied the idea of being a dark sorceress. Through training, she would have control. The image had stayed, but the idea, no. She could do the same thing twice, and the power wouldn't express in the same way. Still, there were nuances. Open hand, moving while she blasted, the power would splash out. More area, less range. She could press her hands together and blast with both to increase concentration and consistency. Nuances. She walked out into traffic. Headlights illuminated her. A car passing in the lane beside her made her dress and hair fly around her. Her eyes were wide to take in as much of the scene as possible. It was a 4-lane road, and, as she stopped in her tracks, an 18-wheeler barreled toward her. It tried to move into another lane, steering away, and brakes squealed in futility. She put her hand behind her, and she blasted. Open hand, wide area, short blast. The recoil pushed her up and forward at an angle. A slightly different angle, and her shoulder would have clipped the truck's right headlight. She passed within a few inches of it, her other hand whipping around. Fingers and thumb all together, pointing at the same thing. Concentrated blast. Little breadth, and a foot or two of extra range. The blast tore into the wheels at the side of the truck while propelling her away. She caught herself, one foot touching ground, and stumbled back. The truck tipped, and there was still enough length at the rear of the truck that she faced the risk of it toppling on top of her. She could have thrown herself back. It was safer to throw herself back, but that meant stumbling. Raising her hands overhead, thumbs locked together, damsel blasted skyward. Her legs buckled, straining to keep her upright as the overhead blast tried to push her down. She let her thumbs come apart, and brought her arms down to either side, painting a rainbow of annihilation and ruin above her. It caught the top rear corner of the truck's cargo container and its shredded metal exterior and framing. Pieces pelted her, and the truck collapsed onto its side. Horns blared, and people were already stopping. Others stared at her. Her leg ached like something had sprained in it as she walked away. She did her best to keep her back straight, her attention forward. She would topple the truck, and then walk casually away. People would see, and they would get it. A car stopped at the side of the road. The door opened, and a cape stepped out. What little of his face that was visible behind the mask was painted with mottled black smears. His outfit was layers of urban camouflage, and the armor at his chest had something resembling a fist marked out in the camouflage, visible only with a squint. There were others getting out of the same car, and out of the truck. Soldat. He had a hollow metal tube in one hand. He turned it around, pointing it at her. She used her power, hurling herself forward, and stumbled as her feet touched the ground again, now running instead of walking. There was a time for grace, but this wasn't that time. He slapped his hand against the hollow end of the tube. His power rippled through it and hit the ground just behind her. It detonated, and the shockwave made her feet leave the ground. Surprise aside, this wasn't unfamiliar territory. She stumbled as she landed, and saw another of Soldat's capes appear to intercept her. She blasted, ducking low, and crashed into his knees, bowling him over. She raised up from the crouch on one leg, hands out to either side to blast, and right her if she tipped over, and she already had one foot raised by the time she was upright. She drove her heel toward the teleporter's face, and he disappeared before her foot could make contact. Another blast to push, except this one kicked right. It threw her off her stride, forcing her to make one leg cross over the other mid-run. She found her balance and changed direction, running for an alley. The cape with the metal tube fired. The detonation was off to her side, this one catching her in a way that threw her further off, when she had so recently stumbled and changed direction. She dropped, landing with her hands touching the sidewalk, her power flickering at the unexpected contact of the surface, then popping, cracking the solid surface under her hand. It threw her off, cost her a fraction of a second. She put both hands behind her and blasted again. Moving fast was essential. She'd just upset a paramilitary villain group that was a contender to take over the East Boston area. If it was down to individual group strength alone, then that area would already be theirs. They were that good. Mara was an ex-employee of Soldat. He'd been eager to part with information and a share of what she'd claimed, if she got anything at all. She would lean heavily on the last part of that statement. It had been Mara that had said it, as he implied she would fail. Bitter implications from someone bitter that she hadn't hired him. She didn't want the goods in the truck. Mara would get 15% of nothing. The alley was covered from gunfire. It didn't stop the teleporter from appearing again. As he materialized, she could see the 4 eyes that peered through the round lenses that were part of his military aesthetic costume. He had a combat knife in each hand. This would be the one who switched randomly between mutation sets every time he teleported. Most of those mutations would be weak, but there were some to watch out for. He was one of 2. She used her power, leaping, blasting, and soaring well over the teleporter's head. She landed in a crouch, felt her legs protest as she stood, and broke into another run. He appeared in front of her again. This time, he had 4 arms. The other 2 arms drew combat knives. Same maneuver. She blasted, sailing over. The other teleporter made his appearance. A woman in a stylized modern camouflage uniform, mask strapped on with a bandage wrapped around her head to help keep the mask in place. Long black hair escaped from the bandage, and straps of the mask to billow in the wind. First thing to notice, the woman had a handgun. She pulled the top back with one hand while holding the gun with the other. Second thing to notice was that the woman had materialized in such a way that she stood on the wall, her body horizontal. She didn't seem bothered by it. Damsel used her power to change her course in the air, then used it again to propel herself forward. She heard a gunshot above her, roughly coinciding with the second blast. A miss. She would feel this in her shoulders tomorrow, but she was winning. The mutant cape appeared further down the alley. This would be one of the more bizarre end results. The rough shape was similar to one of the childhood toys Damsel had had. A giant head, where she could plug body parts into holes. No neck, no body. A massive head, stunted hands and feet. The mouth extended around the side and nearly to the back, and yawned open as she drew nearer. The woman with the gun appeared again. This was their tactic. To use the teleportation positioning. One hemming in, stalling, and forcing reactions. The other cool, calm, collected, ready to snipe the target. This casual use of guns was why Soldat didn't already have East Boston locked down and firmly in their grasp. Capes using guns became a target. People were paying more attention to Soldat than to Orchid, and most seemed to despise Orchid. Part of it was that they wanted to keep this fight over Boston from getting too lethal. Damsel was cornered, with one teleporter ahead of her, large enough to block the exit, one above her, and the Kate with the tube looming at the mouth of the alley, waiting to shoot the moment the coast was clear. She spotted what she was looking for. She'd carved out an escape route in anticipation. The trick had been placing it somewhere she could use, which meant placing it this far down. This distance hadn't seemed quite so long before she had to run it with parahuman soldiers nipping at her heels. She used her power. 2 blasts in quick succession. One to throw herself that way, and then one to fling herself at it at an angle. The hole was wide enough, she could have passed through it with her arms stretched out to either side, but the angle was steep enough her right shoulder grazed one side of the hole, and her left shoulder hit the left. She tumbled, and she felt the sting in her left shoulder that told her she would be bleeding. The space on the other side was dark and cool. An industrial refrigerator hummed at the far end. She used her power one last time, launching herself upward. She caught a shelf and felt it sway with her weight. It steadied, and she waited. "Trap?" one of the soldiers asked. The women soldier answered in a language Damsel didn't recognize, Dutch or German. Flashlights flickered on, and swept through the space. One beam passed beneath Damsel as she hugged the metal shelf. The metal was cold. If that beam centered on her, somehow, then she would need to act. She would knock over all the shelves and scatter them, and then she would run. The beam didn't center on her. One found the hole she'd made in the far wall, leading into a dark hallway. Her escape route, if she knocked over the shelves. A red herring if she didn't. One of the parahumans moved further into the dark space. It was the mutating teleporter. He had 4 arms again. The one with the tube spoke up, his voice low. "No, we have other priorities." Then they were gone. They would be focused on the truck. Damsel smiled and dropped from the shelf. Her legs and shoulders hurt, but she felt good. Another win. This was far more of a thrill and far more productive than going to talk to a police officer that was looking for her, while in disguise. All that was left was to wait. Soldat had to drive through another part of the city to drop off their things. She had interrupted that casual drive. Soldat's convoy had stopped in the middle of hostile territory. 1 or 2 or 3 of the groups or players located in the area would hear or notice the truck being where it was. She had no need to fight if she could manipulate her enemies into fighting each other. She heard the confrontation begin. A boom from the one with the tube. Imbeciles. Damsel fully intended to leverage this. One side would limp away. She could go after them. If they sought shelter, she would threaten to collapse it around them. She would break them. "Damage in the alley," someone said, far away. A figure appeared in the hole in the wall. Damsel remained still as the person leaned in, looking around. A woman, with a mostly white costume, with bands of blue running vertically from armpit to waist. An emblem of a feather diagonally crossed her chest. It didn't look like one of the local villains, too polished and too soft a look. Tempted, she stepped out of the hole in the wall, glancing around to make sure the coast was clear before looking down the length of the alley to where the truck had crashed. Whatever was happening, Most of it was happening out of sight. Not all of it. She had glimpses, enough to put a smile on her face. This was Boston right now. One little car accident and villain was fighting villain. Before that could even wrap up, heroes were appearing on the scene. A three-way fight. Would there be others? If she had an opportunity, yeah. She would be the fourth, picking off anyone who seemed any combination of weak, hurt, and exposed. She would reposition first, and tend to her shoulder. Gouged enough it would need a bandage, but she could do without stitches. That was good, considering her difficulty in self-administering stitches. She had a bounce in her step as she exited the alley, walking away from the end where the truck had crashed. She had to talk to her new underlings. "Damsel, stop!" She could feel her entire body react to the word stop. In another way, her entire body reacted to the recognition of the voice. Edict. Her good mood boiled away into irritation in a moment. She turned her head, and she looked at Edict. There was another, younger cape in tow. Not Lisette. No, fuck her, no. Not when things were going so well. Not when she was on such a good course, fully in the zone, where things were working. "You," Damsel said. "This isn't going to turn out well, Damsel." "You keep getting in my way," Damsel said. "We're trying to keep the peace. It's pretty clear you're not." "Peace?" Damsel asked. She turned around, careful not to move from her position. "Peace? You haven't heard these people talk. Peace? No, we'll go after each other, and we'll go after you if you get in our way. You think throwing yourselves at the situation is going to calm things down?" "I think you very deliberately set off the fight over the contents of that truck," Edict said. "That isn't calming things down." "I'm going to take my piece of this city, Edict. I'm going to be in charge. I'll do business here, make it my home. I will fight you, if you... I don't even know what you do, you stalker lunatic. Will you move to Boston if I do? Just to nettle me with your power and preach at me?" Edict had a pitying look on her face. It only irritated Damsel more. "I wouldn't move to Boston if you moved," Edict said. "I was assigned to keep an eye out for you, and that's what I do. We're not your enemy." "You're not my ally, either," Ashley said. She stood a little straighter. "They're my allies." Edict turned around. The cape she was with raised his hands. Ashley had asked names, but she didn't remember most. The unpowered were hard to keep distinct. The boy with the freckles was Jay. The tall one was Bar. There was a girl called Angel, but she wasn't a teenager. Just a girl who knew how to throw a punch. Bar had two friends. Angel had a younger brother. And Ashley had proven herself to the point that they had her back. "Does your friend there have a power that can deal with all of us?" Ashley asked. "I know your power affects one person at a time." "Don't go. We can talk. There is a place for you in Boston if you want it." "Same old story. Lies to get me into custody. No, and no more talking. No more using your voice. If she talks again, knock her teeth out. If she gives someone an order, that person should obey. The rest? Knock her teeth out." Ashley took a step, disobeying the stop order she'd been given. Pain exploded through her head, and, as it dissipated, some of the peripheral vision in her left eye was gone. Sometimes it was as minor as a tingle in the fingertips, blindness to the color blue, or a verbal tic. Sometimes it was more severe, partial or total loss of a sense, or loss of the use of a limb. Hallucinations, emotional changes. Sometimes an effect lasted a few minutes, sometimes it lasted days or weeks. "I'll see you soon, I'm sure," Ashley said, as she walked past Edict. Over the years, Ashley had learned it made sense to just obey, to avoid the annoying or the crippling. She'd learned to avoid giving Edict the chance to say something. But this order had been to stop, and she had no intention of slowing down or stopping anytime soon. Eclipse, Chapter 4. She regretted sleeping. There were businessmen and entertainers who could be up for 72 hours without sleeping, and she was pretty sure she understood why. She chased that. She liked to think of it as hibernating and storing energy for the days she needed to do more. Sleeping was dangerous when every second counted. Sleeping was a soft reset, and when things were working, a reset was the last thing she wanted. But the body had its demands, and as she felt the aches and pains of the skirmish the night prior, a skirmish where she hadn't even touched anyone, she had rationalized that she needed to rest to let her body repair itself. She didn't even remember the act of lying down. Damsel didn't feel any less sharp than she had the day before, but her mood felt like it rested at a different angle. She still had momentum. She had the ability to do this if she could keep her power under control, but her thoughts kept looping back on themselves. Not second-guessing. No, she was confident. She was also very aware of how any one person, situation, or even bad luck could pull the rug out from under her. Very, very aware. The others were standing around their car. Stocky brick buildings lined the street, and a path between two buildings led to a narrow strip of grass and sidewalk at the edge of a little river. She couldn't stand still, so she walked around the block, traveling the line of the river. She paid attention to rooftops, and to the residential buildings with signs of being lived in. Sleep was dangerous because she couldn't know what it would take away. She had rolled the dice, and she counted herself lucky that she had woken up ready to safeguard her accomplishments. She had minions, and she had an objective. Her triumphs from the night prior were stacking up with other recent wins. Evading the PRT, dodging the cops at the station, an intimidating show as she revealed her capes off to the local teens. They weren't important. She hadn't even bothered to remember their names or which one it had been that had invited her to dinner. The show had been the important thing. Damsel knew she needed to eliminate someone important to make room for herself to step into the scene. She didn't want a big neighborhood. Not to start. The brothers were sounding like they wanted to cooperate with the Clockwork Dogs. That took them out of the picture. The four might go elsewhere. There were people in other areas, but she wanted Deathchester. That left two opponents, and they were in the area to look into one of them. A little wooden bridge with railings that looked like they were made entirely of rust gave the residents of these row houses and blocky apartments a way to get past the river and approach the water. Damsel approached the bridge and stood up on the middle bar of the railing, the top bar pressing into her shins. With the higher vantage point, she could see a man by the water. He wore a costume that was predominantly an armor of interwoven branches in a Celtic knot pattern. Black and green cloth beneath covered most of the rest of him, with what might have been hints of black skin visible at the back of his neck, and between where his sleeve stopped and his woven branch gauntlet began. He had his back to her, reaching up to trees and gathering leafless branches, or stooping down to pick things up off the ground. Now and then, he put a branch into a gap in his armor, so it stuck up and away. Some still had dry leaves on them. One of Blastgerm's capes. She turned away. Even the simple act of pulling her hood down was something she had to calculate. It required use of her hands, which meant she had to calculate the risk against the reward. What was the chance she was seen and her white hair was recognized? Adjusting her hood to hide her hair and face reduced that chance, but it introduced the chance her power would activate. What would happen if she accidentally used her power? People would notice the sound, and she could find herself in a fight. If it came to that, she could deal with him. Destroy the bridge if he was slow. It would force him to jump over. If he was faster, she could go to the building. If she could make enough noise and cause enough damage while getting away, it would draw the attention of the heroes. That, in turn, would make the Blast Germ group's life harder. She adjusted her hood, tense, and tucked her hair behind her ear. The villain with the wooden armor continued to gather branches, stopping to pick up a dandelion, placing it in the pile. Jay had arrived in the time it had taken her to walk around the block of buildings. Bar's friends, and Angel were already there. Angel's brother was absent. Jay had brought food, breakfast sandwiches and coffees. "Help yourself," Jay said. Eating was risky, like sleeping was risky. Eating was supposed to be a social thing, but for her, it was a gamble, with the odds badly tilted against her. A loss meant embarrassment. A win meant normal. "Why?" Damsel asked, instead of taking the offer. "Why this? What's your angle?" "Angle?" Jay asked. "Not everyone and everything has an angle," Angel said. Naive girl. Still, naivety was something Damsel could live with, if Angel remained competent elsewhere. Damsel ignored the statement and stared at Jay, waiting for his answer. Jay gave. "You're paying me, hopefully. They'll probably have my back if we end up doing something risky." "Yeah," Damsel said. It made sense. She could even respect it. Looking around, she asked, "See anyone or anything on your way in?" "Sorry, I wasn't looking." "Look next time," she said. "This entire city is enemy territory. Everything matters." "Yes, ma'am," Jay said. She turned her gaze toward him. There wasn't any hint of sarcasm or irony in the ma'am. The others looked serious. For now, at least, she had their respect. There'd be the one who questioned her. There always was in the movies and television shows. It was human nature to push against authority. It stood to reason, then, that someone in the group was harboring seditious thoughts. She would have to make an example of them the moment they revealed themselves. For now, she would work with her new subordinates. "One of Blast Germ's capes is on the other side of the building. There will be more," Damsel said. "Are we expecting anyone else from last night to show up?" "No," Bar said. "I could call others if you want." Damsel shook her head. "Let's get in the cars." Bar had one car, and Jay had another. Damsel got into the passenger seat of Bar's car, and he started it up. Angel and one of his friends were in the back seat. They made it a block before they saw more. A woman, tall and slender, had pointed ears and black hair that was ankle-length even when braided. Her mask was a rounded plane with grooves etched into it, black beady eyes built in. Her costume was a skin-tight suit with lines on it in the same pattern as the grooves, running vertically and crossing into flourishes at the top and bottom. She had two other capes with her, a man in a skin-tight top and heavy pants with the pillar that he rested one hand on. His weapon. Rotten Apple was with them, talking or telling them something. On a rooftop nearby, a cape with a green hood covering their head, stylized horns protruding, had wings or a cape that draped around them in a loose spiral or wrap, sufficient to cover 10 people. Blast Germ hadn't been lying. They'd put out a call, and they had more capes actively guarding or patrolling in their general territory than a lot of teams had in their whole roster. Angel whistled, long and low. "No need to whistle. This is nothing," Damsel said. People were hanging around in the general vicinity of the capes. It wasn't a lot, one here, one there. But they were entirely too comfortable with the presence of villains to not be affiliated with them. Not soldiers at a glance, but people who ran errands and handled things beyond fighting, like Jay seemed to want to do for her faction. "Blast Germ was always small," Angel said. "Dealers you heard about in the news once a year. Sometimes it'd just be Blasto or just Poison Apple." "Poison Apple?" "Or Rotten Apple. She changes it around sometimes." Ashley nodded. "They're not small now. It's fine." She spotted another one. There was a crowd of a type she recognized. Back in Stafford, there had been Kidney Stan's group. Useless fuckheads, stoners, imbeciles. They'd been the point of failure for one of her jobs. She had her suspicions that they were the ones responsible for tipping off the heroes about her trip to Boston. The cops at the station. Edict at the truck raid. The group was surrounding the cape that had been in the company of Blasto and Rotten Apple the night before. The half-lizard, half-snake creation with the wooden head had climbed up him and was perched on his shoulder. "See that?" she asked. "Gee, out of the woodwork," Bar said. "The names are so disappointing," Ashley said. Blast Germ, Blasto, Rotten Apple. Woodwork would have been better, wouldn't it? "Yes," Bar said. "I like Damsel of Distress," Angel said. "Sucking up?" Bar asked. "I'm joking." Jokes? Ashley wondered. Where did she draw the line in a subordinate testing her limits of authority? "No, I like the name is all," Angel said. "That's because you have good taste," Ashley said. "Clockwork dogs. Why not the cogs of war?" "They have names that mean peace and cooperation," Bar said. Ashley snorted. Her eyes scanned the surrounding area for more. A few minutes passed. When she didn't see more, she indicated for Bar to stop. The other car caught up with them as they climbed out of the vehicle. Ashley paced a little, thinking. She was annoyed. They were so small, and all they had to do was send a message online to get that many people? How is that right or fair? "That's a lot," one of Bar's friends said. "Too much?" "No," Ashley said, stopping. "No. I could handle that, given a chance. I'll have to. I will take over this area." "Blasto's a tinker, you know," Bar said. "He's working on something big. He keeps pulling in resources." "You hear about that sort of thing," Jay said. "Tinker keeps a low profile for a while, keeping busy, and then they do something big. Building penthouse folds away to reveal the death laser with city-wide range." "The building-mounted death laser only ever happened one time," Bar said. Jay snickered. Ashley wasn't laughing. "Talk to me about Détente's group. He's established." "Newly," Bar said. "He and Accord have a bunch of people with powers. They've put up a good showing. Smart, efficient, rich." "Where is he from?" Bar shrugged. "They come out of nowhere and they're this prepared. They have this much money to throw around?" "That's them having mastermind powers, maybe," Bar said. "They're strong?" Bar shrugged. "They're small fish," Jay said. "Nobody's a small fish when they have powers," Damsel said. "Everyone's a threat. Everyone has to be dealt with." "Sure," Bar said. "What about Digger, the biker?" "Less of a good showing." "The Four?" "They're around. They haven't done much," Bar said. "They were active in New York for a bit," Angel said. "They're freaky." "I'm scary too," Ashley said. "I'm not worried." "If they didn't have any powers at all, I'd be scared of them," Angel said. "They're into bioweapons. Their mindset is to poison everyone and have their guys recover faster. They use healing powers and equipment to reduce the damage to their side." Jay spoke up. "They're weirdly popular. I think it's the style. There are galleries of art online with them surrounded by their colorful plague clouds." The idea nettled Ashley. It made her want to go right after the Four. It wasn't a good impulse. She shoved it down deep inside her, and she looked in the direction of Blast Germ's claimed neighborhood. Blasto and Rotten Apple. "You have a plan?" Bar asked. "Yeah," she said. "For now, hang around Blast Germ's area. Figure out where they're going and where they hang out. If they're selling anything, figure out where things come from and where things go." "How long?" Bar asked. "Until evening. I don't want to waste time." Bar nodded slowly. "I guess this is where I bring up money, then." Damsel stood up straighter. Her eyes narrowed. "You haven't paid us anything yet. You said you'd pay what Mara was asking for. 2,000 or 5%. This is part of that. This is a full day of our time, Bara said. For promises? I showed you what I can do last night. I'll show you something tonight, and you'll be glad you helped when it comes together. I don't get it, he said. This plan, the long-term goal. You don't need to get it. You need to listen. She made her voice cold. She watched as his expression rotated between 3 different emotions. She couldn't place a name to each emotion, but she could imagine what sort they'd be. Yeah, Bar said. 2,000 or 5% of the take. And a better position when I take power and territory for myself. Bar's eyes moved as he seemed to engage in some mental calculations. Yeah, okay, fine, we'll go take a look around. He signaled his friends. Damsel thought about making an example of him. She couldn't be sure if he was leaving and not coming back, or if he was going through the motions while putting little effort in. She looked at the 2 who remained, Jay and Angel. Are you going to run too? She asked. You'll regret it later. I'm not going to run, Angel said. She rubbed the back of her neck. I'm not good at anything except punching people and being punched. I heard we can hang around the beach or at the fighting pit at the south end, and sometimes people will round up helping hands for work. I'll put on a stupid costume and be a henchman if it pays. No need for a stupid costume, Damsel said. She reconsidered. Maybe a costume later on, but it won't be stupid. I don't do stupid. Angel shrugged. I'll do this 'cause I don't lose anything. I can learn stuff, seeing how they operate. You'll need me for a job later. I'll do that too. You'll be rewarded, Ashley said. She smiled. Go. We meet at the same place as this morning. I'll pick you up if you want, Jay told Angel. Angel smiled at him. Sure, but I'll walk in, Angel said. We'll cover more ground if we stay separated. Good, Damsel said. Angel walked away. Jay remained, walking around his car. He held out the remaining sandwich for her. She took it. This needs to count, he said. Even for Angel, and Angel has low expectations. How it counts is my business, not yours, she said. Jay nodded. Sure. It will count. Loyalty will be rewarded, she said. I think I understand what Angel wants. She makes sense to me. Jay nodded. I've seen her around. She's cool. Just don't make her mad. I don't intend to. I think I know what will speak to Bar's type. To others. Money. Jay nodded. What do you want? She asked. Money, he said, without hesitation. She met his eyes, studying him. Brown eyes, a face covered in freckles, brown hair, and an expression with a measure of determination. Go earn it, then. Gather information. Yes, ma'am. Things threatened to crumble. One partial night's sleep, and people had forgotten her triumph, doubted her power, doubted her. Her own doubt seeped in. It was her against what seemed like a dozen people with powers. This is what I was meant for, she thought. Excitement swelled in her chest as she considered the options, the idea of coming out the other side victorious. Pyrokinetics thrived when there were nearby fires. Capes who could manipulate water could operate at peak efficiency when near a body of water. So it went. She wielded annihilation and chaos. If that was so, then she would do the equivalent of the pyrokinetic setting fire to the building they were in. That she was doing this with no other powers on her side, against so many enemies? Not a concern, she told herself. A cold sort of excitement setting up shop in her chest as she worked to banish the doubts. Not a concern. Everything has been preparation for this. Even the fact that I've been completely alone for 3 years. Ashley stretched as she left the court office. The patrol guard cleared his throat. She didn't stop stretching at the throat clearing. The court office was in recess. People stood, stretched, and headed in the direction of the vending machines. "That could have gone better," Tristan said. "Rain got an easier set of proctors." "I didn't expect to get it easy," Ashley said. Kenzie was fidgeting, distressed. Ashley put a hand on Kenzie's shoulder, and her little friend looked up at her with a smile. The fidgeting stopped. The fidgeting would be because of the video. Kenzie would want it to be shown and be anxious about it being shown at the same time. The group wouldn't like it if the video came out. Kenzie would be dreading both the idea of the video coming out and the video not coming out. "I don't think they were being fair," Sveta said. "You weren't uncooperative." "She wasn't," Victoria said. "I'm really hoping they're open to giving us a chance to talk at the end. I want to hammer that in. I had a letter from Gilpatrick, but they haven't mentioned it." Ashley didn't think it was fair either, but she kept it to herself. Going down that line of thinking was the kind of thing that set herself off. Tristan added, "I took my letter for Ashley in after Rain's tribunal. Handed it to the one guy who looks like a mortician. He was pretty dismissive." "Could it have been process? Not wanting to seem biased?" Sveta asked, almost hopefully. "No excuse to be rude," Tristan said. "Maybe he didn't like your face," Chris said. "Then they have no taste," Kenzie said. "I think Tristan and Byron have very nice faces." "I'm really not sure how to take that," Tristan said. "Is there a process if this tribunal doesn't handle things appropriately?" Sveta asked. "Higher court we can go to?" "No," Victoria said. "The purpose of this is to handle stuff without getting tied up in more complicated procedures, weeding out the obvious cases before it gets put in front of the proper court." "There should be some process, some emergency go-to," Sveta said. Ashley felt agitation creep over her. It was fear and conviction with an energy to it, and the anxiety, impulses, and restlessness could in of themselves generate more anxiety, impulse, restlessness, and energy. Left to run rampant, these feelings and experiences that multiplied themselves would grow in ways that formed constructions and ideas, like how a cloud could resemble a face or a dog. Some of the therapy she'd had helped her to recognize it for what it was. Actually dealing with it was the harder thing. "If it's okay," Ashley said, with more force than necessary, aiming the statement at nobody in particular. "I'd rather not talk or think about the tribunal right now." "Sure, sorry," Sveta said. "We can talk about anything you want," Victoria said. "Talk about anything," Ashley said. "The noise of talking would be nice, so long as it isn't about this." "I'm making a camera that takes pictures and video of the past," Kenzie said. "It's only 25 pounds, and I'm slimming it down." There were overlapping responses. People sounded impressed, enthused. "That actually sounds awesome," Chris said. "Kenzie is awesome," Ashley said. "It's about time you caught up with the rest of us, Chris." Kenzie looked up at her, then tipped over, head smacking into Ashley's shoulder. She put her arm behind Ashley's back in a one-armed hug. "There are catches," Kenzie said. "Of course," Chris responded. He made no mention of the hug. "It takes a while to spin up. I'm still working on that. And it reads particles that don't move in straight lines, so it gets fuzzy fast." "Fuzzy can be workable," Victoria said. "In forensics alone, that kind of camera could be a lifesaver." "I'm still figuring out balances. Time is something I usually work around if I can," Kenzie said. Her legs kicked below the bench. "I stole some tech." "Stole?" Chris asked. "Tinkers can read powers in people and get data that they can use for their tinkering stuff. A tinker who makes flamethrowers can use my blueprints and figure out how to do some targeting tech. Or, even if it's not powers, I could do deep scans of a thinker, and I could get power data I could use for my cameras. Which is where right now I wish I could talk to a really good precog or postcog and see how their power works." Don't we all? Victoria said.
Anyway, Kenzie said, we saw some of this with Snag and the others, remember?
The speedrunners, Tristan said. Yeah.
Yeah, every tinker is different, so it's not every tinker that does it, but it's most, I think. We all wanted data and inspiration. When I went to pick up my big projector box, I sent some flying cameras in. Which was safe to do since Mama Mothers was gone, right?
Ashley imagined that this was the same time Kenzie had collected the image of the landscape where she'd killed Beast of Burden for the falsified video.
So I searched around to see if there was anything interesting. Some of the Tinker throwing stars and junk were lying around. I had my camera and grabbed that. Now I'm reverse engineering it.
That's great, Ashley said.
Except the team's falling apart and I don't have anyone to do those with. You might not be there to see it.
I might not, Ashley said. She felt a pang. She didn't want this. Rain did, but for her, it was something she had to do, a necessary evil.
But you didn't want to talk about that. I'm sorry,
Kenzie said. Ashley shook her head. Victoria took the empty space on the bench beside Ashley. She showed her her phone. It was a picture of Presley, hair dyed an inconsistent color that was more gray-white than pure white. The freckles reminded her of Amy, which would have been a tricky topic to raise. It reminded her of Jay, a memory from a past life. Trickier still to bring up or raise. There was a low, deep rumble as her power did its work. She had to run to get away from the cloud of dust that exploded out in every direction. She was already moving to the next point. She lashed out with a sweep of her warped darkness, targeting one corner of a building. Her arm raked out, trying to cover as much area as possible to destroy as much brick and beam, insulation and strut. A blast of her power provided the kick to get her clear of the area as the wall came down. She did the same to the other corner of the building. Where bricks were stacked atop one another, they started cascading down in sheets, crashing to the ground. Other things fell down, and the sound of impacts and cracks had a beautiful sound to them, the water magnifying some of the acoustics. Jay's car was a lawn and a sideway away from her, moving at a slow but steady clip as he tried to stay close to her and keep away from the rolling cloud of debris. This was the distraction. They were near the water, not that far from where the bridge and the cape with the Celtic knot wooden armor had been. Her power was taking down segments of old buildings with no lights on. A glance inside had verified that they were empty. Now, she felt the strain in her legs as she ran, catching up with the car. She didn't hop in, but hopped on, standing at the edge and bracing her forearm against the door and the top of the car. Her power flickered, but touched only the air. On impulse, as they passed a large tree, she blasted it. It toppled behind her, and it made a hell of a lot of noise. Jay stepped on the gas. The car peeled out. This would help draw capes away from the center of operations. Others were out there, only some of Barr's group, the ones that had been most curious about what they were doing, and Angel was out there, keeping watch. The trick was to get enough speed that they could circle around and hit the target from the side or behind. Going straight there wouldn't work, because it would mean running headlong into anyone coming to see what was happening. One empty building toppled. Another two with one exterior wall partially or wholly collapsed. One tree brought down to block a road. They passed through an intersection, and she had the briefest of glimpses of the capes on the next road over. A larger group than she had expected were on their way to investigate. Jay stopped the vehicle. She hopped off, kicking the door closed, then broke into a run. Lights streaked across the sky. That would be phase 2 of the distraction. Damsel had made Angel notify the heroes that Blast Germ were up to no good. At worst, what? She was outnumbered 30-1 instead of 12-1. Past a point, it didn't matter. At best, they were out of position and tied up with outside concerns. Her power blasted the door open. A heavy thud behind her marked the arrival of a cape, a moment after she disappeared inside. A big guy. Not one of the ones she'd seen during the day's patrols. He had a metal helmet and painted skin, and walked with a hunched back. Angel and Jay had independently come to the conclusion that this was Blasto's headquarters. It was where the Capes kept entering and leaving. Those who sold drugs apparently came and went from here as well. Not bright, to shit where one ate, but he might have told himself that he had more than enough powered bodyguards. The big guy was stampeding his way inside. She hit the stairs and she went up. The big guy followed, charging his way after her. Time to burn this building down, she thought. She blasted behind her, and she took out a chunk from the floor of the hallway. The angle meant she was thrown up and back, and it wasn't her usual style. With the usual sort of blast, she could at least try to keep her balance. Here, she toppled and slid on the smooth laminate floor. The big guy, catching up, had to stop to avoid falling in. He gathered himself together on the mostly solid ground, muscles standing out, and he leaped. She wasn't even fully to her feet as she stuck her hands out. A wide area blast, concentrated to get as much of the floor as possible where he was due to land. It gave him less chance of finding some footing, and it kept pieces from raining down on the unsuspecting below. He crashed into the edge of it, and he fell through. She used her power with wanton abandon. Doors, gone. Walls, gone. One blast knocked out the power on her floor. Empty rooms, offices, a room with bunk beds and storage crates. Nothing on this floor. She blasted a hole in the floor and dropped down. The big guy was on the floor below, in the midst of trying to scrabble up to the floor above. He slipped, fell, and spotted her. Her power flared involuntarily, costing her a moment. She tried to make it look intentional by blasting the nearest wall, as if it was a prelude to the full maneuver. The big guy barreled toward her, and she had to find traction amid dust before jumping into the hole she just made. Another hole in the floor made it hard for him to follow her. Walls and doors were nothing. They were a gesture away from being an opening. She used that opening, navigating the floor while the big guy gave chase. Somewhere along the line, he stopped running after her. She cleared the floor, found nothing, and dropped down. On this floor, she could smell the drugs. She followed the smell and found a conference room turned to nefarious purpose. Packaging, plastic bags, and mounds of green leaves were set out. She didn't have to go far to find the office with some of the money. She was careful with her hands as she picked up a stack of bills. Something detonated just to the left of her. A cloud of noxious green gas surrounded her, and she stumbled away. "That's not yours." Rotten apple. Damsel smiled, walking around the room to avoid the expanding cloud of gas. "This was a decent headquarters," Rotten Apple said. A green sphere appeared in her hand, then levitated above it. "Now look at it!" The ceiling in the hallway sagged in tatters. There were holes in quite a few walls, large enough for a person to walk through. The gas was thinning out at its periphery, giving the room a general green haze. A second orb appeared, joining the first one that still orbited Rotten Apple's hand. The costumed woman gripped it, drawing her arm back to throw. Damsel brought her arm around, pointing it at the money. "Do anything, and I obliterate it." "You don't want to do that." "You don't want me to do it either, but I will if I think it weakens your group." Rotten Apple's eyes narrowed. "Sir—" Damsel started, before being interrupted with coughing. The gas. "Surrender," she said, succeeding on the second attempt at speaking. "Believe me, you don't want me to keep going. You might have an army, but they'll have to get here first, and they'll need to watch their footing. I can bring this whole building down, and I'm betting I can be the one that survives if we're both inside when I do it." "Sure," Rotten Apple said. She looked at the money. She flicked the ball, and it flew through a hole in the wall to explode in another room. "There! I'm unarmed." "Hands up," Damsel said. "That doesn't matter when it comes to parahumans." "Call it a token thing. I like my gestures of respect. Rotten Apple slowly raised her hands, until both were visible. She'd had another orb before. Where was it now? Damsel looked, and she spotted it at the last second, almost invisible with a haze of gas in the room. It was on the ground, and it had rolled past her. The orb detonated with some force, and the money was scattered into the air throughout the room. Damsel was forced to back away from it as the miasma visibly colored the air. Rotten Apple was already preparing for another shot. Damsel could have used her power to shoot the money, but it was so scattered that she would have hit a relatively small fraction. Instead, she ducked through the doorway and blasted the floor of the hallway. Down to safer territory. Rotten Apple followed. Another orb was thrown, and Damsel wasn't quick enough to get out of the way. The detonation knocked her over, and the resulting fall was unexpected and hard. Gas swept over her as she worked to find her feet. It felt like standing up took a lot of effort. Was that the gas? As the gas burned at her nostrils and tickled her throat, threatening to force her into a coughing fit that would have her inhale more gas, she raised a hand. The use of her power knocked her over, and did force a resulting involuntary intake of breath, but it also destroyed the gas that was touched, and annihilated the very air. Gas flowed into the resulting vacuum, where it could be blasted again. It didn't eliminate everything, but it thinned the gas, and it gave her a way to hold things off until she could find her feet properly again. She saw Rotten Apple lob another sphere, and blasted, hoping to get the gas before it could expand too far. Instead, the power connected with the sphere. It was wiped out of existence with no gas resulting. Damsel made her way down to the floor below, putting another hole in the ground and jumping through before Rotten Apple could do anything. The ceiling of the floor below, as it turned out, was a little higher than average. She had to use her darkness blast to break the velocity of her fall. Her landing was a hard one, all the same, knees banging on the floor. A lab. Improvised, dirty panes of plexiglass with whatever glue or caulk had been used to connect them together, running in dribbles and gobs. Metal bands helped keep them from coming apart, which was good because each seemed to be under pressure. Damsel straightened, aware that Rotten Apple would be coming after her as soon as she could access the stairs. Vats, a row of them against one wall, dirty and smeared enough that the contents weren't immediately obvious. Humanoid figures, each one different from the others. Blastgerm's large roster of villains from this online ad they put out. They weren't real people. Damsel smiled, looking at it all. They'd cheated. There was something else at the far end of the room. It looked like a boiler, but it had the same rushed, improvised feel that the vats did. Metal, welding, tubes winding around it, and a glass aperture, showing a sea of what looked like green moss on the other side. "Step away from that," Rotten Apple said. She was breathing hard. Ashley extended a hand out toward a vat. The intention was to threat, but her power sparked out. It cut into thick glass, into water, and into the figure on the other side. She flinched back, holding her arm against her chest as she stumbled away. She stood up straight, forcing a smile she didn't feel. The remains of the body were tipping forward as the fluids emptied from the vat, and they were breaking apart like wet toilet paper as they brushed against the edges of the broken glass. Rotten Apple wasn't acting like Damsel had just killed someone. "Of course Blasto isn't around at a time like this," Rotten Apple said. "Asshole is probably doing something stupid like sleeping." "Can't afford to sleep if you want to claim your piece of Boston," Damsel said. "You realize we're going to come after you. If you fuck us on this Boston thing, we'll make it a lifelong goal to come after you." "Don't bother with threats," Damsel said. "I don't scare easily, and I hold the cards right now. I can do more damage to all of this than you can do anything to me." Rotten Apple shook her head. "The soldiers we sent out are due back soon. Blasto could wake up any time, and he could wake these guys up." "Or," Damsel said, "you could give me a share of that room for the money, along with a pledge that you won't take Deathchester, and I'll keep silent about what you're doing with these legions of false capes that are joining you. Arnsmaster against Bastion. Who wins? The replies overlapped. People were amused, happy. Angel and her brother were here. There were a few scattered others that Jay had invited. Ashley wasn't sure how to label the scene, even, where Jay and Angel both wore bathrobes, like they were some kind of honor. Drink was being passed around freely among the teenagers. They'd opted for slightly less money and roughly equivalent value in the drugs. Ashley didn't care about the drugs, didn't want to be intoxicated, but she was content to let her immediate underlings take what made them happy. Now, they were being celebrated, if that was the right word. They were teenagers or men and women in their early 20s, and they just wanted an excuse to party. Thin justification, but she wasn't going to say no. They had provided the information, she had conducted the raid, and money had been collected and doled out. It helped that the excuse for the partying was that she'd succeeded. People were paying attention to her triumph. It felt like a dream. She felt important, she felt good, and it wasn't being poisoned or undercut in any way. Armsmaster has discipline, Ashley said. He has more tools. The rules are important, Angel's brother said. What location? How far apart are they to start? Wait, someone said. Who benefits from more distance? More replies overlapped. She didn't know how to deal with this. Her power had flickered a few times, even kicked once, and people were mostly ignoring it. There had been one question from a newcomer, and then there had been nothing. She couldn't bring people to her empty lair, so she had consulted Jay. Jay had provided some ideas, and she'd picked this. With some of the money, she had rented some hotel rooms. It was an easy way to have comfort, food, and a bit of luxury for Angel, who needed or wanted that. For some of these people in this age range who did this kind of work, who hadn't been around the other night, this was luxury, something that could draw them into her fold. She tried and tried again. Sooner or later, she'd taken a risk, and it had failed. She'd been sabotaged, by people or by her power. Somehow, not this time. There had been a moment where Angel's brother had walked past her, reeking of alcohol, and her eyes had watered very easily. Fatigue threatened to catch up with her, and she couldn't afford to sleep. Instead, as the discussion got sillier, she took the opportunity to stand. "Make sure you can work tomorrow night, because we have more to do," she said. She smiled. "Enjoy yourselves. That's in order." There were cheers. She felt like she was drunk just from the emotional reaction to the cheer. It wasn't a far cry from this to being worshipped. It felt like everything she could do was the wrong thing. She had spent 3 years alone, and now she finally had allies. They were people who understood her, and as she rode the emotional high, she retreated to her room to be alone again. She felt like she could sleep for 2 straight days, and sleeping terrified her, because unlike the cliché, it was a very real possibility that she could wake up and the spell would be broken. She'd wake up from the dream. She could move her hands the wrong way, and the dream would be broken as surely as anything was broken by her power. She couldn't even trust the success. It felt like a pressure closing in on her, and the solitude of her room wasn't enough. The room was almost too much. Too white, too clean, the towels too fuzzy, the sheets too soft. All too easy to break and ruin, like so many other things in life. She stepped outside. There was a danger she would destroy her keycard, but she could always knock on the window of the others. Ashley hoped it wouldn't come to that, but she couldn't be inside. She might have spent a full hour of that cool summer night just outside the side door of the hotel, looking at nothing in particular, far from sleep and yet too tired to think. The door opened, and Jay stepped outside. "Need anything?" he asked. "No." "Want company?" he asked. She shrugged. He walked over, and he leaned against the wall beside her. His arm touched hers as he stood there. He did nothing else. She'd been right. He'd lied. It hadn't been the money that had motivated him. Eclipse, Chapter 5. Ashley and her group walked slowly through the house. She had the lead, Jay right behind her with bags in each hand, and the others followed as a loose group. It was already furnished. Plush white carpets, black leather furniture, artwork already on the walls. The placemats on the table had lace at the edges. The corners of each room had a little statue, a piece of furniture, or a plant. Lilies. Jay put the bags on the bench in the hallway, while Ashley continued into the house. "Will it serve?" Jay asked. Would it serve? It was nicer than the hotel, and she had honestly thought the hotel was as nice as things got. Mansions on TV were like the hotel rooms, just writ large, but this, she could do without the paintings. They were too bright and colorful. She would want to change things around, but... yes. Angel whistled. She'd smeared eyeshadow around her eyes and tied her hair back. The girl wore a black tank top over a gray tee, loose black exercise pants, and black sneakers. Her hand wraps were black. Others in the group had trended that way, picking up the style on their own without Ashley needing to say anything. Bar was back, and even though it didn't fit his character, he'd started wearing black eyeliner. That he was sleeping with Angel had probably played a role in that. She wondered if Jay had suggested it to them. "We could have wicked parties here," one of Bar's brothers said. "No," Ashley said. "Not here. If this serves as my headquarters, it's a place that will demand respect. I've seen how you cretins get when you party." Someone in the group snorted. She turned her head to look, saw the others glancing at O'Brien, and gave O'Brien a sharp look. "Yes, ma'am. Entirely right," the boy said. "Downstairs, maybe, or in the backyard," she conceded. "It's a good backyard for parties," Jay said. "Have a look." Ashley walked to the window, looking down. There was a small pool, with a garden and places to sit all around the pool. The second smaller pool off in the corner might have been a hot tub. Jay approached. He stood beside her, looking down. The others collapsed onto the couches and chairs, or ran downstairs. 4 jobs. One was not a success, not a failure, she said. "I didn't make this much money." "You did. We made out like bandits when we raided the pit. You can afford first and last month's rent. Not much else, but you can earn enough to keep paying for this place." "Not much else is a problem," she said. Angel had reached the pool below them. She pulled her shoe off and stuck her foot in, before kicking water at Bar. "What do you want to spend money on?" Jay asked. "Things. Clothes. Status. I need to look the part. We need money to make money." "Based on what I've seen and the work I've done," he said, "I think this matters more than you're implying." Oh, it mattered. Jay's brother was a marketing guy, working with DJs and new bands to craft an image and generate hype. Jay had helped out enough to learn things, and he'd done a few small events on his own. Other things matter more. I have enemies to deal with. "I get it," Jay said. "Looking like a contender, hiring more people." Ashley nodded. "But look at our guys. They see this, and it says something to them. They're down for it. Your headquarters is as much a part of your status as the dresses you wear. Same for a musician." She wanted it. She wanted it so badly it made her chest hurt. "Money opens doors. I can't tie up my funds. The clockwork dogs are too dangerous," she said. "I can't throw all of you at them and expect it to be fine. We'll need the money to hire mercenaries." "You attacked Blastgerm when we thought he had 20 capes. Why the doubt now?" She didn't immediately reply. She wasn't in the zone, not laser-focused, confident, and dangerous all at once. The past few days had been too many steps into unfamiliar territory. The last job hadn't been a definitive win. Her underlings had grumbled, but they'd seemed to accept it as a fact of life. She had a harder time convincing herself of the same. It was there if she reached for it. The focus, the energy. Over the past day, she'd gone back and forth, almost tapped into it, then shied away. She teetered on the brink. Something told her that she could indulge herself, and it might even help rectify things in that department. It would hurt other things, but it would help there. The thrill, that excitement, and joie de vivre. "You're the boss. You make the final call," Jay said, breaking the silence. "Not now," she said. "I want to do this right. We have other priorities." "All right, I respect that," Jay said. "You'd better," she answered him. He smiled, and then he chuckled as he looked. Down in the pool area, below the window, both Angel and Bar had stripped down to their underwear and jumped in the water. There was a side of her that wanted to snap at them, but Angel had done fine so far. If Angel was happy, Ashley could be happy for her. She had seen enough people of her age group while growing up and watching television to know that sometimes they acted this way. Ashley had decided not to hire the older ex-cons like Mara's group, not to hire the more race-focused gangs, and opted for the young people. She'd known she would get less experience, more impulsiveness, and this kind of goofiness. She'd calculated it, and she would accept it. "Knock," she said. Jay knocked on the window. Angel had Bar in a headlock under the water, so it was only her that looked up. "They should get ready to go. We won't stay long." Jay beckoned for them to come in. Angel nodded, freeing Bar. Bar, in turn, plunged Angel into the water. The squeal was audible through the second-floor window. "Nick," Ashley said, "tell Bar and Angel to go around the side to the front of the house and wait for us there." Nick was silent as he got off the couch to obey. One of his friends went with. "They won't hold the house for long," Jay said. "How did you even manage this?" "Friend of someone my brother knows. I mean, not to boast, but this is what I'm good at." "Boast. Own your strength." "I can drive, I can do okay in a fight, nothing special. I'm kinda streetwise." "What you are is a complete and utter failure at boasting," Ashley said. Someone in the room snickered. "But I know this," Jay said. He walked over to the bench where he had left the bags. He began pulling things out. Women's clothes, all black. Boxes. "The things you showed me online," she said. Ashley remained still as he held one black dress against her front. Strapless, there were black feathers at the far left and far right of the upper portion, so they swept back off each shoulder. "Yes," she said. He held up another. Lacy, partially transparent, with patches that were opaque, strategically placed for modesty. "No." "I didn't think so. I kind of hoped, though." "Save your hope for things with a better chance of happening," she said. He stepped around behind her, placing a classy feather boa around her neck. All of the other boas she'd seen like this had been Halloween things, joke things. This was glossy, elegant. "Maybe," she said. She turned to the others, seeing that Nick had returned. "Everyone should get ready to go. We have things to do tonight."
"It would need to match with more of an ensemble,"
he said. It would, yes. She remained still as he held up another dress. Simpler. Too simple. There was nothing to it. And no.
"Can we save it?"
Jay asked.
"I think it could work with other pieces. It's a good base."
"If you insist," she said.
"What do you think about this jacket, then?"
Jay asked. She waited as he pulled it out and shook it to get it unfolded. The jacket was the sort that stopped partway down her back. The sleeves were narrow, and the collar was heavily decorated with bits of plastic. She liked it, and there was no way she could wear it. Putting her arms through the sleeves would be tricky. "No," she said.
"Anyone else want it?" Jay asked. "I don't think it would fit Angel, but would your girlfriend want it, Nick?"
"Nah," Nick said. "I'll take it," O'Brien said. Jay threw it to the boy. It was a woman's jacket, but O'Brien didn't seem to care. He wore jeans and tops that were too tight, and he wore them with confidence. He'd also been one of the first to wear the eye makeup, decorating one eye more than the other. What had they called it? Clockwork Orange style. She'd made a mental note to see it. It would annoy her, because she liked the jacket, and he would be the one wearing it. But she liked him well enough. She liked his confidence, even if he was weird. She was doing that a lot over the past few days, giving these guys leeway, slack, tolerating things she wouldn't have 2 weeks ago, just because she liked them. It worried her, the idea that she was compromising something, or showing a weakness that someone would see.
"I've also got 2 pairs of shoes," Jay said. "If you want to sit on the bench, I can get a pair out for you to try on while we wait for A and B."
"Geez, Jay," Nick said. Jay looked over at Nick.
"What?"
"It's weird," Nick said. "It's convenient," Ashley said, voice sharp. "Having him as an assistant leaves me free to focus on other things."
"Right,"
Nick said.
"Got it."
"Good," she said. "Help Jay pick this stuff up. We're going." "Yes, boss," Nick said. "Good." The front door was still ajar. She flicked it open with a sideways motion of her foot. She was just through the door when she heard it. She only caught the one word. "Bitch." A word said with anger she had long been acquainted with. She turned, her eyes going wide. Her hand moved, and her power crackled. It was Jay who dropped a bag, lunging forward to put himself between her and the others.
"It's okay," Jay said. "Please."
"Insubordination."
"It was aimed at me," he said. "They said I'm your bitch. It's fine."
She calmed down slightly at that, but her heart was racing, and the anger didn't so much dissipate as it unraveled, the threads of it going everywhere, reaching and grasping. "That's not fine," she said.
"I am, kind of. I don't mind it. It's whatever."
"I mind it," she said. The group looked scared. She liked the fear. It made more sense than anything, and it was more familiar ground than the unsteady new territory of the past several days. Much as she'd identified O'Brien when he'd snorted earlier, and when he'd cracked the joke in the car on the way here, seeing where people looked and who looked most guilty, she could identify the culprit as one of Barr's friends. He wasn't a small guy, and he looked like he might wet himself. It helped her to calm down more. She waited, staring, as she tried to find the words. Nobody spoke before she did. There was a long, hanging moment where her thoughts didn't seem to progress, and she couldn't formulate the sentence in her head. Had she been more focused, it might have been easier. "Many of you are teenagers," she said. "But this isn't your high school. I pay you to work under me, to fight for me, and sometimes you'll bleed for me. The person standing next to you could be the person who saves you from bleeding one drop too many. Show each other some fucking respect." That earned her nods and noises of acknowledgement. As she locked eyes with the culprit, he nodded faster than others. She turned and walked away. A short set of stairs led down to the front of the house. Her group's cars were parked out in front. Barr and Angel stood by Barr's car. Both were dressed, but still soaking wet. "Everything okay?" Barr asked. "Mm-hmm," Ashley responded. She took stock of the pair. Angel was still visibly dripping, trying to keep a straight face. "Did you enjoy yourselves?" "Yeah," Barr said. Angel's straight face slipped. Ashley bent down, bringing her face closer, and Angel had to fight harder to keep her composure. Finally, Angel failed to hold herself together and started giggling. Ashley smiled, turning to the group that was still making their way down the stairs. Jay was at the very rear, locking the house. "Someone go back inside. Steal a few towels." Angel's giggles intensified. I guess I can pay them back for the towels, Jay said.
Please, Ashley said.
Angel slugged the heroine. Fist to face. She backed off, shaking her hand. It wasn't because the heroine was tough, it seemed. Only because delivering a punch that solid hurt. The woman backed off, hand reaching up to her hand and mouth. It was chaos, and the chaos was something Damsel could well and truly embrace. It was simple, and it was easy. Well, not easy. 4 keeps against her and her crew.
Hey kid, the big guy of the group said. You want to try that with me?
No way, Angel responded.
Rhetorical question, the big guy replied. You just punched my wife.
She shot my boyfriend with a laser, so fuck you.
He advanced on Angel, shoulders alternating back and forth as he walked. There was a lightness to his step that suggested super strength. Angel's head was constantly in motion as she retreated, checking where the clothing racks and shelving units were, and weaving between them without really slowing down. There was a lightness to her step, too. More of sort of lightness that came with the boxer's training. The woman Angel punched looked up, peering over her hand, and a force field materialized in the middle of the storefront. Angel continued retreating, and her back and head smacked into the wall that had appeared. Big guy, Damsel said. Don't pick on a girl half your age and a third your mass. The man turned her way. It was weird to see a cape without a mask. He was older, 35 or 40, and his blonde hair was styled, slicked into position with something that hadn't faltered in the heat of the skirmish.
What do you think I should do then? Given the prospect of having to deal with me, surrender, she said with a smile.
You're proposing I stop picking on her, half my age and a third my weight, and I pick on you, half my age and, what, a quarter of my weight?
I'm proposing you surrender, she said.
She flicked her hand out to the side, and her power activated, crackling at her right. I'm tough to hit, he said.
Do you really want to test it? She asked.
Sure, he said. Why the hell not? She spared a momentary glance toward Angel, who ran off to the side, parallel with the force field. The others were already vacating. They had some stuff, but the looting of the registers and the safe in the manager's office had been interrupted. A force field appeared at knee level, an obstacle. She had some experience of that, having dealt with Licit. She had experience with constantly fighting to catch and maintain her balance, as external factors worked on her. She stumbled, and when it looked like she wasn't going to catch her balance, she used her power, blasting herself in the opposite direction. Another force field had materialized in front of where she'd been about to stumble, positioned to make her landing an uncomfortable one. The blast that she fired tore the force field to shreds. She stumbled back into a shelf near the registers, loaded with impulse buy items, including a ridiculous number and variety of protein bars. She hurled herself forward.
Neil!
The force field woman shouted, her voice nasal with her hand still at her nose.
Get back!
Damsel blasted. The big guy was already getting out of the way, throwing himself into the ground in a roll. He collided with another shelf, and energy arced out, connecting with the metal shelves.
That went through my field like it was nothing, the woman said. You can't take that hit.
Damsel smiled as the man's expression went cold. She walked a few steps, then blasted the long force field that had cut their battlefield in half. The force field bent, distorted, and a good 2/3 of it dissolved into nothing, like plastic crinkling at the touch of fire. In the background, Angel used the opening to get to the other side of the store and make a break in the direction the others had run. He twisted his hand around, and the shelf snapped over, the thicker midsection of the shelf slapping into the palm of his hands, fingers gripping it. He hurled it, and it wasn't just that he was strong enough to treat it like it weighed nothing. He used his power to thrust it out. Damsel aimed to shoot it out of the air, but with the speed it flew, it connected with her hand a moment before the power annihilated it. Flecks of shelf struck Damsel's face and shoulders. Her hand stung where the shelf had hit it. She shook it at her side, and each shake made her power activate,
spitting out bursts and licks of space-warping darkness. The woman shot her with the laser, the same kind that had burned Bar. Damsel stumbled, felt the burn a second later, and then she blasted, hurling herself up, away. Her foot touched on the top of one of the short, shoulder-height shelves, and she used her power to rocket in their direction. The woman flew, and the man jumped back. The directions they moved made it hard to pursue both, and it seemed instinctual. They knew how to fight as a team, and they didn't even have the sense to avoid using their civilian names. She went after the big electric guy, who was busy trying to duck through the aisle between the cashier stations. He couldn't fly, for one thing, so he was easier to catch, and he was momentarily slower as he tried to avoid demolishing too much of the store's property. She stayed low to the ground as she bolted for him, and it paid off as the first laser raked past her, hitting one of the cash stations. The second laser, though, it hit her. A glancing hit, but the beam was continuous, not a single shot. It traced an uneven course along the side of her body, cutting her dress and burning her stomach, and in her haste to get out of the way, she fell. No. No! She screamed her rage. A blast of her power sent her rocketing forward at the big one. A force field appeared in front of her, and she shot it, with the effect that it wasn't a planned shot, and it twisted her shoulder. It also moved her away from the guy she wanted to hit. A flicker of light to her left drew her attention. Another one of the heroes. This guy had been outside. He had red blonde hair and a beard, and his costume had black sleeves and legs with a star at the front. 2 glowing spheres hung over his head, and another hung at elbow height on either side of him. The first of the spheres kicked off, lunging in her direction. They weren't fast, as cape-generated firepower went. She lunged toward it, and saw the man's expression change. Surprise. He didn't usually have people go toward his ominous light orbs. Damsel shot the orb as it drew closer, and her power tore it to shreds. She closed the distance, and as she ran, she could feel the big guy making his approach. The woman would be getting in position to shoot or use a force field to block her movement. The second orb was drawing close. She raised a hand to shoot it, and it detonated an instant before her power could make contact. Annihilation met energy. Her power didn't simply erase things in its path, however. It grew, it shrunk, it bent, twisted, stopped, and accelerated. As the detonated energy surged into her power, some of it was magnified, and that same energy escaped the mangling that was supposed to immediately follow. The effect was that the explosion rippled out inconsistently in every direction. Shelves were knocked over, clothes were scattered, floor and ceiling came to pieces. The sound of it made her temporarily deaf, leaving her ears to absorb and echo the last thing she'd heard, a whip-crack sound coupled with a buzzing that made her teeth hurt. The echo leveled out into a high-pitched whine. She picked herself up. The man with the beard was slower to do the same, and that gave her the opportunity to escape the venue. Past the hole in the wall, out to the city at night. The city was brighter than it should have been. It wasn't that her senses were rattled, but that there was another of the damned heroes out here. More energy orbs. These ones clung to the road, rolling and folding into themselves. A young lady walked through the loose minefield she'd created. Black-haired, she had a flower symbol in the black on her chest, petals stretching up from a bar or hilt. One of the orbs erupted. It became a column, a wall, an unfolding wave of rippling energy that danced along the road in an unpredictable path. Damsel only narrowly evaded it. There were more lights behind her. The man with the beard. She couldn't look at every thread at once. Every time she blinked, the bright lights lingered in dots and trails in her vision. The lights the bearded man made weren't so distinct from the ones the woman made when they were dormant. It made it hard to focus, and her focus wasn't all there. Another of the ones on the ground erupted. It folded in a different way, pillars of light that raced in 4 different directions. Easier to avoid, but they were coordinating their timing. He lobbed one of his lights at her. It wasn't fast, but it wasn't so slow that she could outrun it, and with her vision already struggling amidst so much brightness, it was hard to use depth perception to get a sense of how fast it was traveling. She blasted it, stumbling back, and light at one corner of her field of vision suggested another of the orbs the flower woman had made was exploding. "Hold off on the explosions until we know what happened in the store," a woman shouted. The laser woman. The sound of her voice was rounded off at the edges, as if Damsel was hearing her from just beneath the surface of water. "Roger," the man with the beard said. They were all here now. Damsel turned to leave and saw another. A woman with an orange symbol at her breast and a glowing energy weapon clasped in both hands. The energy formed a wedge shape toward the top, almost, but not quite, an axe. Damsel slowed down, wary. "Brandish!" the laser woman shouted. "She's dangerous. Her power goes right through force fields." Brandish didn't flinch. "We're all dangerous, aren't we?" Her voice wasn't of sufficient volume to be heard by her companions, only by Damsel. "Yeah," Damsel said. "You're done. Your underlings are scattered. They abandoned their car. You get nothing today." "Maybe," Damsel said. "This isn't ambiguous," Brandish said. "You're done. You had your fun. Now we're bringing you in." Damsel looked back at the other heroes. They were drawing in closer. "You said I get nothing today. I thought I get something this time." "Damsel of distress," Brandish said. "This thing? You and I talking, trying to find something profound to say? Mutual therapy during the pause in the battlefield? We're not going to do that." "Thinking out loud," Damsel said. "That's how it always is. Sorry, but I had my fill of talking about my problems a long, long time ago, and I'm not going to talk about or shoulder yours." Damsel nodded. The laser burns hurt like a motherfucker, and her shoulder was throbbing. She could go after Brandish, one person to get past. But that weapon had reach. She couldn't blast it like she'd blasted the orbs, without hitting her opponent. "Some people want to talk to you. You're not necessarily in trouble." Damsel snorted. "We're all in trouble, aren't we? We're all dangerous and we're all in trouble. Just sometimes more obvious." Brandish didn't respond. The car was coming down the road. Traffic must have been cut off for the area to have so few cars and people around. Still, this old sedan had slipped the perimeter. Not Jay's car. Not Bar's. "Go around!" the big guy shouted. "Situation in progress. There's danger." The car started its halting three-point turn. Was it the distraction she needed? Brandish wasn't taking her eyes off of Damsel. It meant Damsel couldn't run past. Running to the sides didn't give her any immediate escape routes, and it would see laser fire, exploding energy flowers and slow-moving energy balls hurtling her way. But, by the flip side of that same coin, it meant that when an object was cast out of the window, Brandish was the last person to react. Her focus was on Ashley. Damsel twisted her head around, eyes shut, her arm going up to her ear to shield it. At the same time she turned away, she ran toward. Not a flashbang, but a flash. The light was blinding. Damsel hurried toward the car. Not her underlings, exactly, but they were hers. The mercenaries she'd bought with the money she hadn't spent on the house. People with equipment, some training, some background. But in the midst of the light, a shadow loomed. Brandish hurried her way, weapon held high. To an extent, it made sense. A person who manipulated fire often had protections from fire. This woman created weapons out of light, and she'd bounce back faster than some. Damsel was left with a moment to decide. Her power lanced out, twisting, reaching, pointed at the woman with the weapon who threatened to take everything from her. Aimed with the intent. No, not the intent, but the willingness to kill. The woman reacted. She condensed down into a sphere, and the dark, rending energy lanced out, swiping and grasping through the air. Damsel couldn't be sure if it grazed the orb or just barely missed it, but by chance more than anything else, the lunges and surges of Damsel's power missed their target. Brandish didn't give further chase. Ashley reached the car, glancing back at the other blinded heroes, the scene with the money she hadn't been able to claim. It had been the right decision after all. The energy and restlessness she'd missed was back. It had been with her as she stepped off the bus. It had helped propel her forward as she made her initial moves in Boston. This was closer to the feeling she had on the bus, but it was a darker feeling. It was an unfamiliar feeling. It had been a long, long time since anything but her fingers or her power had run through her hair. One or the other was usually sufficient to deal with tangles and keep it neat. When she had been little, her mother had counted the brushstrokes out loud, but there were no words, and there were more than 50 brushstrokes. Her hair was moved aside, and a warm hand touched her shoulder. It might have been moisturizer that was rubbed into her skin. There were no childhood memories to touch on for that. This would be a first. There was a rhythm to this, like there had been for the brush. Almost a minute of rubbing, avoiding the burns, giving attention to knots. There would be a pause, and there would be a soft sound as he rubbed his hands together. She surmised it was so the moisturizer wouldn't be cold or cool on application. Everything careful, everything measured out. It would be so easy for this same situation to feel like the inverse of what it was. Her in his power. As he walked around in front of her, applying moisturizer to her collarbone, his gaze was averted. Even that was careful and measured out. His expression betrayed a few moments of indecision, hesitation that anyone would have in a scenario like this, but that indecision didn't interfere with his ministrations. It had, before. She couldn't even remember how that conversation had gone. He had handled some of her requests for food, and that had led him to ordering an outfit, bringing it up online, and getting her confirmation before having it delivered. Talk of the outfit had led to mention of her hair. It was clean. Her power cleaned it more thoroughly than anything. But it wasn't anything. He had offered to buy and apply the conditioner. He had washed her hair like her mother's hairdresser had used to. When he said something, or if he hesitated too long, she had walked away or started doing it herself. It had happened twice. Now he seemed to have it figured out. No words. If he was going to do something, he would do it in a way that showed respect and no hesitation. Her injuries were disinfected, cream applied, bandages taped on. She moved her arm to test that the tape wouldn't pull, then nodded. The burn at her side required that her towel be adjusted to reveal just the side of her stomach and her hip, which he did, and she pinned it at the side of her body, like that, until he was done. He applied her makeup, with attention to redness and scrapes from past skirmishes. She kept her eyes closed while he applied makeup around her eyes, then to her lashes. Her eyes were open as the lipstick kissed her lips. It moved slowly, pulling at the surface of the lip. He was ever so careful to avoid mistake there. His face was very close to hers for this part. When he was done with her makeup, he went to the table where her dress was laid out. He brought it to the ground, and she stepped into it. He raised it, his head turned away, and she let the towel fall before the zipper was raised, pulling the dress tight around her midsection and her chest. Not corset tight, but tight. He attended to the straps at the neck, and he first buckled on, and then adjusted the layers of cloth that went over her one shoulder, covering the bandaged wound. He brought the shoes, and held them out for her to put her feet into, and she did. And he attended to the straps that secured them to her feet. He remained kneeling for a few seconds longer than necessary as she turned away from him, taking a few steps to make sure the fit was right, and that the shoes wouldn't be uncomfortable. The dress swished against her legs. He stood, and turned to go clean up the makeup and other bottles. The first aid stuff and packaging needed discarding this time. It was much as he had before, though each time they found themselves in this situation, things were a little more involved, with more steps and things being done. She raised one foot, and she touched the toe of her shoe to his hip. She pushed it to the side and back, turning him so his rear end was against the table with the things on it. And he faced her, her toes still touching the side of his pelvis. For all that he pretended to know things about marketing and connections, for his maturity and his way of doing things as he assisted her, He was very much a young guy. His like for her was as clear as day. She dropped her foot to the ground, studying him. This was weird. He was weird. So was she. She studied him until his fondness for her was less outstanding. When her eyes went up to his face, she saw a smile. He was amused. Impudent. She'd been distracted. She had things to do. Armored and administered to by her squire, she left the hotel room with him a step behind. The assistance her assistant provided her was abnormal, perhaps, but she felt more human than she had in a long, long time. She had hands again. They just weren't her own. She rubbed her fingertips up and down the skirt portion of her dress, testing the sensations. The hands weren't new, but there were still times they didn't feel like hers, especially when her appointments with Riley concluded. Hands removed, cleaned, tested, tweaked, and given back. It never felt exactly the same as it had beforehand, and with the way her appointments were scheduled, they ran together, one after another, leaving her annoyed with one adjustment as the next set of people started on the next. She sat and waited for the men and women in lab coats with their warden's ID badges around their necks, and she tried to discern just what it was that made her hands not feel quite right. Here and there, people walked by. The area was large, and the testing equipment sat without much room to navigate between one piece and the next. It was Jessica who approached her first, rather than any of the parahuman sciences people. "They want to do something different today," Jessica said, "digging into one of the weird edge cases." "Should I worry?" "The other way around, maybe," Jessica said. "I told them they should be more concerned, and that we shouldn't surprise you. I'm here to break the news and ask permission." "Okay." "Edict, do you harbor any strong feelings?" "Some feelings, but not strong ones. Nothing that should matter." "Are you sure?" "Yes," Ashley said, with sincerity so grave it could have been mocking, even though it wasn't. "Do you want me to stay?" Jessica asked. "I can referee." "You have things to do, I'm sure." "Then I will see you in 1 hour and 23 minutes. "I look forward to it," Ashley said. Then Jessica was gone, and Ashley was alone again. People walked past her, and they avoided looking her way. She was a non-entity, periodically touching things or touching finger to finger with hands that weren't real. "Ashley, thank you for coming in again," a scientist said. He appeared out of nowhere, clipboard in hand, and he said the words so automatically that they didn't have any meaning at all. "Have you started on any new medicine?" "I have not, but I would refer you to my personal doctor for a more accurate answer," she said. She didn't miss the slight changes in expression that went with that. They were scared of Riley. "Did you log your dreams in your diary?" he asked. "I did. Same as always." Her bag was beside her on the doctor's bench, and the diary was on top. Writing was a chore, but she was supposed to do it, and filling out the diary meant she could do both things at once. "Any changes?" "No changes." "All right, that's good. Your therapist told you that we're bringing someone in, I hope." "Yes, it's fine." "I'll be back shortly, then." It was bizarre that she was in a room with so many electronic devices, with special cameras and scanners, testing machines, exercise machines, and everything else they might need to study a given. And yet, she was only here to sit on a doctor's bench. The only tool or recording device that was being used here was the diary. She saw Edict approach. The woman wore the same costume now that she had 3 years prior. "Long time no see," Edict said. "You don't mind my coming in?" "No." The rest of the scientists that Ashley saw with any regularity were now arriving. A few unfamiliar faces stood off to the side, with one of the senior scientists whispering to them. It didn't look like a secret from her so much as an attempt to catch them up. Too efficient, too measured, and too great in quantity to be deception. "Are you well?" Ashley asked. "As well as anyone is these days," Edict said. People in my area had a hard time with winter. I did too. I'm sorry to hear that, Ashley said. I was more fortunate than some. I was close to resources. I'm glad, Edict said. We're here about dreams, was it? No, a scientist said. At the same time, Ashley answered. Not dreams. Dreams came up, Edict said. They're related, and I track mine. But this is memory, Ashley said. You've seen things relevant to me? Ashley looked at the various scientists. Yes, I remember things relevant to you. We were hoping to confirm and verify. Okay, Edict said. Your son's name, Ashley said. She reached for her diary, and a scientist handed it to her. She found her pen and wrote the name out. The grip on the pen was hard to maintain, the movement stiff. It was a good thing the word was short. Shiloh. It was better to write it than to say it out loud, because Edict wore a costume, and her identity deserved preserving. Ashley showed Edict. I can confirm. You know my little boy's name. That bothers me, if I'm honest. Ashley nodded. I know that you had a routine with the woman who worked the reception in Stafford. Chandra. She could have gone on. She was even tempted to outline all the things she knew and easily get them confirmed. She bit her tongue. I can confirm, Edict said. I know you had your neighbor as the go-to babysitter for your son, when work intruded. She was a high school student, and would pick up your son on her way back. Confirm, Edict said, her forehead creased with a worry line. For overnight stays, you'd use your aunt. You didn't like doing it because she didn't know or approve about your Cape life. Confirm. How do you know this? What's going on? I have memories that aren't mine, Ashley said. The memories are as clear as any of my own. I know a lot of things, but I'm trying to think of things that only you would know so they can confirm. Yeah, well, you're thinking of good ones, Edict said. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm concerned, actually. I mean no harm, now, Ashley said, but scientists were already talking over her, asking Edict things. Shouting the statement would defeat the point. Has anyone reported anything like this to you? One scientist asked. No. Edict, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely would you say that your power, used on any person, could establish a permanent link to that someone? I don't know, Edict said. 2. But I do know that I'm very, very tired of my power having hidden facets to it. I can't rule anything out. Ashley, on a scale of 1 to 10, with your extensive background being on the recipient end of Edict's power, how likely would you say it is that a connection or link was established when she used her power on you? 1. I don't think it's likely. It upsets me, Edict said. My memories are mine. They are, Ashley responded. I'm not especially happy about it either. On that note, one scientist asked, do you feel any less like yourself, Ashley? Yes, Ashley said. She thought about leaving it at that, but these people were the same ones who had agreed to pay her for her time and her trouble. But this memory being in the mix and Edict's power don't have anything to do with that. Maybe this is an avenue to pursue on why this memory bleed happened, but I haven't had the opportunity to be 100% me for a long, long, long time. Eclipse, Chapter 6. Damsel's power broke through the silence, the scream and the crackle of it so abrupt in how it came on and dissipated that she could imagine it was a continuous sound that was only audible when her power opened the door. In the break between the use of her blasts, her toes scrabbled for footing on the brick. Another blast, driving her up and at an angle. The darkness rippled behind and below her like her dress flapped and whipped around in the disturbed air. She had to work against the push, so she wouldn't simply be pressed against the wall. Instead, her leg extended out, some isolated muscles she wasn't used to exercising straining, her foot dragged down, and she made her way up. She was 3 stories above the ground, only a drop with nothing to grab below her. The blasts alternated to provide that recoil push that could drive her skyward, while her feet worked to give her traction and keep her positioned. This blast sputtered after she tried to extinguish it, a movement of her hand she hadn't intended, or just the power being its moody self. It continued to output power, pushing her off course. She was flung sideways toward the corner of the building, and beyond that, only the 50-foot drop to pavement and sidewalk. She compensated, a use of her power to send her in the opposite direction. So wild and reflexive a move saved her from the immediate threat, bought her a second, and threatened another crisis, her entire body out of position, her frame of reference spinning around her. She could see the fat, rust-stained concrete lip at the bottom of a window, and she stomped on it more than step on it in her rush to find footing. It was another half-second of time, and it gave her the ability to establish her frame of reference, reminding herself what was up, what was down, where she wanted to be. Up, she blasted both hands, and her knee almost struck her chest as she rushed to get her footing in advance of her body getting that high. Up, another burst, another noise, another shudder through her arms and shoulders to her chest, the feeling around her heart and chest reminding her that she hadn't breathed in 20 or 30 seconds. Then, no footing. She was moving upward, her shoulders tense, her chest locked with no breath passing through her throat or mouth, dress and hair moving with the air, and her arms out and behind her. The building was below her. A short blast moved her horizontally. She landed on a broad, tarred shingle that wasn't fully attached to the roof. The shingle moved under her as she came to a stop. She stepped up and then stood on the corner of the rooftop. Her group was in the lot below her, with 25 of her people rushing to fill up the trucks they'd haphazardly parked around the building. People were shouting orders, trying to harangue a disorganized mob of teenagers and 20-somethings into order. The building below her was a warehouse. Televisions, computers, laptops, and printers. She had been informed that most were the kind that flooded stores before all the students arrived for university. Cheaper, with brand names nobody had heard of. The teenagers were nervous, and a heavy rumble had almost made them shit themselves. It had been followed by another, and then another. She had Jay call the mercenaries she had stationed at either end of the warehouse to see if they'd seen the cause. They hadn't. Now she had her vantage point, and her eyes scanned the area. A helicopter made its way through the night sky above them. She could see her people stop in their tracks at the noise, heads turning to see the helicopter-mounted spotlight roving over buildings a block away. Not for them. The spotlight of the helicopter illuminated the source of the rumbling. A ways off to the north, past the water. It was taller than some 4-story buildings, hunchbacked, without much of a head. It walked on 2 legs, using one of its arms when its balance failed it, and it tipped too far forward. Its other arm wasn't the kind that supported weight, consisting of a morass of tentacles. As the helicopter drew nearer, the tentacles began to unfurl, expanding out to fill the area around the giant. It turned, standing straighter, clearly hostile. The helicopter pulled back, the spotlight covering more of the giant with a lower intensity. It made its way out into the water, and the tentacles from its arms spread out, plunging into the water around it. It stood with its back to the area. Damsel crossed the roof, found the ladder for the fire escape, and slid down, one hand on the side, another ready to grab the rungs if something went wrong, her feet stopping her periodically. She hopped down the last 5 feet and dusted off her hands. Grime, paint chips, and rust with some abrasions. A use of her power cleared away the rust. "Did you see what it was?" Jay asked her. "Giant monster," she said. "How are we doing?" "Giant monster?" Jay asked. People nearby looked curious too. "I asked you a question," she said, her voice sharp. We're fine. We should plan more before we do this again. Teach our people to load things efficiently. Giant monster? How giant?" 75 feet? I don't know. Big doesn't matter.
We're not concerned?
I am concerned we might have a convenient distraction and we might waste it. Will we be done in 5 minutes?
Last load, people, Jay shouted. We're out in 4.
All right, Damsel said. People who'd been inside made their way out, carrying large boxes. A few had flat boxes stacked 3 or 4 high, each stack carried by 2 people.
Careful about tipping them over, a man called out.
It was Miro at one of the trucks.
You can mess with the internal hardware or some shit like that.
Damsel walked over to him. Any complaints?
Nah, this is good, Miro said. What was the rumble?
Giant monster.
But it's not here, and it's not threatening the city. We can ignore it.
You're sure? He asked.
At her nod, he asked. We part ways after this, then. Your convoy goes one way, me and my brothers go another?
We'll touch base soon. If you can't offload your take, we might have an offer, Damsel said.
You're pretty confident you'll be able to sell all this, he observed.
It was 4 trucks that were partially filled, 3 smaller moving vans and 1 18-wheeler. Mara's ex-cons had 1 large moving van.
We'll see, she said.
Get in and buckle up, Burr called out. Don't let any of those boxes fall on you.
People filed into the 18-wheeler. The shutter at the back was closed. The other trucks were loaded up, her people inside, and the doors shut.
Bring my trucks back whenever, Mara said.
Yeah, she said. She walked away. It was one of her underlings' cousin's tips that had given them the location of the stocked warehouse. That cousin was in their security uniform, at the far end of the lot with a broken leg, a shiner, and 2 of the 4 mercenaries she'd hired standing guard over them. By choice, as strange as it seemed. Keep Insurance was paying out the nose while Boston was being turned upside down, and they weren't vetting a lot of the reports, or so this cousin thought. For enduring a broken leg and a bruise, they had a disability payout, an excuse to claim mental distress, and the ability to coast for 6 months to a year before they had to go back to work. That was their estimation, reportedly. She didn't really care if it worked out or not. She got what she wanted. Trucks loaded with stolen goods. Jay's suggestion had been to basically sell some of the computers and TVs to her people for 10% of their label prices. From the buzz she'd heard, some seemed excited about this idea. Less profit, but it made for happier underlings and less stock to offload. Some of her people were prepared to drive to major cities and towns nearby to offload to groups and connections there. Barr had family who wanted to buy some of the stock to sell on the down low. Jay and Barr seemed pretty confident that they'd already made arrangements to get rid of 2 truckloads. Part of 1 truck would go to her people. That was fine. And the rest? It couldn't be too difficult. The trick was that her people would be selling it themselves, rather than distributing it to people who would sell it. That involved risks.
Ready to go?
Jay asked. She nodded. Jay signaled with a wave of his hand. His car was parked between 2 buildings. Damsel took the passenger seat, and Jay shut the door for her.
Want me to drive ahead or behind?
Jay asked. Behind. Jay leaned out of the window and waved his arm in a forward motion. The trucks rolled out. They pulled out of the broad concrete lot that bounded the warehouse and other buildings in the same broader complex, and Damsel raised a hand to signal the mercenaries.
Is Maro happy?
Jay asked. Happy enough, she responded. They'd allowed Maro to bring a single truck in exchange for loaning them the vehicles to move the stock. It built relations, which was handy. Maro had ignored her or claimed to be unavailable the last 4 times she'd reached out. She'd stung his pride. Forming working relationships would be good.
My heart is pounding like crazy, Jay said. It has been since we first got into the trucks to drive here.
Was, she said.
Isn't yours?
He asked.
How are you calm at a time like this?
I'm not, I suppose, she said. She wasn't calm, but it made her uncomfortable to try to explore that simple question of how she felt or where her normal was. There were times her heart raced, and her heart was racing now, but that wasn't unusual. It was almost normal. Whenever it wasn't like this, she couldn't say she was calm. If she wasn't actively doing something, then she generally had other concerns. It was a rare, rare time that she was still. Things were mundane, and she found a moment to consider how she felt or how her body was doing. She moved her hand with care, because an incautious movement could destroy the car door, wheel, or engine. She didn't recognize her own hand. For the last little while, she had been eating more, thanks to Jay. Her fingers were still thin, but the bones and the tendons at the back weren't quite as defined as they had been. The window was open, and she put her hand outside. Dangerous to let the wind push and pull at her hand, but she was careful to keep it rigid. She felt good, and she didn't trust the feeling. She'd felt good when she robbed the bank of Kidney Stan's group. She'd felt good when she'd looted the clothing store in Stafford at 4 a.m. and made off with bags of clothes. The bank robbery had gone wrong, and the good had become something else. And the good feeling from the looting of the clothing store had soured with a quickness that suggested the feeling hadn't been real. No good days. They were the bad days, and they were the days she dreaded the bad days. Right now, she was caught between a low-key excitement that wouldn't quit, and the dread. Almost, she was tempted to do something stupid just to get it out of the way and alleviate that dread. Maybe not so almost. She couldn't quite recall the train of thought that had led to her scaling the side of the building with her power. It hadn't even been thought when she tried to remember the sequence of events. The noise had demanded her attention, and somewhere between the point where she had rationalized that she needed to get up higher to see what was going on, needed to do it fast, and couldn't climb up the ladder without her power getting in the way. Had she felt a kernel of that desire to alleviate the dread? Had she pushed it out of her mind and acted on it in her hurry? That spooked her more than the electronics robbery or the rumble had. "Holy shit, there it is," Jay said. Damsel tilted her head to see through the side window, and she saw the giant. It hadn't moved. More helicopters with lights were circling it. Nobody was fighting the thing, and the thing wasn't fighting anyone. Blastos, probably, she said. He was making something big. "You're not bothered?" "Not as long as he keeps it out of Deathchester." "Half the city must be shitting itself right now," Jay said. "Because they're weak," she said. She wanted to say something clever, to elaborate on the thought, but she heard the way she said weak, the harshness of it, and it surprised her enough that the rest of the statement caught her off guard. "I would fight past 10 of sold-out soldiers, 100 of Blastos' plant heroes, or disobey 1,000 of Edict's orders if it meant not feeling like this." A collision ahead of them snapped her to reality. Tires squealed as Jay hit the brakes, then steered to avoid the trucks that were simultaneously braking and swerving to avoid what was ahead of them. Her power destroyed the door handle as she opened the car door. The 18-wheeler's long body provided some cover as she jogged ahead, trying to get a point where she could see what was going on. Latent emotion boiled up. The dread became something manifest and tangible that ran in her veins. There was a desperate edge to her feelings. She saw a ghostly prism floating in the air, rotating slowly. "Licit!" she screamed the word. Her people were climbing out the back of a truck. "Boss," one said. "Licit!" she screamed again. Her power flared. She saw the heroes further down the street. Licit wasn't alone. He walked toward her, filling the air around him with more ghostly shapes, ranging from a few feet across to the size of a car. Spheres, cubes, diamond prisms, cones. His backup didn't advance with him. "What do we do?" someone asked. She stared at Licit, breathing hard. "We need 2 trucks, minimum," she said. She had to catch her breath to get the final 2 words out. "Get out." "Bar," the person shouted. "We gotta leave with 2 trucks." Other names were called. O'Neill. He'd been driving 1 truck. She glanced back and saw him being extricated from the cab of a truck. The airbag had trapped him, and someone was now hacking at it with a knife to try and get the air out sooner. Licit raised a hand, extending it their way. She saw more shapes appear in the air. Between her and Licit, behind her, and... 1 truck reversed. It ran into the sphere that had been created behind it. She reversed direction, walking away from Lisset. A wall appeared in front of her, the face of a cube. She destroyed it with her power. More, one after another, obstacle, frustration, stalling. She snarled. He created them almost as fast as she destroyed them. Her progress was measured in single paces. She reached the back of the truck and destroyed the cube there. "Back," she called out, hopping up and grabbing a dent for a handhold. Her power crackled, tearing a hole in sheet metal, and her fingers caught on the sheet metal, gripping the edge. She expected the shape to appear, and she blasted it before it could have an effect. The truck got turned around, and she hopped off as it sped off. Another shape, a tall spike, appeared in the truck's way. The driver avoided it, but it hit the side view mirror and cracked the passenger side window. The other truck hung back. Jay was hanging on to the driver's side door, watching things while communicating with the driver. The people from the other truck were hurrying to get inside so they could get a ride away from the scene. Rather than go to the truck, she went after Lisset. She knew how he operated. He had a hard-on for her, like Edic did. He'd been a big city cape once, and he transferred to her town because he got his jollies making her miserable. He rode around with police and did talks at schools according to the stoners she talked to. Oh, and he got in her fucking way. "Lisset!" she screamed. "I don't want to fight, Ashley." "Have the decency to call me damsel of distress, you genital wart." "Damsel of distress," he said. He was shaking his head. A cone appeared at knee height, point touching the ground. She almost walked into it, avoided it only because she'd had this encounter far too many times already. "Digging your grave every time you try that, petty man," she said. "Why don't you stop right where you are and we talk? I'm not looking to arrest you." He indicated the giant in the background, his head turning. She used the opportunity to run toward him. He created a barrier. She blasted it, stumbling off to the left, then resumed running. He created another barrier. "Just stop, let's chat. We have bigger concerns tonight, believe it or not." "No, you don't," she said, her eyes going wide. "You got in my way, so you'd better believe I'm your biggest concern." "We'll still let you go with the trucks that can still move," he said, "if you're willing to talk. Do you like having legs, Lisset? I'll let you keep them if you start begging for mercy now." "You've never hurt anyone that badly, damsel. You're not about to start now. Stop." More barriers. She blasted through each, changed the direction she moved as she tried to guess where each would appear and evade preemptively, and she drew nearer to him. He began walking backward, keeping the same general distance from her. As her second truck pulled away, he raised an arm for his buddies. 2 took flight, flying toward the truck, leaving only 2 on the ground. "Less witnesses?" she asked. She shook her head. "Your bosses are going—" She blasted at another barrier. "To need at least 3 if they're going to make sense of exactly what it is I did to you and your remains." "Did you or do you know about that giant?" he asked. She blasted another cube to pieces, stalking toward him. He was walking through his shapes while they were solid for her. He was relying on the shapes he'd made in advance to help keep the distance. "Your robbery was suspiciously timed," he said. "I have some idea. How about I whisper it in your ear?" "We flew over. Our thinker gave us the take on you being in the car, stolen goods being in the truck. If you stop and talk to me, I'll call back the Boston Flyers that just left. You can walk away." She glared, blasting again. Then, to break up the rhythm, she shot with the hand that hung limp at her side, her arm going rigid to provide some strength for the blast. She sent herself upward, over the field, and then blasted again to rocket toward him. Shapes went up. He leapt to one side and skidded on one hip and leg, moving along in a smooth, shallow slope he'd made with his power. She gave chase, rocketing toward him with her power, and more shapes went up between them. This time, cones and diamond-shaped spires that might as well have been spears. Points aimed her way. She stopped. She reached out, touching one of the points. She smiled. "Got scared?" Director of the Boston PRT wants to talk to you, he said. Again. We bring you in, or have you make a phone call. We're supposed to take the stolen goods back according to the police, but we're getting conflicting orders because we're supposed to be ready in case that giant ends up being a threat. Given our past relationship... Damsel snorted. You stalk me and get in my way. I'll let the stolen goods slide. We won't arrest your guys, if you talk. Does describing your unfortunate and imminent demise count? Fuck you, Lisset. You promise that and betray me the moment you have what you want. I've never once done anything like that. Everyone does things like that. You're not special. I'll tell you what, he said. I'm going to reach slowly for my belt. I'm going to pull my phone out, and I'm going to call my guys off. Just stay where you are. She stared at him. His hand moved. She watched as he reached down, drawing the phone out. There was a pause as he typed, his eyes moving back and forth between the phone and her. Furtive. Cowardly. Dovetail. Aerobat. Can you let the trucks go? There was a pause. Please, he said. Pause. Yeah. Thanks. You're lying. Secret code. Cops in capes can lie, and I'm not going to be fooled. Just wait, he asked. If you are lying, how about I put you down? I may not have maimed anyone. You're right about that, but I've killed people, you know. I know, Ashley, he said. I'm sorry that happened. Her expression twitched. Irritation. Anger. Her voice was hard. What did I say about my name? I wasn't saying it to you. He said it in a quiet voice. I was saying it to her. Is that okay? No, she said. That's the kind of thing that makes me throw myself past these spikes of yours and take your head from your shoulders. Then I won't do it again, damsel of distress, he said. Sorry. A moment passed. She wanted to pace, but she worried that would be the trap. A bit of force field created at a level to trip her up, create a weakness that he could use. The idea nettled her. She remained where she was, imagining what she might do if an opportunity came up. You've never beat me, she said. You never found me, and I'm your full-time job. Well, I help the police and things. Ah, there they are. See? Dovetail and Aerobat. The pair dropped down from the sky, rejoining the two in the background. They were looking more at the giant in the water than at Damsel. They could have already caught my friends. Doesn't Dovetail make force fields? This is clearly a trap. You wouldn't call them back for nothing. I called them back because I promised that I would if you stopped and talked, which you effectively did. Her eyes narrowed. How about this? You can use my phone, or you can take a burner phone. Call your group, confirm they're fine, but also call Director Armstrong. If you take the burner phone, you call him at your leisure, he said, tapping his belt. I brought it for that express purpose. With a tracer in it? No. Stop acting like I'm stupid, Lisset. We don't think you're stupid, damsel of distress. We do worry about you. As you should. I'm dangerous. He sighed. His phone illuminated, buzzing silently in his hand. She stared him down. Can I answer, damsel? It's the team back there. She didn't answer. She would give her team a bit longer to get away. Then she would act. She would have to deal with 2 flyers. That would be a pain. There was a building nearby. She could blast a hole in the wall and force them to maneuver in an area they couldn't fly up. If need be, she would bring parts of the building down around her. He pressed the button on his phone without raising it from where he held it to his side. He glanced down and hit another button. Lisset, a female voice came over the phone's speaker. Dovetail, Lisset said, looking at Damsel. That's Dovetail. What do you need? Do you need us to stick around? We're wondering if we should go after the giant, just in case. Go, he said. I think I'm fine. De-escalating might be good. In the background, the 2 flyers took off. The other one ran toward the water in the general direction of the giant. It had to be 1.5 miles away. "No witnesses," Damsel said. Lisset hung up the phone. "Your raid happened when the giant appeared. Did you know it would appear?" She remained silent. He looked over his shoulder at the giant, and then, without looking back to her, he said, "Director Armstrong has information about the Clockwork Dogs. It's why he wanted to talk to you. Give us any info you have. Agree to play reasonably nice, and—" He drew in a breath and sighed. "We're not especially invested in stopping you. The situation in Boston is going to wind down in the next month, we're hoping, as the major players lock down their territories or get their business underway. If you're one of them, then it's not our first choice for outcomes, but at least you seem reasonably healthy, and you're not as bad as some." "I'm pretty darn bad, Lisset. You got scared enough to put spikes in my way." She touched a spike. It fizzled out of existence, because of him, not her. "You're not shipping in prisoners from overseas and turning them into half-cow people to sell to fans of some asinine children's show. You cause property damage, and you legitimately scare me because I can't ever know for sure how far you're willing to go. But I've been keeping an eye on your criminal activities in Stafford." "Stalking me." "Keeping an eye on you, damsel of distress," he said. "I've been doing it long enough to get some sense of who you could be. I'd rather have you around than 9 out of 10 of these assholes. Edict would too, for the record. Given a chance, she'd cook you a warm meal, probably. At least once a week, every week for the 2 years we've been keeping an eye on you. She said she would drop off a box of eclairs on your doorstep if she knew where you were. Or things like that." Damsel didn't respond. "I've joked it's a Stockholm Syndrome thing," he said. "We'd take you in and have you be a hero. We'd pay you well, give you clothes, see what we could do to get your power under control, give you foster guardians." "You've told me this before. Deceptions. You'll get me into custody and then drag me off to jail." "I don't think we could keep you in jail," he said. "We do this song and dance instead. I'm glad I got to spell it all out like this, instead of frantically shouting bits and pieces of it while you're up to something. I'll rest easier knowing I got to make the full pitch once." "This shark isn't going to bite that baited hook," she said. "It's still not ruling out taking your head off." "Yeah," Lisset said. "You're doing this instead. I really hope it works out, weird as it sounds." "It's going to work out," she said. "Okay," he said. "Okay. If that's the case, then we're going to be around another month or so. That's when we're expecting it to come to a close. Obviously, if you're robbing a bank and we're patrolling, we'll be on the scene. But that's it. We won't come after you in any dedicated way. After that, we'll be gone, assigned to another small town somewhere. You'll be rid of us." "I'll believe it when I see it." "We'll be gone sooner if you tell us anything you know about the giant." She considered. "You could even tell me you don't know anything." "I'm pretty sure it's Blastos," she said. "He was brewing something big. There was talk he had a big weapon, like the Death Ray building scale of thing. This fits for time. It fits for what people were saying and thinking." "Good to know," he said. "His team of capes isn't real. They're vat-grown." "Are they?" he asked. She almost elaborated. She didn't. "You should have hearers that know this, like the ones who knew our trucks had stolen goods in them." Lisset nodded, but he didn't reply. "Don't treat me like I'm stupid," she said. "I'm corroborating what you already knew. Or you didn't need corroboration, but me saying this lets you check off some box for some reason." "Something like that," he said. "All right, I've done my duty. I'm probably not going to get a wink of sleep tonight while we figure out what to do about the giant. So, I'll leave you to it, like my name says." He smiled. She stared him down, glaring. "Call the director. If nothing else, you'll have to negotiate with the good guys sometimes if you're going to do business in Boston. Open that line of communication. You need to know what you're up against." He reached into his belt, drew out the black flip phone, and threw it her way. She caught it. After a moment's consideration, she destroyed the phone with her power. "Good luck, I guess," he said. "I had a question," Ashley said. "Sure," Riley answered. She held out one of Ashley's hands in her hands, and held it up, poking at the raw end to make the fingers move. It was idle, and not for any particular purpose. It annoyed Ashley enough that she almost lost her train of thought. Nail polish. What would it take? "I've replaced your nails with different colored ones before," Riley said. "Well, color. If I wanted to apply actual nail polish." "That wouldn't be destroyed by your power? That's hard. Is it important?" "I was out a few days ago. New area. There was a shop with a sign in the window. Superhero-style nail polish. A friend of mine thought she might be able to do it." "That's neat," Amy said. She had one hand on one of Ashley's other arms. She looked back at Ashley. "The idea of something fancy like that, and that you have a friend willing to do it." "I don't know if she would be able to, but it might be nice to have that freedom." "Here," Riley said. "Amy, give me the arm. I'll see what I can do." "Thank you." "Have tea and cake with me again or something, in exchange for me going through the trouble," Riley said. "Sometimes I think I'm gonna lose my mind again, cooped up in here like this." "We can't have that," Ashley said. "I'm going to my room. I have nail polish there I can use for tests," Riley said. Then she was gone. Amy leaned against the counter by the sink. She pursed her lips, her eyebrows going up momentarily. Nothing to say. Ashley looked down at the stumps. The hollow metal rods had been replaced by ones of blunt ends, rather than the sharp ones of a year ago. "I heard, you talked to my sister at one point?" Amy asked. Ashley looked up, staring. "I don't want to pry or anything, but I worry about her. "Then don't pry," Ashley said, her voice cold. There was a pause. "Okay." Ashley exhaled slowly, her eyes closed. When her eyes opened, her head was still tilted back, staring up at the ceiling. She was tired. She would have to sleep, and she was worried about where that would take her. Her nerves were frayed. There were things to do. She would need to make sure she looked the part. She'd had more successes than failures overall, though the loss of the trucks would be something she would have to bring up with Miro. She walked on her knees to get to the point where she could climb off the bed, then fix her dress. She smoothed it down, because it was better to do that now when there was time to replace it. The wrinkles in the dress persisted. She frowned. That could be fixed. She tended to her hair, which was less of a risk than the dress. It had been styled, and she hadn't had cause to use her power on it. She would have to, soon, though. She could see the start of the faint blonde roots. "Get ready," she said. Jay sat up, rubbing his jaw. "Any plans?" "You're my assistant. You should know full well what we're doing tonight." "Tonight's moot. I mean the specifics." "Get ready." "Yes, ma'am." He went into the bathroom. She elected to change clothes herself, because his way of doing it would take too long. Her second nicest dress hung in the closet, and she was careful as she put it on. She left the zipper alone. He emerged from the bathroom, face freshly washed, hair fixed, and did the zipper up for her. "I'm going to get the paperwork done in case we end up doing any business." "Good." She was ready before he was. When she stepped into the hallway of the hotel, the others were there. Angel leaned against the wall, smiling. "Stop being so happy," Ashley told her. "There's only so much to go around." "There's more going around than there was a week ago," Angel said.
Bar elbowed her. "Yeah, maybe there is," Ashley said. The door of the hotel room was open,
and she could see Jay at the other end, gathering papers and putting them into a messenger bag. He approached. "Sorry for the wait." "Then be faster next time," Ashley said. Jay smiled. They walked as a group to the parking lot and loaded up into cars. There was bickering about who sat where, but she ignored it. "We should take another car," Jay said. The handle on the passenger side door was broken. She stared at it for a moment, then nodded. The drive was quiet, but quiet was good. The giant was still in the water. Over the day since its arrival, the giant had moved some, letting people know it was still a potential threat, but it hadn't attacked anyone or done anything, and nobody had picked a fight with it. She imagined it would be a topic tonight. Numbers had swelled and changed over the past several moots. As they reached the crest of the hill that looked over the beach, there were multiple fires visible. The bonfire remained as its own construction, bigger than any of the others. They stopped on the road overlooking the beach, and then they began their walk. Ashley had been content to stick to the shadows over the past several moots, but the shadows had shrunk over the past few visits with the individual fires. Her heart raced, and she felt the kernel of a tentative feeling that she pushed out of mind before it could trip her up. Composure mattered. Image was everything, as she had her people behind her and her enemies in front of her. There was no room for error. She approached, and she took her spot at the inner ring by the fire for the first time. Eclipse, Chapter 7. It's drawing attention to the city. "Everyone here was doing that already," Rotten Apple said. "They sent everyone they could spare. You think they're going to send more?" "There's more nuance than that," Detente said. "It's taller than any of the Endbringers. People will stop what they're doing to respond." "That's my concern, not yours," Blaster said. "If they aren't here already, then they're going to kill my giant and leave. You're fine. It's chill." "It is not chill," Accord said. "That phrasing makes me want to kill something." "You're imagining shit," Blaster said. "Making up hypothetical situations, then treating them like they're real. Not many new people have showed up, and a lot of people have actually left since some of the worst elements were weeded out. They haven't brought out the big guns, and none of those non-existent guns have been pointed at any of you. So chillax." Accord made a noise. "I know why they haven't gone on the offensive. You haven't acted yet." "And I won't without cause," Blasto interrupted. "And they have thinkers. You work the genetic material of people with powers into your giant to give it the strength to stand despite its own weight. It's tougher than it would appear." Blasto smiled. "Yeah." "What do you intend to do with it?" Damsel asked. Blasto asked. He looked surprised that she'd spoken up. "It's there as a threat and a symbol. Some of the villains and vigilantes I recruited are going to stick around. Others are leaving, or they'll rotate in. They're all there in case someone comes after us. The territory is on lock. South Boston is ours, with some office space given to other villains."
"What if we wanted to challenge that?"
Burning Sensation asked. One of the small-timers. "Punks." "If you want to challenge our claim, talk to the giant first," Rotten Apple said. "You'll have to deal with him one way or another."
"Yeah,"
Burning Sensation replied.
"No thanks."
"You're keeping it out of Deathchester?" Damsel asked. "Sure, why not?" Blasto asked. "Then I'm not going to take issue with it," she said. "Carry on." "Sure," Blaster said.
"There will be opposition," Accord said. "I hope that when it happens, there won't be too much damage. If it reaches us or makes doing business harder, then we'll be forced to act."
"I'm sure a smart pair of guys like you think you have a way to answer this." "We do," Detente said. "But our current plans don't require it. We're leaving." "You're leaving Boston?" Taper asked. another one of the small-timers. "We're leaving the South End, South Boston, Roxbury areas," Détente said. "This is not the only moot that we've been attending. We've been talking to other groups, and we arranged a compromise."
"What did you assholes do?"
Burning Sensation asked. "We've traded territory. Much as the four moved to Hyde Park, we will take Charleston. Our numbers have swelled, and in the interest of building connections and ensuring we can take Charleston without any incident, we'll be loaning out our capes to other factions."
"What the fuck is that about?"
Burning Sensation asked.
"Who?"
"The Mystics' Mass, Morning Glory, the Unmasked who do wear masks, and perhaps most notably, Dark Society," Détente said. Ashley tensed. That last one was a name that had come up in the noise of the television and the radio that had always been playing in her home at Stafford. She'd heard of the others since coming to Boston, but she hadn't imagined she would have to deal with them. That time felt so long ago.
"What the fuck?"
Burning Sensation asked. "They'll be arriving soon," Détente said. "Our powered soldiers will be unpaid liaisons or ambassadors for these four groups, helping against any group or force that isn't already receiving our aid." "Make your plans quickly with this information in mind," Accord said. "Against any force that isn't receiving your aid. You mean us," Ashley said.
"Clearly,"
Détente said. Was this what the director had wanted to tell her? That this was coming? The plan had been for each of the four groups to take one of the four territories up for consideration here, Détente said. But with Blastgerm having made the play it did, adjustments may be in order. Ashley clenched her fist, power crackling, as she saw the headlights on the road that had looked over the beach. Lots of lights. They were professional, organized teams like the ones she'd been whittling at for the past 3 weeks. People who had been active in the background, that she had told herself she wouldn't need to deal with. Mystics' Mass, with a vague and dark religious theme, thorny halos mounted on their costumes, pointed hoods, and swords with cross iconography worked into their handles. 8 of them, with more, presumably unpowered individuals by the cars. Morning Glory, less stylish. Angel had mentioned them, which was what tipped Ashley off to the fact that they were mostly or wholly Irish. There wasn't much in the way of morning or glory about them from an aesthetic standpoint. Their leader reminded her of her dad, in the way he held himself and his stature, but he had red hair, he had a mask on, and he had bright blue floral tattoos up his arms, in stark contrast to his masculine image. 5 capes, more by the cars. The unmasked wore masks with little in the way of eye holes or air holes for breathing. Self-harm seemed to be the theme. One had a noose around his neck, the excess length wound tight enough that flesh bulged between the coarse rope. There was one with nails driven between every joint of their hands. The leader, or the one who the rest seemed to be deferring to, had nails driven through the hard surface of the mask and into his eye sockets. Hands had strips of flesh peeled away, scars, or a combination of both where the damage from flaying had been clearly cauterized. Sometimes there were designs. Sometimes it looked like they just cut and pulled away as much flesh as they could. 5 capes. And then there was Dark Society. White bandages hid their heads and faces, their hands or arms. The rest of them was covered in fine clothing in maroons, forest greens, royal purples, and midnight blues. The bandages were marred, not with blood or anything from being hurt, but with what looked like ink applied with thumbs and fingers. A smear for each eye, making one blurry, inconsistent and vague in the light of the fire. 3 members of Dark Society approached the fire, but more of the bandaged heads stared down from the road above the beach, peering with the black ink eyes. One had a smiley face of the same ink finger painting, and something told her that he was the leader, not even attending this meeting in person, but watching. "A bonfire?" the leader of Morning Glory asked. "We're going to have to change venues." "The last venue burned down," Détente said. "The culprit was dealt with, but the groups couldn't decide on a neutral territory." Damsel was tense as she watched the groups make their way down the slope. Burning Sensation and his group backed away. They hadn't been that close to the fire, but they still ceded ground. Taper followed suit. They were lesser. The Mullen brothers were next to walk away. They'd had a voice at previous moots, but they weren't contenders. Damsel remained where she was as the villains filled the space around the fire. She is, one of the members of the mass asked. I'm. Damsel of distress, Détente said. Dorchester. I can speak for myself, Damsel said. I wouldn't, Rotten Apple said. Those of us who have been here for the past 2 weeks know the state of your common sense, Rotten Apple, Damsel said. Rotten Apple smiled. You're such a pain in the ass. I'm more than a pain in the ass, Damsel said. Rest assured. Her words were confident, but she was very aware of the maimed, maskless capes to her left, close enough that they could have seized her by the neck, using a hand with nails through it. Morning Glory stood to her right. A man in a blue tunic with a blue mask over 3/4 of his face stood with his arm almost touching hers. She clasped her hands in front of her, telling herself it wasn't defensive. It was her moving her arm so an errant burst of power wouldn't take a chunk out of the man. Enough, Accord said. Let's keep to the rules of order. The night is only so long, and we don't have time to waste on the bickering of children. I'm assuming our first priority is standing out in the water there, the leader of the mass said. You would assume correctly, Accord said. Blastgerm claims South Boston so long as the giant stands. They engage in low-level drug trade, some robbery, and if their claims about their subordinate capes are to be believed, they'll maintain some ideological commitments as well. Protecting nature and all that shit, Blaster said. Are we going to war, Blastgerm? The leader of Morning Glory asked. If we have to. That big guy is strong, you know. If you fight him, you won't come out unscathed. If you have some injured and others don't, then that could be the point where the other people standing around this fire come after you. Would you compromise? Détente asked. Blastgerm gives up 1/5 of South Boston, they share the rest? Blaster asked. No fighting, loose alliance. We all defend our borders from the outside. We could discuss that, the leader of Morning Glory said. Speaking for my group, we had our hearts set on getting 1/4. Now it's 20%. Give us a share of your revenue. Say please, Rotten Apple said. Please, Blastgerm, the red-headed man said, and his accent was stronger as he injected a joking tone into his voice. Might we have 5% of your territory and a 5% cut of proceeds? Rotten Apple smiled. 5% is a lot. It's a nice even number, isn't it? 1.25%, she said. If we give you 5%, they'll want 5%, and so will they, and so will they. All of a sudden, we're making 20% less. We'll give you guys 5% of our revenue, but you split it between you. Damsel made eye contact with Rotten Apple. Rotten Apple shook her head. She was being cut out, treated like she wasn't there. To lose it all like this? Not a grandiose loss, no challenge, but to be reduced to nothing, with no ceremony or tact. She had arrived at this fire tonight with every intention of taking and holding her place. She shivered, and it wasn't because she was cold. Over the 2-3 seconds of her mind racing, recalibrating, trying to see the way forward, her thoughts were noise. Be aware, I will not be giving up Deathchester so easily, Damsel announced. Are you legitimately insane? Blasto asked. She's referring to Dorchester, Accord said. We know the slang terms, Morning Glory's leader said. I prefer to use proper names wherever possible, Accord said. Slang is crass. We're well aware of how peculiar you are, little man, the tattooed man from Morning Glory said. Damsel, Rotten Apple said, I don't like you, but I don't want to see you do this. Your buddies behind you look like they just shit buckets. I claimed Deathchester. I drove out the groups there. We've been doing business there uncontested for a week, even with the city being a contested location. I have 47 employees under me, and I have connections to other groups. You have 41 employees, Accord said. You exist because of luck, and because you are so insignificant that nobody will be bothered to chase you down. Rationalize your fear however you like, Damsel said. You have no power, Accord said. No political connections, no meaningful income, no headquarters, and no information to broker. You've not only evidenced no education, little girl, but you've made several irritating word substitutions in the past week that lead me to believe you haven't attended high school or even read a book in recent memory. I have power, she said, her chin raised. She moved her hand and her power crackled. The words sounded hollow when her chest felt like claws had dug into her heart and her lungs and clawed them down and out of her chest. If you disregard something like this, or someone like me, then you don't deserve to call yourself a mastermind. No, Accord said. No, you are trivial. The only impact you have made is that you've wasted far more time than you're worth tonight. You're making dangerous enemies, Accord, she said. I moved to remove her from the meeting. Yes, Detente said. I would have been kinder about this, but yes. No. She tried to think of something that would wound him. You've lied to others, setting up deals you betrayed, and now you're trying to set these people up too. You've been dealing with the local PRT, handing them others on a silver platter. Jesus, Rotten Apple said. Stop. The light of the fire danced around everyone present, making shadows shift and masked faces become even more macabre than they were. You're pathetic, clockwork dogs. You cling to order and being proper because you're scared deep down inside. Like a furtive little pair of rodents, you make deals and you betray and you narc to the heroes, and all you do is spin in place. He wasn't even looking at her. He was checking with the other groups. A nod here, a nod there. Her voice rose and she made it imperious, proud, convicted. It was the voice of a queen, and in a world that was right and just, it would slap them in the faces and they would kneel. A hand touched her shoulder. Don't touch me, she slapped. Her power flared out. It crackled, and it roared into the air. But that air was cool, and it was empty. No heat from the fire, no smoke, no light. A wave crashed against her legs and soaked the bottom portion of her dress. She was standing in the water, so far down the beach that she could raise one hand and block her view of the fire and the figures that surrounded it. 3 or 4 times she asked for permission. She was mindful, she was careful, she was smart. I gave you all the written testimony of the patrol leader in charge and of the witnesses, and I'm pretty sure they agree with me on this. If every parahuman acted the way she did then we would not have 1/10 the problems we do now. Victoria spoke from passion, with no paper to read from. She knew how to speak and how to hold herself. Her mother was a lawyer. Ashley had heard that from Amy. She could see it. With all due respect, Miss Dowling, the proctor that looked like a mortician said. If all parahumans acted the way she did when she killed another parahuman, we would have half the number of parahumans. Some people out there might say that would be a good thing. I don't know. But in my eyes, and the eyes of my colleagues... If this were a proper court, and the framework of these proceedings let us draw a thread through things, then any decent lawyer would be able to illustrate a long list of extenuating factors. Beast of Burden led a group of people that maim and kill as a matter of routine. We were in a situation with fire, more hostile powers than I could list, and bullets flying. This man, who has an established history of violence well past gold morning, threatened her, ground her into the dirt, and then struck her using enhanced strength. Anyone would be rattled. Rattled would not be the word I would use for what written testimony spelled out here. A calm response, a pause that indicated consideration, and then the lethal blow. To be a cape is theater, Victoria said. In that situation, she was threatened not just by Beast of Burden, but by the proximity of several violent capes. If she were surrounded by wolves, with one intending to tear her throat out, killing that one would not be enough. She would need to scare off or intimidate the others. To preserve her own well-being on multiple fronts, she needed the theater. She needed to maintain her undercover role.
Wasn't it a mistake to put her in that dangerous a position? The woman with chin hairs asked.
Look at the field reports from the incidents. Mr. Troth can probably give you some comments on that matter, sharing what he knows about the warden's response. But I can tell you that everyone thought that the situation would be smaller scale and easier to steer.
It was a clusterfuck, the man in the warden's uniform said.
Yes, thank you, Victoria said. She was so into the argument. Top heroes, top law enforcement, lesser heroes, sole individuals, and the villains from Cedar Point that attacked the compound and set off the whole scenario. We didn't think it would be that bad. Is some of that on my shoulders? Yes. Yes, and I would take a share of her punishment for my role in things.
I would too, Tristan said. I am the de facto leader of the team.
Co-leader, Ashley whispered.
That's not how we operate, the woman with the chin hairs said. It bears repeating that this is not a proper court, Miss Dallin. Capricorn. Our job is to handle her case and decide if it warrants the court's attention. You paint a compelling argument, but the courts are the ones who should hear it and make the appropriate judgment.
They are. Absolutely, Victoria said, the words punctuated like she was using the span of the word absolutely to give herself the time to construct a complete argument. She wasn't letting up. It made Ashley almost want to laugh to see it. But you do have the responsibility of deciding the terms of her confinement while she awaits her turn at the court. She has cooperated at every turn, mitigating factors abound, and she is dependent on a tinker for the use of her hands. I would plead with you.
Victoria paused, clasping her hands in front of her. She looked so serious.
Assign her house arrest. The same means and mechanisms that would keep her in an ordinary jail cell can be applied to a stay in her apartment in Stratford. She has a number of friends who would be more than happy to bring her groceries and see to it that she was comfortable. It would be a lower burden on the system with resources being constrained as they are, and...
Ashley looked down at her hands, clenching them together as much as their limited functionality allowed. Victoria was such a simpleton, an imbecile, such a feeble-minded girl. Ashley had given her that apartment. Now, Victoria was trying to give it back.
And frankly, the options you're considering would only increase the chance of conflict. I know her therapist would argue the same if she were with us. It just makes sense.
Thank you, Miss Dallin. To hear your impassionate arguments, I'd imagine you were Miss Dillon's counsel.
Ashley glanced at her counsel. If only he'd been quite so impassioned. He'd been one to file the paperwork and smooth things along, dotting the I's and slashing the Q's. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, sir. However, there are other people to hear. Mr. Chief Armstrong? Ashley saw Mr. Armstrong stand from the bench. He was a funny man, his head too wide at the top, his chin narrow. The beard he'd grown out helped. Victoria, meanwhile, retreated to her seat behind Ashley, flashing an easy and almost convincing, reassuring smile. She got it, Ashley knew. Victoria understood it all, just as well as Ashley did. That there were monsters out there, and that the dark could get so dark that there was no hope of being able to see. It was clear from the way Victoria held herself, how she made her arguments and picked her clothes. She understood the image and the theater, too. She understood that without both those things, they had nothing at all. "47 or 48 underlings. Ages 16 to 25, for the most part, and a mix of cultural backgrounds. Many of them were streetwise, with knowledge of the underworld or the things to watch out for. There were connections, and there was a buzz of gossip and slivers of rumor that could expand into something greater. There were others with other skills. Something as simple as the confidence to drive a large truck could open doors and create opportunities. Even among young criminals, the ability to get in a fight in a hairy situation and not lose one's cool was rare. To be able to throw a punch, it was essential.
The morning after the moot, 18 remained, and 4 of those 18 were mercenaries she was paying a premium for. Barr was gone again. The cowardly fuck was content to help when all was going well, and he disappeared the moment it wasn't. Angel, being one of the people who didn't arrive this morning, hurt more. She was sitting on the steps that led from the side door of the hotel to the parking lot. It wasn't much of a distance, with only 2 stairs. She didn't like being out here like this, where people could see her be mundane and less than fully confident. But she liked the idea of being in the hotel room less. She didn't like what it represented, or that her people were inside, giving her wary looks. Jay hung back, leaning against the wall by the door, his phone out. O'Brien was also here, out by his car in the parking lot, his arm on the leg of a boy his age that was sitting on the hood of the car. Jay being loyal made a degree of sense, but O'Brien's staying was a surprise in much the same way that Angel's departure was. She would rise triumphant, and she would claim Boston. She would remove underlings from beneath the leaders of each group, set them against each other, and then she would go after each one in turn. She would make them piss themselves, and then sit in the piss. She would have them lick the undersides of her boots after she had walked through gravel, and use their tongues to work the gravel free where it was wedged into the lines of the sole. And, as part of that plan, she would reward the loyalty. She would have to spend more time with O'Brien, to know the kinds of things he liked so she could bestow the right gift. She knew the kinds of things Jay liked, but it would be tricky to get those things when Jay was the person she would usually send to make purchases.
We could hire more mercenaries. We pull a few jobs. It would draw people in,
Jay said. She shook her head.
Taking a few days off could be healthy, he said. Rest, recoup. Let people remember that they want to earn money. Let them come crawling back.
Crawling back is a good turn of phrase. But no, Ashley said. She stood from the stair and brushed herself off. O'Brien perked up, dropping his hand from the boy's leg, ready to join her and take orders. She raised her hand, motioning for... Her power flickered. For him to stay. He relaxed, leaning against the car and the boy that sat on the car.
We can make an example of one of those cretins that left,
Jay said. No, we couldn't, Ashley said. And you're trying to cheer me up by talking like that.
Is it working?
He asked. No, but try again later. Let me pretend I'm corrupting you. I'm going to go for a short walk. I have an idea of what I need to do.
Plans are good.
Look after things. Tidy up. If this goes well, I want to be ready to have people gather and give them a job.
On it,
Jay said. Give me your phone, she said.
You don't use phones,
he said. Not often. Your phone. He handed it over. He used the keycard to let himself into the hotel, where he would do his tidying and get ready for a potential job. Though she had no idea what that job would be. There was a good chance that there wasn't one. She would have to improvise if there wasn't. She handled the phone with care. It would be too easy for her power to destroy it. The hotel wasn't far from the water, and a band of trees and grass separated the hotel's parking lot from the water below. She made her way into the trees and to where the nearest spot she could find to sit down. She kicked off one shoe, and she sat with her hands at her side, the phone on the slope of a rock with its long side against one of her feet. Her other foot crossed over, second toe pulled under the big toe. Speaker. 0.
Operator speaking. How may I help you?
Could you connect me to the Boston PRT? There was a pause. Front desk at the first Boston PRT department building. How may I help you? I would like to speak to Director Armstrong. It's Ashley. He's expecting my call.
1 moment, please.
Ashley stared up at the branches of the trees. Would this be Miss Stillins? Don't get your hopes up or anything. I'm calling because of business. I heard what happened at the moot. There are dangerous individuals edging into your territory. I'm more dangerous than they are, Armstrong. Don't try to scare me or manipulate me.
There are a lot of things I would like to talk to you about, Ashley, now that I have you on the phone. Licet raised some of them, but...
Licet can eat fecal matter for all I care, Ashley said. An edict can lick the plate. Or the other way around, for all I care. They're oversized maggots, and you're the bloated fly that put them in front of me.
Evocative? I won't bring that up, then. How about that?
Licet said you had information about the clockwork dogs. It's clear they're taking a lot of power and pulling strings.
Yes,
Armstrong said. There was a noticeable change in tone. He was guarded. Was he going to change his mind now?
Yes. They're one of 3 major players who are pulling the strings.
We have a mutual interest in removing them from the picture.
I wouldn't phrase it quite that way.
They're dangerous and they're deranged. If you wimp out on me now, I will find you, and I will find heretofore undiscovered ways to end your existence.
If only I could recruit you. What a shame,
he said. Then his tone changed, more serious.
I could tell you things, but they're not the sort of thing that would help you against them.
Then why do you exist? You're useless.
Listen,
he said. He was serious.
Damsel of distress. Accord has, and he is leveraging some very powerful help.
What help?
How do I put this? Some of this is classified, and there's information I can't give you. Accord's power made him very valuable to people who are playing on a level on par with the PRT, understand? I can't tell you who they are, but Détente is one of them. He's a powerful individual from halfway across the planet, and as far as we can tell, someone sent this guy to Accord to help him establish in Boston. Détente is liable to disappear or fake his own death. He's been going back and forth between his roles.
Ashley shifted position. She sat on the soil, sand, and the scattered leaves, and leaned back against the rock. The phone sat on the rock near her ear.
You cannot touch that man. You will end up face to face with those people who are this eager to establish a working relationship with him and powerful enough.
I'm not scared, she said.
You have other reasons to be concerned. There's more to it. I would want to talk to you face to face to explain it.
Ah, there's the trap. You craven, sad man. So predictable.
Damsel,
he said.
Damn it. Do you want revenge?
Yes. You were on that list, Director Armstrong, just so you know.
Do you want revenge against Accord?
She stared up at the branches. Her hand reached, positioned as if it could grab a branch 24 feet away, and closed around air. Her power crackled, and the phone crackled in response.
Are you there?
I want revenge against Accord.
Join my wards program. You would have powered allies, some really genuinely great people. You'd be in Boston, where you could work against Accord, and as part of the PRT, you would have some insulation against Accord's backers.
She brought her knees up, and she pressed her forehead against them.
We could send him to prison, maybe even the birdcage. He would be so miserable there. That would be the ultimate revenge, I think.
You have very little imagination, then. No dismemberment, no glass or fun uses of household chemicals.
You're in danger, damsel,
Armstrong said, his voice very serious as it came through the speaker. Tell me something I don't know. I'm always in danger, because danger breeds more danger, and I'm dangerous. That's being a cape.
Are you alone? I hear water and rustling leaves.
I'm alone, she said. She didn't hear water and rustling leaves. Maybe he was tracking the phone's location. Such a worm of a man.
Accord is tracking you with powers. Maybe you could take it as a compliment that he is, and was concerned about you, but you're unpredictable, and he hates the unpredictable.
Let him come. I'll destroy him or whoever he sends.
My concern, damsel, is that he knows you could be dangerous if you're given a chance, and he won't give you that chance. It will be a bullet from a rooftop you can't see. He is a problem solver, and he can coordinate attacks with great precision.
Thank you for the warning, she said. I'll keep an eye out for trouble. She mashed the fingers on the phone's keypad to hit the disconnect button. It was 50-50 odds as to whether her touch would destroy the phone. Did she believe him? Yeah. If she read between the lines, it made a great deal of sense. He lied, and he twisted the truth, and he probably convinced himself it was for her own good. But she wasn't stupid. She picked up the phone with care, and she made her way up the slope to the parking lot. O'Brien wasn't by the car, but his friend was. Do your best, Accord, she thought. I'm not that easy to deal with. She had to walk around to the front of the hotel. She wondered if they were paid by Accord. It was hardly discreet, and she was easy to recognize. She wanted to go cold, to crush her feelings and press them deep down inside. What she'd feared had come to pass. The door was unlocked and left ajar. She pushed it open with her toe. Jay was at his computer, looking at websites. As he changed windows, a map of Boston with the territories appeared on it. Useful stuff.
Welcome back, he said. Mission success?
Kind of. I know how to get him.
You do? Just like that?
Jay asked. Yeah, she said. She walked around the bed, and she gave Jay his phone. She watched as his expression changed. To an extent, he knew her as much as anyone could know someone after nearly 3 weeks together. But he didn't live with having the hands she did. For him, the consideration of where her hands went and why wasn't something he had to work out every moment. When she pressed the phone into his hand, her hand lingered, a dangerously close distance to his. He pulled away, and she caught his hand, holding it and the phone both. Her power flickered along her knuckles, but it didn't touch him. He froze, seeing it.
What are you doing?
He asked. Accord is using powers to watch me. He could kill me at any time, I'm told. But if I'm a problem, and Accord is capable, why hasn't he done it already? Jay stared at her, a hint of fear in his eyes.
Because he thinks he can manipulate me,
she spoke in a low whisper.
He can make the unpredictable predictable this way.
He tried to pull away, and she held on. She whispered,
Don't. I might involuntarily use my power. We've been so careful. It would be a shame if something happened to you now.
He spoke.
They're manipulating you. They know how you work and think, and they're using it to fuck with you.
She reached out, and she touched his face. He flinched, and the fear in his eyes was real. It was the first time touching him with her hands instead of being touched.
What's the power? She asked. Figuring me out? Something else?
Jay shook his head.
What's your real name? How long have you been doing this?
It's Jay. I'm on your side, Ashley, Jay said.
What do they call you?
Do you have a cape name? He pulled his hand and phone away from her hand. Her power arced out, a band only a foot long, stretching and wiggling through the air. He grabbed the ruined stump of a hand. I did warn you not to pull. What was your goal? What were you going to manipulate me to do?
I wasn't.
Stop lying, she shouted. O'Brien appeared in the doorway.
Help,
Jay said, but it sounded more like hep, with his voice being strained as it was. He tried to stand, and she pushed him down, and her power took the top corner off of his shoulder where it was still attached to his still intact arm. She grabbed his arm, and she used her power, clinging to the cold and the agitation that had snuck up on her, amid the rush of adrenaline and the crush of emotions she wasn't ready to feel or embrace. Just run, O'Brien, she said. Go. Be happy and treat your boyfriend right, and don't mention this to anyone. She looked, and he was gone.
She wasn't sure he'd heard. She hoped he would be okay. She hoped he would keep his mouth shut, for his sake. "Talk to me, Jay," she said. Her eyes widened, a smile touching her face. Agitation thrummed through her and made her feel just a little bit drunk. "That's an order, and I'm supposed to be the boss." Jay shook his head. He was sweating so much that it looked like there was more sweat than blood. Except there really wasn't. The shadows of the desk and the bed hid some of the growing puddle. "Armstrong didn't want to tell me because he was worried this would happen," Ashley whispered. "Eliminating you will upset Accord. That's as good as I'm going to get for now. I can't go after him." Jay opened his mouth, but no sound came out except a squeal. "Yeah," she said. "I don't have the fight in me. I'm a warlord at heart, but things never go according to plan." "You will never," Jay said. His expression twisted with pain, and he bent forward. She heard the tone of his voice, the words. She told herself that the Jay she'd known was too kind and too cool to say that, even with grievous wounds. 1 point for me, she thought. No, she deserved to be greedy. 10 points. "Never another me. Never this." "You're not making sense anymore, Jay," she said, even though she fully understood his meaning. It was all she could do to not wipe him from existence. She had to hold back, because it would be too easy to destroy him. She took his legs with a sweep of twisted darkness. Then she watched, and she waited. Not fast, like her dad had been. Her mother. Fast was too kind if he deserved it. If that 5% of her that doubted this was right, then he deserved the chance to say something that would hurt her and stay with her. He was silent, but for pain breaths and grunts. When she was sure it was done, she used her power on the hotel room. She was aggressive, and she was thorough, and coldness became something desperate and mad as she eliminated every trace of evidence, turning blood pools into splinters. She picked her way through it, blasting anything that was recognizable. In the midst of it, she found one oblong bit of condensed matter. Dense, twisted in space and time until only a kernel remained, while the kernel in her breast had unfolded into something that scared her and fluttered in her chest. And then, because she was sure police or heroes would be on the way, she ran. No things but what she wore. No bag, no books. Her thoughts were a blur, and her feelings were worse, too smeared and stained to make sense of. She was ready to leave Boston. She was ready to go until she saw the giant wading through the water as it had done the day prior. Ashley changed direction. Judgment was hard, and judging time was harder. The giant was like a building in the distance that she kept closing the distance to, where she could have told herself she would be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, she would be saying much the same thing. 47 or 48 employees had worked under her. Then there had been 18. 14 if she didn't count the mercenaries. Then 13, because O'Brien had run. Then 12. Of those 12, some had likely arrived, heard the news, and they wouldn't have turned up tomorrow. O'Brien would communicate to the ones who remained. They wouldn't show up to look for her. As the decisions were made, the imaginary ticker of people in her employ would dwindle to nothing. It might have been inevitable. 8, and then 7. 6, and then 5, 4 employees. They left. Had they been hers, or had it been convenience? She got close enough to the giant to see its scale. She scaled the side of it like she'd scaled the building face, on the evening the giant had first appeared. With reckless, haphazard blasts, feet scrambling for footing and legs working to keep her more or less upright. Their tentacles unfolded. They didn't move fast, but as they slapped against the upper body of the giant, they shook the mossy skin, and a shower of dust and debris rained down on her. It stuck to the spatters and gobbets of blood that her power hadn't erased from her hands and arms. Her emotions were twisted now, As she climbed, working her way to a height well above the building face she had scaled, a false, excited joy swelled in her breast, at odds with where her heart was. 3, and then 2. Who would be among the last to truly abandon her and lose faith? Had there been any faces in that crowd who had liked everything about her, who would hold out a hope that she would turn up and that things could resume? One person that she hadn't talked to enough. This was as close as she'd ever gotten, and Jay might as well have been right in suggesting she would never get there again. She wanted to feel something, and she felt no connection to the feelings in her chest. They didn't count at all. She reached the neck and the head, and she blasted. The blast sent her skidding along the stone like mossy hide of the giant. The blast tore, ripped, crackled, and annihilated, but of all the things she had blasted, it was the most durable. Remnants remained, condensed and twisted. More than she had ever seen. She found a ridge and stuck her foot out, stopping herself. Tentacles reached up, and the sky seemed to darken as they loomed above her. They came down atop the beast, as if it had no regard for its own well-being. The thing's hide was tough enough that the wood-like tentacles didn't hurt anything, but where she had crackled and destroyed, the impacts broke things further. It struck again, tentacles scraping, and she vaulted herself into the air with another shot. The thing lurched, no longer under her, and she used another shot to reorient. She crashed in the ragged, ruined section of neck. Here she had footing. Here she could blast without worrying about sliding off. She blasted, again and again, condensing, destroying, thinning out. She tore apart a mountain one shot at a time. Tentacles reached overhead and swept over the exterior, but only one reached into the crevice. She blasted at it until it was no longer there. The material around her creaked. Wood that was so stone-like it might have been petrified, and she saw the cracks widen as the thing's own weight worked against it. Tentacles stopped reaching for her. She heard water splash. Slowly but steadily, the damage she'd done began to fill in. The thing was healing moment by moment. She could have escaped, gone up, gotten out, and then down. She threw herself further down a furious, intense despair, suffocated with emotion that didn't feel like it was hers. The way out closed up around her. She carved her way deeper into the monster, giving chase to a heart that wasn't there. There was only structure. One remained, she told herself. At her peak, she had 47 or 48. Now, 1. Again, material creaked and cracked. The structural damage spread to the area around her, to the front and back chest walls of the giant, and then, with a deafening sound, it soared upward, up to the giant's shoulder, where she had made her entrance. What hadn't healed wasn't as strong as the rest, and a certain amount of strength was needed to hold it all together. There was something deeply wrong with her. She knew that. But she couldn't go to the heroes. Not now, even if she allowed herself to consider it for a moment. The giant split, stumbling, and the crack in the wall became a gap. She hurled herself out the opposite way the giant was falling. It crashed into buildings by the water, and into the water itself, the water it had been drinking to reinforce its own body. She soared through the air. She fell, bloodied arms out to either side. Her hair flew around her. Her dress was partially in tatters because the use of her powers had caught the bottom edge a few too many times. One last person in her group. Herself. She needed to reaffirm that faith, to leave some impact. A use of her power interrupted and slowed her downward velocity. It saw her spin through the air, blasting once, then twice, in an attempt to correct her angle and cancel out her velocity. She landed, and she landed hard, tumbling. Something popped in her hand with a jolt that she felt in her belly, and pain followed. In the background, the giant was stumbling, the structural damage cascading. Much of it dropped into the water. The pain in her hand expanded with every heartbeat. Ow, she mewed the word.
and she hated the sound. A 16-year-old shouldn't sound that young and small, she knew. Moisture welled in her eyes, and she tried to blink it away. She hadn't cried 3 years ago. She wasn't supposed to start now. One hand gently holding the injured one, she limped away from the scene. There was, at least, a grim satisfaction to it. She told Blasto to keep out of Deathchester, and it was her territory until she left it. This would have to do for the leaving end of things.
Eclipse, Chapter 8. She could see the group of kids at their usual hangout spot. It was her habit to go out in the late evening, when the rest of the town was asleep, and to keep out of the way the rest of the time. But her cupboards had been bare, and she'd felt her sanity fraying even more around the edges. She held a spike of twisted, condensed metal, which was hooked through the straps of bags. The length of the spike rested across her shoulders. It was heavy and painful, but it beat destroying the stuff she'd grabbed. She left the bags by the corner of a building, and she approached the group of kids. Some of the younger teenagers stood up and backed away. The oldest of them didn't budge. What was he called? Fappy? "Heya, damsel," Fappy said. "Corrupting the youngest generation?" she asked. "That's my nephew, Connor. He's only 6 years younger than me, though," Fappy said. "And that's his stepsister, Holly. They're staying with my parents because of family stuff. Connor, Holly, this is Damsel of Distress, our local supervillain." At least they looked scared of her. "I'm moving away to find work," Fappy said. "Retail stuff in a camera store. Holly is going to get my room." "Work, huh?" Ashley asked. "My parents lost patience with me and gave me 30 days to move out," Fappy said to her. "I guess I'm taking Stan's cue." "What did Stan do?" "Oh, you don't know? I guess we haven't seen you around." "I went to Morel, another town. I caught something. I was thinking about going to Brockton Bay after Leviathan. Decided to rest instead." "Oh, that sucks," Fappy said. "You okay now?" "Yeah, I'm tough," she said. She wasn't, and she hadn't really caught anything. A mundane scratch on her leg had become red and inflamed, and a use of her power hadn't scored away whatever was going on. In a fit of frantic energy, she had taken one of the scraps of matter that had been left after a use of her power and cut into the scratch. She had wanted to open it up enough that she could try to get her power inside and clear away the infection, but it hadn't worked. The infection had persisted, and the leg wound had refused to heal. Somewhere in the weeks of sweating it out and not being able to go out, the PRT had started looking for her. She'd had to scare them off when she could barely stand. Even now, grabbing food to fill her kitchen, she wasn't at her best. "Well," Fappy said, "you know Stan, right?" "Of course." "He got Amber pregnant. I don't think you've met her?" "No. Stan did the stand-up thing and is getting his life together. He got a job washing sheets and stuff in the hospital, which is great because he's close to Amber. She had to go in for a pregnancy-related hip thing, and she's not leaving until she has the kid, so her leg doesn't come off. I don't know how that works. Am I boring you, talking about this stuff?" She shook her head. "The rest of us are getting around to it, too, mostly. We're 18, 19. It's about time we figure stuff out." "Well," Ashley said. She was a bit lost for words. The stoner kids had been a fixture here for most of her life. "Good for you." "It's not all great. Pete, you know Pete?" She shook her head. "He was there for the bank. He's been hanging out with PopCap since Stan took off. They hopped on a bus to go down and join some messed up gang talking about endless parties. Stuff's been pretty messed up since Leviathan hit." "It is. Sorry about your friend," she said. PopCap was the most notorious meth dealer in the area. She didn't like him, and he didn't like her, and Pete spending time with the guy didn't bode well for Pete. Fappy shrugged. He looked at his two relatives. Connor, Holly, don't ever spend time with PopCap or Pete. Not even if they offer to buy you drinks or give you anything. You said something about a bank? Connor asked. Oh man, that was ages ago. We tried to rob a bank with Damsel of Distress. That did not go well. You cracked under the pressure, Ashley said. I guess. We tried, right? She made a non-committal sound. You guys were legendary at school, one of the other guys said. We had so much detention. Detention for robbing a bank? Connor asked. Because he talked about it at school, the other guy said. Dumbass. He had to go to court, but they ducked it. School wasn't as nice. Don't follow my example. You don't want to risk it, you two, Vappy said. A blue sedan with a tattered flag mounted on one of the windows passed down the road about a block away. It slowed, and then honked the horn. Oh shit, Holly said. The car honked again. It was an angry honk. Go, Vappy said, and the two younger teenagers ran off. Then, to Damsel, he said, My mom. She's cool about most things, you know. She lets us cut school, but talking to you might push it? I'll go, Ashley said. Actually, Vappy said. He pointed. You might? His intention was to walk with her. They walked in the direction of where she'd stowed the bags. Just the two of them. So, I know you disappear now and then. Pete used to always look up to you and try to see what you were doing. Hometown Cape Pride, you know? She nodded. You keep coming back here. She didn't immediately respond. Familiar faces and places mattered in a way she couldn't put to words, even if some of those places closed down or faces left, like the Stoners were doing. More practical was the fact that, here, at least, she knew where to go. Food, clothing, places she could head to if the PRT started acting like it knew where she was. She wasn't about to admit that, though. The Stoner kids were feckless and useless, but they looked up to her. Yeah, I guess I do. It's home, right? She shrugged. It was home. She just wished it wasn't. Right. What I'm wondering is, you going to be around? I'm thinking about my nephew and his stepsis. I don't know. No plans right now. Can you make sure Connor and Holly are left alone? I don't want them getting caught up in anything too shady, and Connor's dad's one of those guys who'll take anything. Connor's got the DNA for that stuff, and Peter Popcat might try when they get back. I'm not in a position to see him or tell him what to do. If he wants to do it, he's going to do it when I'm not in town. Fuck, Vappy said. It's fucked up, you know? The guys that grow up seeing the worst side of that stuff still end up doing it. It's the way it is, she said. I guess. And I guess, He didn't seem to be able to find the words. I won't take them out to rob any banks, she said. Seeing Vappy's surprised expression, she said, I noticed the subtext when you said you wanted them left alone. I don't even know what subtext is, he said. He smiled. You and Stan were always the ones with the brains. It's fine. I don't rob banks anymore, she said. You've been quiet the last long while. That, too, was hard to respond to. It had been weeks dealing with being sick, no human contact except the voices on the television and radio, and communicating was hard. Good luck, doing whatever you end up doing, she said. You too, he said. She bent down to pick up her hook and bags, pausing to clench her right hand. She'd broken it after killing the giant 4 years prior, and it hadn't quite healed right, despite her best efforts. She grabbed the hook with her other hand, and her power kicked out, almost pushing it from her grasp. It missed the bags, but it damaged the corner of the wall. Nothing more serious than what would happen if a car bumped into the siding. That was fine. Hey, Vappy called out. Damsel! She straightened, holding just the hook without the bags. I might never see you again. It's bugging me. Should we have done anything different? I don't know what you're talking about. Fappy pulled off his hat and scratched at his hair.
Should we have invited you to hang out or had a cigarette with you? When Stan had the room set up in the garage, we watched videos. Should we have had you over? Would that have been weird?
Having been sick, her defenses weren't what they were supposed to be. The questions were hard to hear. It would have been weird, she said. The only thing you should have done differently was not fuck up the bank job. Fappy snorted and smiled.
Yeah, sorry.
She put the hook through the straps of the bags, then lifted it, shrugging her shoulders to make it comfortable. She didn't know Fappy's real name. She wondered if he had stopped using it, and if he had, when. The town wasn't a thriving one, and there wasn't much traffic at 10 o'clock at night. She made her way down the street. She was cold. Another case of her defenses being down. She hadn't grabbed a lot of blankets, sheets, or towels, and now she regretted it. There were streets that were okay, with houses in decent condition, but most were struggling. Many had peeling paint, or siding that had come partially free in a bit of bad weather and never been fixed. She walked past a car that had been left there for so long that the windshield was opaque with the effects of weather and bird shit. Wind blew, and some junk mail from a recycling bin at the corner of the road danced across the road. There was a paper bag on top of a dusty car. However, that didn't budge. Ashley investigated. A poke with her hook showed that there were things inside, which helped keep the bag upright. A drink of something blue, and a plastic bag. She looked around. Not a soul in sight. A few places had lights on, and she saw one man that sat at his computer. He hadn't seen her, and wasn't watching her. She moved the bags she was carrying to her hand, and then adjusted the hook, positioning it carefully before impaling the bag and the box of baked goods. She hefted it, and carried things the rest of the way to her apartment. The radio and television were on as she entered. She walked around the hole in the floor. She had dropped one of the living room chairs into it to ensure she didn't fall in. Her bags went to the kitchen counter, which was missing a segment. The largest bag was full of clothes that had been dropped off at the back of the thrift shop. She would take what she could wear, and then take the bags back. Wouldn't do to have the place closed down. Other stuff she'd claim from the pharmacy, with an eye to medication and personal needs. She spiked the pharmacy stuff, then tossed it through the hole in the bathroom wall, so it sailed over the tub and to the base of the sink. The last thing was food, also from the pharmacy, which was convenient because it tended to have the staples. Peanut butter, tuna, bread, canned veg. Everything went onto the counter, because the cupboards were a ruin and the fridge was something she tried to avoid damaging, because there were perishables like milk inside. Once she had her bag sorted out, she investigated the paper bag, tipping it out. The blue drink was, according to the label, a Legendberry Electrolyte Sports Drink. There was a red drink below it. The plastic bag that had been put in the paper bag was stuff from the drugstore. Pills for fever, lozenges, stuff for indigestion. At the bottom of the paper bag was a box of eclairs. The contents had been thrown around the box by her manhandling, the white cream smearing everything. She left it there, walking over to the television. Her routine had been thrown off by the early excursion, but the time was right. Changing the channel was difficult, but she managed it, switching the television across 30 channels of static to the studying channel. At this time, it was repeats of the homework help that was on at 3 in the afternoon and on. People ages 10 to 18 could call in to ask questions. Later, it would be the taped university courses. Most of that went over her head, but she tried to watch all of the courses all the way through, with exceptions for when the courses were really, really dull or incomprehensible. The sound of the television and the radio overlapped, but the radio was positioned on the floor. A gentle kick sent it skidding into the next room. She blasted off the top of the Legendberry drink and took a swig. She winced, coughing, and put it down. She grabbed an eclair, spearing it with her hook, and then eating it off the spike. There was a part of her that wished Edict had given it to her in person. She understood why she hadn't. Ashley had been in a bad place when she'd run into them 2 months ago. Still, Getting sick enough that she had been worried for her own life had given her pause. She wasn't even sure what she would say or do had Edict turned up. To say, "You win?" No. To ask questions? No. If nothing else, she could question Edict's taste, sensibilities, parentage, and mental state for putting this legendary drink in the same bag with eclairs. She left the eclairs alone, and focused on finishing the drink, wincing as she did so. It was a gift. It was supposed to help. It wouldn't be right to not finish it. The sound of sirens made her head turn, the bottle still at her mouth. Not coming for her. She finished chugging the bottle, then gave the plastic its due punishment for existing by annihilating it with her power. She would have to eat something before having the eclairs, or the aftertaste would ruin them. More sirens. That meant something had happened. If something had happened, Edict or Licit would be there. Maybe both. What would she say or do? Why did that matter? She found herself pacing, and in the midway point between feeling just how weak she was after her spell of illness and the sound of the next siren, she found herself moving toward the door. She would see what was going on. This was her territory, technically, so it was important. She would handle things, maybe talk to the pair, and she would tell Edict off for the combination of legendary and eclairs. Maybe. She grabbed her mask, recently fixed up, and put it on. She stalked her way through the streets, avoiding the people who were stepping outside to see what was going on. Fire trucks, ambulances, and police. She could hear the differences and patterns in the sounds of sirens. For the first 10 minutes, she was able to hear things and head toward the endpoint. Here and there, an emergency vehicle would go down her street or a nearby street. After that, there was nothing. Whatever the emergency, there were no more sirens or easy indicators. She wondered how the heroes did it, to get to scenes on time. She explored, trying to find it, looking for any clues, and found nothing. Her legs were tired, lacking stamina after her long period of illness, and she'd already gone for a walk earlier in the evening. She took her time going back. The headlights of a passing van illuminated her, and unlike the others, they didn't stop illuminating her. She stared through the light, shielding her eyes with her hand, and felt the pang and the click where the hand hadn't healed right. When it didn't let up, she picked up her pace. The van pulled into reverse, then drove away. She made her way back, and by the last block, her weariness had been driven home. Her calves were like stones, and every step was an effort. Maybe a bath to relax her legs. It was important to find ways to treat herself. It was a good day to have a treat to go back to. A bad day to know that the stoners were leaving, and the replacements would be so young and untouchable. A good day to be healthier again. A bad day to have this interruption to her homework advice show. She reached her street, and she saw a van that might have been the same one she'd seen earlier. Adrenaline helped to push her through the pain in her legs. Nobody inside, with a lot of general garbage on the seats and floor. If she had been able to drive, she told herself, her car would be immaculate. Cars were expensive, and to have something nice and not take care of it. She was tempted to destroy the thing. She reached the side of the building and let herself inside. There was a partially eaten eclair. She could have that before starting dinner. The radio, still faint in the other room, went quiet. She grabbed the twist of condensed metal with a hook-shaped bend at the end. There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. A man's voice. Ashley walked around to see who was standing in her bedroom. She recognized the man. The beard, the hair that was greasy and pulled back away from his face. The collared shirt that was only tucked in on the one side, the tuck apparently intended to hide the blood stain on the corner of the shirt, failing because it had come partially untucked. He had a tool belt on, but the belt only had knives in it. Jack's slash. "It's been a crazy few weeks," he said. She considered her options. She wasn't well enough to fight. She would have to be subtle then. If she could draw him in, get close enough that she could blast him before he could draw a knife. She threw the hook back in the direction of the kitchen. It wouldn't matter anyway. "I'm honored," she said. "Are you?" he asked. "You're among the strongest, aren't you? There aren't a lot who are as active as you for as long as you." She wasn't used to flattering. It felt off, coming out of her mouth, and from his smirk, she was left worrying that it was obvious to him. "We have a high turnover," he said. "You're royalty among parahumans." He chuckled. "My predecessor was called king, believe it or not. Don't parents tell their children to behave and to clean by saying, 'What if the Queen of England came to visit?' Our unannounced visit could be like that, couldn't it?" "Our." He'd said "we" earlier, too. Sure enough, there was another. Bonesaw ducked under Jack's arm to enter her hallway and approached the living room. Ashley remained very still as she watched Bonesaw. The girl walked over to the kitchen, passing Ashley. She considered her options. To blast Bonesaw out of existence. She would die doing that, and she didn't want to die. Bonesaw stood on her tiptoes for a moment before seeing the box of eclairs amid the other food. She grabbed it, then collapsed into the armchair that had been pushed into the hole in the floor. Her feet were on the floor above her, and her face almost pointed up to the ceiling. "You should ask before taking, Bonesaw," Jack said. "If all goes well, you want to have a good working relationship."
"Can I? Please?"
Bonesaw asked. "Yes," Ashley said. "Go ahead. Leave me one."
"Oh, of course."
Bonesaw had to work to get out of the chair and reach the counter. She set the eclair down. "Working relationship," Jack had said. "Somebody who puts this many holes in walls has to be angry," Jack said. "Are you angry?" Ashley shook her head. She was, but years had dulled it. She wasn't about to admit to weakness either way. "It's no way to live," Jack said. He touched the edge of the hole in the wall that led to the bathroom. "You said working relationship." "I did. Interested?" "I've heard stories. If I said yes, then it could be a monkey's paw wish, couldn't it?" "Go on," Jack said. "You say you would want to work with me. I would say yes, and then Bonesaw could turn me into a gun made out of meat. A living tool, working with you every time you pull the trigger. Technically, there is a working relationship." "A bit forced," Jack said. "The only critic for your interpretation would be a gun made out of meat." Jack smiled. "We're our own critics. It's a fact when you're an artist or a very violent long-term performance artist. We put the effort in even if the one member of the audience isn't in a place to tell the world." Bonesaw made a sound. She held up a finger while she finished chewing.
Sorry. I've only done that sort of thing once, making someone into something like a gun.
Was it a mistake to give her ideas?
I like that you thought of that,
Bonesaw said.
You came up with something I haven't done much. Creative.
The theater matters, Ashley said. Sometimes it's all we have. No, Jack said. Oh no, I don't agree at all. We are so much more than that. You realize that once you've seen a good number of people lose next to everything, theater included, there's something else that boils to the surface once you've applied enough pressure.
Do you have an audience?
Bonesaw asked. It was so hard to track all of this, the back and forth, the dialogue, and the subject matter changes. She focused on her end goal, to get Jack to let down his guard. To blast him, and then either get away or get Bonesaw too. I had one, small, but I'm not as active as I once was. If you joined us, the entire civilized world would pay attention to you, Jack said. She thought about agreeing. The end goal remained the focus. Get close. Destroy him. But even in this scenario, she couldn't. I don't join. I don't serve under anyone. I am the one who leads, or I walk alone. If you join with the intention of taking my position as leader, you wouldn't be the 1st, 5th, or even 10th, Jack said. Ashley shook her head. No. A lot of people tell me no, Jack said. It's usually repeated over and over again, followed by a death rattle. Bonesaw snorted. She was eating yet another of Ashley's eclairs. Ashley consoled herself by focusing on how Bonesaw could die. The thought crossed her mind. If she did this, if she found a way to get this kill, she would be celebrated. Wasn't there a cash payout for anyone who killed these people? No questions asked? No, Ashley said. If you want your performance art, the message. Give me an order, she said. A task. I'll do it, or I'll try to do it. In exchange, you leave me alone. I don't join. You get your murder and mayhem. I could be your distraction.
Hi, Siberian,
Bonesaw said. Ashley turned to look. The front door. The Siberian was there. No costume, no clothes, no theater, words, or even posture. Not in this moment. Just the woman and an imposing presence.
I'd offer you one of these eclairs, but I know you prefer lady fingers.
Bonesaw said. She tittered. Any trouble? Jack asked. The Siberian shook her head. Then we have a little while, he said. He looked at the Siberian. We'll talk details later, after the others catch up. I thought she didn't talk, Ashley said. Jack smiled. If you want mayhem, I'll give you mayhem. It's something I'm good at. If you want violence, I can give you violence, Ashley said. I've taken a boy's arms and legs, and I watched him bleed out. Name a target, and I can do that. I've killed. I don't want mayhem, Jack said. I don't want violence. I don't want killing.
Oh, shoot,
Bonesaw said.
We've really been messing up, then.
I want to change people, Jack said. I want to show what's beneath the surface when things are taken away. We see it in the public when they're scared or outraged. We see it in the individual when we take away everything they have. Ashley's eyes narrowed. You don't have much at all, Jack said. He looked at Ashley's apartment. What lies beneath must be so close to boiling up when there's so very little surface. Ashley had a hard time responding. She was tempted to do something suicidal, and she only barely held herself back. You're not convincing me, Jack. What would we have to offer you, for you to agree to give up that very little you have? I would be interested in seeing the inversion. Ashley thought back to earlier, when she'd considered talking to Edict and Licit.
Her hand is injured,
Bonesaw said.
I could fix your hand.
I doubt it, Ashley said. Her power crackled as she moved her fingers.
Wonky powers? Not to worry, I think I can fix that. As thanks for the eclairs.
Ashley was given pause. An audience, a fix, and again, I must remark on how the defining feature of your decor is the holes in the wall. There's an anger to that. I'm not angry, Ashley said. Not angry at all, living like this when you clearly have so much pride. There's nobody you find time to spend hating or resenting every day. We would give you resolution for that. She thought of Accord, of Boston. Someone, Jack said. He smiled, walking closer. Multiple someones. I made my offer, she said. I'm refusing, Jack said. My counteroffer. I'll give you everything you want, with the exception of this one thing you cling to. This construction of rules and limits that you will not bend the knee to anyone. You can't give me everything I want. I want the world, Ashley said. I want territory of my own that I rule, and once I have it, I'll expand it. I will want more. Believe it or not, Jack said, I want the world too. I expect to have it in 2 years' time, and when I do, you can take it from me.
He's not lying, Bonesaw said. It's supposed to be a prophecy.
They're trying to kill me as if it's true, Jack said. He smiled.
Bam,
Bonesaw said.
Clear path for you. You want the world, and here's a nice, obvious way to take it. It won't be easy, but hey, woohoo!
Ashley shook her head slowly. The goal. She needed to keep it in mind. Her emotions were getting away from her. You don't have many options, Jack said. I don't know, she said, even though the answer was closer to a no. If she could convince them, she could be swayed, to gradually change her mind. Her heart pounded.
Here,
Bonesaw said.
I have an idea. Because you gave me permission to have the treats, I'll fix your arms. You can try it out and you can see how it feels. This is super easy.
Maybe, she said, to continue her narrative of being convinced.
It's really, really easy,
Bonesaw said.
I have most of what we'd need, since I did work on my own hands recently.
Bonesaw approached. Ashley hesitated, backing away a bit.
Come on, this way,
Bonesaw said. She approached the kitchen counter, while Ashley remained where she was. Bonesaw picked up the twist of metal with the hook.
This is neat.
Leftovers from my power.
That's great. That's something I can use for the infrastructure. Here, come. Put your hands down on the counter. I'll show you. It's so simple. It's elegant.
The Siberian moved, approaching. Ashley wheeled around. The Siberian lives by the principle of taking everything she wants, with no regard for civilization's niceties, Jack said. Bonesaw pursues her art as inspiration demands. They are nobility as much as I am, with long track records. The entire point is to have whatever you desire. If at any point you see something you want or don't want, you say the word.
Come on,
Bonesaw said. She gave Ashley a push. She reached into her bag and pulled out a metal tube.
This is the first thing. I'll show you how this works. We can channel your power. Just put your hands on the counter there.
There was an imminent threat with the Siberian so near. What was her route? Jack was too far away to blast. To hit Bonesaw and use the recoil from that to throw herself at Jack? Would the Siberian intercept her, tackling her in the air? The woman was supposed to be fast. She let Bonesaw move her arm, putting it down on the table. She would cooperate until there was an opening. A heavy impact at her arm made her legs buckle, sharp pain shooting up to her shoulder and neck. A cleaver. Bonesaw had brought down a cleaver on her forearm. It had sunken into the bone. Ashley reached around with her other hand and didn't make it the full distance. Jack moved his hand and the skin of Ashley's arm split. A razor blade gleamed in the dimly lit living room. Jack had been holding it between 2 fingers. Bonesaw hauled the cleaver out, and Ashley dropped to her knees from the pain. The cleaver came down again and cut the rest of the way through the bone. She'd hesitated, and it had cost her. When dealing with people like this, like a cord, she couldn't afford any weakness, and yet the weakness was built in. Jack drew and swung a cleaver of his own. Ashley was aware of Bonesaw saying thank you, and of the fact that there were words that followed that statement. She didn't register them. Her consciousness slipped away, in shock, the lingering exhaustion of the past several years. She'd hesitated. She'd gone too long between the start and the end of this encounter without considering the task she needed to accomplish. She'd wanted what Jack was selling to her, and now she would have it. Dreams. Incoherence. Too much was still vague. There had been a time where there were the bad days, and the days she dreaded the bad days. Then, just bad days. Ashley stared at her mangled hands as she sat in the car. Her fingers were blades, long enough that she could stand up and have her fingertips touch the ground. Her power was wholly under her control, and yet she still couldn't reach out to touch anything. Jack, as far as she could tell, was keeping to his promise. He told her that if she had something she wanted or didn't want, she only had to ask. That they'd taken away her ability to speak was the monkey's paw part of it. Jack had made a comment about her tendency to rant and rave, and he'd said that had to go, with all the other parts of her act. In exchange, though it wasn't an exchange she'd asked for, they'd let her communicate their destination. She climbed out of the car. Her emotions flailed through her like taut steel cables that had been cut, whipping out in every direction, but nothing changed. The building was nice. "After you," Jack told her. She moved her hand, her fingers flexing. The components locked up before she could position to blast Jack. "You wanted this," he said. She had. Her claws flexed as she blasted. Perfect control. She could even manage the recoil. She took the door in entirety, then stepped into the building. She saw artwork, likely expensive, and she demolished it with a slash of her claws. There was a kind of catharsis in this. Jack, perhaps, would get what he wanted at this rate. The other 9 moved through the house, checking rooms, getting ahead. Damsel only walked in a measured pace. There were capes defending the area, Accords people that he whored out to other teams. She kicked at the door that one held behind, denying her cover, and stabbed her in the shoulder. She walked forward, her steps measured, and the woman backed away, trying to keep the blades from penetrating deeper. When the woman retreated through the doorway and stopped because a railing above a staircase stopped her, Damsel blasted her, focusing the recoil by controlling the strength of the blast, pushing the woman out and over the railing. There was a large, muscular man with a mask ducking low beside the door, using the stairs to be especially low profile. As she saw him, he lunged. She slashed him with the power dancing around the blades. He tumbled down the stairs. A laboratory. Blasto worked within. He was in Accord's house, with a proper lab. Had he been working with Accord, even back in her first proper visit to Boston? The anger made her almost nauseous. Bonesaw came skipping down the stairs, winking at Ashley as she took the stairs 2 at a time.
"I know you,"
Bonesaw proclaimed. "I know you too, Bonesaw," Blasto said.
"Nice lab."
"It's not mine."
"Man, this is nice stuff. Being constantly on the move, you miss out on stuff like this."
"My old lab wasn't this good," he said. Then he turned to look at Ashley. "Who's that?" The words chilled her.
"Damsel of Distress with some modifications by yours truly. Damsel for short. Better at controlling her power now."
"Hi, Damsel," Blasto said. Damsel looked at him, and she tried to speak, to comment. The sounds were strangled. He didn't remember her. She'd killed his giant, and what, had someone else claimed credit, was one of her crowning achievements a forgettable moment for another. She was a non-entity. Even here, Bonesaw was the focus. Other memories. To be in the tank, gel-like fluid flowing into her nose and mouth. Drugged, paralyzed, her body was slow to listen to the instructions her brain tried to convey, to hold her breath, to fight this. Her power had already been locked out. It had never been hers, but now it wasn't hers at all. The switch was in Bonesaw's hands. The fluid reached her lungs, and she didn't drown, but she couldn't breathe either. Her heart kept beating, the drug kept increasing its hold on her. Floating in the tank, she remembered the things that hadn't occurred in the 1 hour this version of herself had been awake. Then, the fluid began to heat up. Chaos, incoherence, death, and destruction. There were other things. The horizon glowed gold. Jack's end of the world was coming to pass. She had surrendered when Riley had. The surrender was because a switch had been flicked, but that was the external control. Internally, even though every memory in her head was an unpleasant one, she was relieved. She was glad to stop. The relief had been short-lived. She had died in Blaster's lab. A hero she didn't even know had cut her in half. She had metaphorically died when her core identity had been taken from her. Her hands, her voice. The theater had been all she'd had, and she'd lost that. She had died in Bonesaw's lab. Over and over again, she had died. Many times, she had been boiled alive. Her head had been cut open, the brain poked at while she was awake. 7 times she had died since leaving the lab. Now, she reached out, and bladed fingers closed around bladed fingers. They watched the world end. She turned to her companion. She saw her expression, her hair long, pupils absent and eyes surrounded by heavy and roughly applied decoration. It was startling to see, and her water bottle slipped from stiff fingers. "What did you do to your hair?" the other Ashley asked. "I felt the need for a change," Ashley responded. Her counterpart reached up. "Hands down," the patrol guard said. "It's fine," Ashley said. "She won't hurt me." Bladed fingers settled on either side of her face. Enough pressure applied that a strong wind might have been enough to push the threshold and see blood drawn. It was reassuring to see the only other person left in existence that understood that she couldn't hurt with her power should a freak accident happen. It was terrifying. Her other self had the long hair, had wanted to keep the bladed fingers. The girl wore a long black dress, and Ashley wore clothes that, while predominantly black, were more fit for the tribunal. Riley had given them both the same options. Ashley didn't know what had led to her other self responding a fraction before she did. Little decisions and situations cascaded. They'd been together at first. Her other self had carried on with their old ways. She had a voice. The claw hands gave her the ability to master her power, with no misfires. She'd lost control all the same. Ashley had seen the video where her other self had been arrested. Every road led to death or ruin, it seemed. She'd known she needed to find another way. She'd made a decision, then. Finally, she had put herself at the mercy of others. That had led to the diagnosis. Now she was here and... somehow she wasn't upset. "Come in," her other self said. "I can't believe you did that to your hair." "It's so much lighter," Ashley said. She stepped into the apartment. The device at her ankle beeped. Supposedly, even if she used her power to blast it, the charge would take off her foot. The same would happen if she tried to run. She turned to look at her keepers, the men from the patrol. The goofy boy in uniform that wanted to impress Victoria. Past them was the complex. With so much of the world empty, their wardens had decided to build a small contained facility in the middle of nowhere, with no civilization for a long, long way in every direction. Powers helped to close the gaps. "Good luck," Jester said. "Take care, Jester," she said. She watched them walk away before shutting the door. Her hand was stiff as she pushed the door shut. She carried her box through the apartment to the kitchen. "We have so much catching up to do," her other self said. "Tea?" "Oh, you have tea. That's good. Sit. Put your things down. You do know we can share clothes. You didn't have to bring your own." Ashley sat, setting the box on the table. She could hear the television. It had been left on in the background. She hadn't even had a television at her own apartment. I brought some favorites. You can wear them, too, if you don't cut them with those fingers of yours. Criticize me when you can move your hands properly, her other self said. Long-bladed fingers plucked a teapot from the top of the cabinet. I don't use my teapot much. I put the tea bags in a mug. I did the same thing. I take it you lost your trial? The pre-trial proceedings, Ashley said. Lose is the wrong word. They sent me here because we get along, and because space is limited. Too many parahumans were arrested recently. One of them should be joining this complex. Ah, you have a friend. I have a lot of friends, Ashley said. I've had a lot of good days. With bad days I can manage, because I know more good days are coming. The other Ashley made an amused sound. I've wondered, Ashley said. Did the scientists reach out to you too? They tried. I wouldn't cooperate with them. Then you got what I was doing just now. Is that only because you come from the same place I do? You want to know if we share anything. Do we? Her other self ignored the question at first, but it didn't feel like an insult. Ashley knew what it was to digest, to consider. I have memories that sharpen, her other self said. A small few are memories from the files. The files, Ashley said. Edict and Licit. Bonesaw implanted us with memories, using a framework she got from the books. The inciting incident for our powers. The paperwork surrounding our trips to other cities. The gaps filled in. Some things it reached for other available, familiar sources. It's vague, her other self said. But I didn't dig too hard. There. Answers. Hardly worth being imprisoned, but interesting. Do you have a recollection of the fields? Her other self asked as she prepared the tea. She had no need to ask Ashley's preferences. Her back was to Ashley. A memory that doesn't belong to anyone, not any person, a thing. Ashley met her other self's eyes. The questions she was being asked were the same questions she had planned to ask. She nodded, and she studied her other self's face. She couldn't tell if she was relieved or not to have the answer. She took the tea that was given to her, being careful with her uncooperative hands and the hot drink. A great plane of red-black crystal, one facet cracking and then mending in the span of a few seconds. The creaking sound and the dull static. It's a recollection that isn't exclusive to us.
This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Elliot Diebold. Narration by Torchid. Editing by Elliot Diebold. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening.